Chapter 1057. On this day, cloud-covered continents suddenly emitted a dazzling light that soared to the sky. The dazzling light was of all colors. It was like a heavenly pillar that soared to the 9 heavens. It was so dazzling that the hairy men of black hair, yellow hair, and white hair continents only needed to raise their heads to see it. This is the immortal world. The hairy men sighed. If it was in the past, news about Gu immortals in the 3 continents would only be groundless legends. But after the land spirit of Langya changed his personality, this situation underwent an earth-shattering change. The land spirit of Langya personally issued an immortal decree, imitating the imperial court contest, inciting a war between the 3 continents and selecting elite seeds to bring to cloud-covered continent to cultivate. The war between the 3 continents affected all the hairy men, and now the immortal world on cloud-covered continent aroused the passion of the hairy men again. Becoming an immortal. Black Hair Emperor gazed at the sky, his eyes shining with bright light that people could not look at directly. As the bright light faded, Black Hair Emperor suddenly made up his mind. Men, pass down my decree. The immortal world is an extremely auspicious omen. My country is holding a special martial competition in remembrance of it. I will open the treasury to the winners of the martial competition and let them choose their treasures. Yes. The guard immediately bowed and retreated. Black Hair Emperor's idea was not a sudden one, he had been thinking about it for a long time. The war between the 3 continents made Black Hair Emperor realize that he needed to abandon his narrow thinking of Gu refinement as the #1 priority. For the future war, he urgently needed powerful elites and Gu masters who were proficient in fighting. Black Hair Emperor gave the order. A huge storm quickly radiated from Royal City in all directions. The influence was getting greater. In a flash, half a month later, in Steel Thread City, an esteemed guest was welcomed by Steel Thread City Lord. This esteemed guest was personally received by the Steel Thread City Lord because he was also a city lord. Huafeng City Lord, what matter do you have for coming here? In the welcoming banquet, after 3 rounds of wine, Steel Thread City Lord asked. City Mistress Steel Thread, you're an understanding person. You already know why I'm here. City Lord Huafeng smiled. He pointed at the hairy Mangu masters standing behind him. Lord King is holding a martial competition, but each region can only send 3 people. We only have 2 cities in this area. Right now, these Gu masters behind me are the candidates I am sending to the competition. However, the number of people given by the king is limited. Let's have a few matches first and decide who will participate in the martial arts tournament. Ah, very good, that's what I was thinking too. The Steel Thread City Master laughed and clapped her hands. He summoned the hairy man Gu immortals behind the scenes. Both sides sent 1 person to the arena and the fight began. After a few rounds, Huafeng City won every battle. Steel Thread City, on the other hand, did not win a single match. Huafeng City Lord smiled and drank leisurely. Steel Thread City Lord's face was as dark as still water. His heart was heavy. To think that City Lord Huafeng came prepared, the Gu masters he chose are all elites. Oh no. If we do not win at all, the result of this battle will be widely spread. In the next few years, Huafeng City is going to suppress our Steel Thread City. Only the last match is left. City Lord Steel Thread, please deploy your troops. City Lord Huafeng raised his voice. Steel Thread City Lord snorted coldly, placing her gaze on the final hairy man. But this hairy man Gu master was sweating profusely. In this situation, he understood the heavy burden on his shoulders. But precisely because of this, he felt his confidence weakening. Not only was he lacking confidence, the higher-ups of Steel Thread City who were at the banquet were also lacking confidence. At this time, an elder of the city transmitted to Steel Thread City Lord, City Lord, I have a candidate who can help us regain our reputation. Steel Thread City Lord was overjoyed. She quickly asked. This elder replied, City Lord, have you forgotten that you recently took in a human slave? He has rank 5 cultivation level. Steel Thread City Lord was stunned. She had a bitter expression as she transmitted, this is not appropriate. My confrontation with City Lord Huafeng is perfectly justified and fair. If I send this human slave, not only will he lose, even if he wins, I will send him up to participate in the martial competition. If the Emperor sees that my Steel Thread City is sending a human instead of any hairy man, won't he blame me? The elder smiled. He knew that this was Steel Thread City Lord's excuse. It was just that Steel Thread City Lord was reluctant. That slave called Fang Yuan, ever since he was bought by the City Lord, he had been visited by Steel Thread City Lord almost every night. This situation had already caused dissatisfaction among many higher-ups. Elder Yun continued, Lord City Lord, don't worry. The current emperor is magnanimous and only cares about talent. He has many snowmen and feathermen among the assisting elders. If you send Fang Yuan to fight, if he loses he will take responsibility. If he wins, our city's reputation will be preserved. If we send him up, the emperor will definitely look at you in a different light. He might even treat you as a close friend. The Steel Thread City mistress looked at this elder meaningfully and muttered in her heart, "This old bastard is really scheming. Isn't it because I've been neglecting the nephew you sent to me recently? You actually came up with such a vicious plan. If I win I will send Fang Yuan up. If I lose I will kill Fang Yuan and push the responsibility to him. Whether I win or lose I will lose Fang Yuan." I forget it. Steel Thread City Lord sighed internally. How can I be a fool who will abandon my career for a beauty? Even though Steel Thread City Lord visited Fangjing every night and was infatuated with him, she was a cold-hearted hairy man with a strong sense of authority. In her heart, mere beauty was nothing. Thus, Steel Thread City Lord temporarily replaced the hairy man and called Fangjing over to instruct him. After learning the reason, Fangjing walked out of the arena. A rank 5 Gu Master. Huafeng City Lord's heart jumped as he sensed Fangjing's rank 5 aura and became vigilant. He smiled and said, "Logically speaking, this match should be decided by our side. In the previous few battles we fought using martial arts, but how can we throw away the essence and tradition of us hairy men? This match. Let's use Gu refinement to determine the winner." The moment he said that, the Steel Thread City Lord almost cursed out loud. The elders of Iron Thread City. They all looked at City Lord Huafeng with disdain. However, City Lord Huafeng had been the lord of a city for many years, and had long since developed a thick skin. He turned a blind eye to these gazes. The Steel Thread City mistress couldn't refute. After all, it was a rule that had been set beforehand. She could only wave her hand at Fangjing and say, "You can go down and compete. Make sure you give it your all. Remember one thing, there is only victory in this battle. If you lose, use your life to pay for your sins." Fangjing heard this but remained expressionless. He had been humiliated these last few days. The Steel Thread City mistress was very strong, she liked all kinds of positions, she did it 17 to 18 times a night, asking for it without restraint. She made Fangjing's life worse than death. Fangjing really wanted to die, but as a prisoner he was under the control of others, he couldn't die even if he wanted to. Steel Thread City mistress was using death to threaten him now, he felt a sense of freedom. In his mind a thought appeared, will I still be reluctant to part with this world? Why don't I just admit defeat and ask for death? But at this time, a voice resounded in his mind, "Fool! A man needs to know when to submit and when to stand tall. So what if they are humiliated? If he had the guts, he would take revenge in the future. He would chop all the enemies who had humiliated him into mincemeat. That is what a hero should do." "Who is it?" Fangjing was shocked. He shouted in shock. On the other side, Huafeng City's final hairy man Gu Master had just left the stage. He thought that Fangjing was asking him. Thus, he puffed up his chest and said loudly, "I am Mao Ba." Fangjing had no reaction. He had regained his freedom now. He even borrowed many Gu worms. That voice in his mind suddenly disappeared. No matter how he inspected himself, he could not find any traces. "Damn you, you dare to humiliate me?" Mao Ba was furious. He said his name but Fangjing did not respond, it was as if he did not want to tell him his name. Mao Ba was furious. Why is he angry? Fangjing was startled awake by Mao Ba's shout, he felt strange. Because of this misunderstanding, before the battle even started, the smell of gunpowder was already intense. Under everyone's gazes, the battle began. Mao Ba was the strongest Gu master in Huafeng City, he was skilled in both the pen and the sword. Not only was he skilled in fighting, he was also skilled in Gu refinement. In contrast, even though Fangjing had cultivated in Crane Gate for a period of time, he mainly cultivated enslavement path, he only dabbled in refinement path. The battle had just started, but Mao Ba was already in the lead. By the middle of the battle, Mao Ba was already far ahead of Fangjing, he had a huge lead. At the final juncture, the spectating hairy men, be it Steel Thread City or Huafeng City, did not think that Fangjing had a chance of winning. Even Fangjing himself thought so. Am I going to lose? Forget it, death is a form of release. He sighed in his heart. Bullshit. At this time, the voice that had just appeared resounded again. Fangjing was alarmed as his hands trembled. The half-finished product he had refined immediately failed. Ah! Huafeng City Lord laughed loudly. Steel Thread City side had unsightly expressions. In Fangjing's mind, that voice continued, as a man, what is a small setback? You are Fang Yuan. This time, Fang Jing finally recognized the voice. My main body died long ago. Only this will is left in your mind. As my younger brother, you live in this world but do not think about improving yourself, do not seek revenge. I cannot bear to watch this. Fang Yuan's will chided. Fang Jing snorted coldly, thinking, you are already dead, why are you still causing trouble? He had mastered Tenshuru's soul in the past to guide his cultivation. Now that he could converse with Fang Yuan's will, he felt a sense of familiarity. On the surface, the hairy men could not see anything strange. They thought that this expressionless Fang Jing was scared silly by this result. Fang Yuan's will felt Fang Jing's enmity, but he smiled nonchalantly. Since I am already dead, why do you still want to impersonate me? Fang Jing was silent. Fang Yuan's will continued, you were humiliated and tortured, unwilling to tell others your real name. This means that you still have shame, anger, and hatred in your heart. So why don't you work hard now and fight for this excellent opportunity? You know the reason. As long as you win this battle, you will be able to participate in the martial competition, leave your slave status, and become a free person. I also want to win. Who doesn't want revenge? Who doesn't want freedom? But I have already lost this battle. Fang Jing said angrily. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan's will laughed loudly. You only need to follow my instructions and you can surpass Mao Shirba and turn defeat into victory. Fang Jing was stunned. He asked, what scheme do you have now? Fang Yuan's will snorted coldly. Even though I am dead, I am not resigned to this. I want revenge. All the hairy Mangu immortals who killed me cannot escape. And you are my hope of revenge. Didn't you impersonate me? Then take revenge for me. Why should I help a demon like you, who massacred your entire race, to take revenge? Fang Jing said angrily. Fang Yuan's will said, if you continue to speak, there will be no time. Listen to my instructions, light up the fire and place the 3 metals in it. Remember, profound gold, ice gold, and tear gold need to be placed in the fire to be cooked. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, even though he was unwilling to listen to Fang Yuan's instructions. Fang Yuan's will's words gave him some hope of victory. This matter concerned his life. After hesitating for a while, he finally stretched out his hand. Refine Gu again. The surrounding hairy men saw this and sneered. But after a few minutes they could not laugh anymore. They looked at Fang Jing in shock. He raised his right hand, holding the Gu worm in his hand. He had refined it in front of everyone. I've won. He took a deep breath and announced loudly. In the hall no one spoke. Even his opponent, Mao Shirba, could not accept this fact. He had a dazed expression. The atmosphere was strange. The hairy men present did not want to admit that a human had defeated an expert hairy Mangu master in a Gu refinement competition. After a while, someone said, look, the 5-colored light on cloud cover continent is fading. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice. Dozens of gazes passed through the door of the hall. They saw that the 5-colored light on cloud cover continent was fading. From the dissipating 5-colored light, a figure walked out. It seems you have recovered. Land Spirit of Langya looked at this person and smiled. Yes. The person nodded. I have to thank First Supreme Elder for this. As they spoke, the 5-colored light faded, revealing the person's appearance. If Fang Jing saw this person, he would be shocked. Was Fang Yuan. Land Spirit of Langya laughed loudly. Isn't it simple to thank me? Give me Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, or Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan also smiled lightly. It is impossible to give it away. But we can make a transaction. I wonder what price the First Supreme Elder is willing to offer? Land Spirit of Langya's laughter stopped. This? He hesitated. He had an awkward expression. Chapter 1058. Be it Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, or Wisdom Gu, they were all priceless treasures, unique and unparalleled in the world. Fang Yuan said they could be traded, but what could the Land Spirit of Langya take out to trade? Fang Yuan was not rejecting it, he was looking forward to it. Langya blessed land had a deep foundation. It was not an ordinary existence. It had experienced 2 venerables. It had existed since the medieval antiquity era. After Imperial Court blessed land was destroyed, it could be said to be the #1 blessed land in the 5 regions. The Land Spirit's identity when he was alive was known as the #1 refinement path expert in history. He had vaguely surpassed old eccentric Tian Nan and old immortal Kong Ju. How could such a person not take out something to trade? It was like trading immortal Gu. Every immortal Gu was unique and unparalleled in the world. Unparalleled items could naturally be exchanged with similarly unparalleled items. The value was measured by the two parties' evaluation of their own situation. Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley, Wisdom Gu, these three in Fang Yuan's opinion, there was nothing he could not trade with as long as the benefits matched. The land spirit of Langya started to walk around. He frowned as he fell into deep thought. If it was the previous land spirit, there was no need to consider it, he would not trade with Fang Yuan. But after the change, this land spirit of Langya had different thoughts than the previous one. The white-haired land spirit was formed from his obsession with space escape Gu, so he was only interested in Gu refinement. He nurtured all of the hairy man Gu immortals into refinement path geniuses. But this black-haired land spirit wants to be the king of his own race, I can make use of this. Fang Yuan thought in his mind, looking at the land spirit of Langya walking around in front of him, he patiently waited for the other party's decision. Fang Yuan's heart was filled with confidence. He believed that the land spirit of Langya would not disappoint him. As expected, as Fang Yuan expected, the land spirit of Langya struggled for a while. He made up his mind to transact with Fang Yuan. First Supreme Elder, I do not doubt that you have the capital to transact with me, but transactions have to be consensual. If what you have in your hands can't move me, I'm afraid. Fang Yuan deliberately said. The land spirit of Langya widened its eyes. Don't worry. The treasures of my Langya sect are definitely not inferior to those 3 items of yours. Saying so, he handed an information path Gu worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand and received the Gu worm. This Gu worm was shaped like a silkworm chrysalis. Although it had a head, chest, and abdomen, its entire body was like a spindle and it was somewhat round and cute. It was pure white as if it was made of porcelain. The surface was like fine enamel. Fang Yuan held it in his hand and felt that it was smooth and very comfortable. This is a bookworm? Fang Yuan was slightly taken aback. He had seen the bookworm before, it was a rare rank 1 Gu. But what surprised him was that the bookworm in his hand was clearly emitting rank 3 aura. The land spirit of Langya snorted, saying, "This is something created by my previous master." He broke through the shackles of rank 1 bookworm and developed rank 2 and 3 Gu recipes. You said he was doing this. What is the use? If the enemies attack, can these bookworms resist? Although he said that, Fang Yuan could still sense the slight pride hidden in the land spirit of Langya's tone. Fang Yuan shook his head and did not speak anymore. He took out a trace of primeval essence from his immortal aperture and used it to activate the bookworm. At the same time, he injected a portion of his consciousness into it. The bookworm was not his. But the land spirit of Langya lent it to him. There was no obstruction when he activated it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. The contents of the bookworm made him excited. His blood and qi surged uncontrollably. As expected, Fang Yuan praised in his heart. The thoughts in his mind were fluctuating. Fang Yuan rushed back to Langya Blessed Land and spent a lot of time healing his injuries. At this moment, his immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations were right in front of him. Wuxia He Lulan, who immortal Blessed Land, fixed immortal travel, and others were all tossed aside. The biggest difficulty was how to survive this calamity. Once in a while, a calamity or tribulation would descend on a Gu immortal's immortal aperture. The deeper the immortal aperture's foundation, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had not been developed yet, it was empty, but the space was terrifyingly huge, the time path resources were plentiful, and it was not restricted to the 5 regional walls. Such an immortal aperture already surpassed the total of the 10 extreme existences. It was easy to imagine the unprecedented dangers the calamities and tribulations would face. It could be said that this was a sharp blade hanging above Fang Yuan's neck. When he was healing earlier, Fang Yuan had been teaching Fang Jing while thinking about his current situation. There were only a few days left until this calamity. Fang Yuan had no confidence, he had no confidence. Most of his immortal Gu were left in his body, many were self-destructed, some were left in Wuxia's hands. This caused Fang Yuan's strength to fall greatly. Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were also missing. Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demonis were dead. The only place he could borrow strength from was Langya Blessed Land. And Langya Blessed Land had existed until now. It had definitely passed many calamities and tribulations. It was a model for immortal apertures to pass tribulations. There were definitely many things that Fang Yuan could learn from. How is it? Land Spirit of Langya smiled. He raised 3 fingers at Fang Yuan. My Langya sect has 3 foundations. First, the refinement path true inheritance left behind by my main body. It contains the essence of my entire life's cultivation. Second, the luck path true inheritance left behind by Giant Sun Immortal. Third, the theft path true inheritance of thieving heaven demon venerable. When my main body was alive, I refined goo for the two venerables. The compensation I requested was a true inheritance for each of them. Fang Yuan nodded. The contents recorded in the bookworm were regarding these three true inheritances. Regardless of which one, they were deep and profound. Fang Yuan only skimmed through some superficial information before he was deeply attracted. They could be said to have extraordinary value. Land Spirit of Langya continued, among these three true inheritances, thieving heaven's true inheritance is slightly inferior. That is because even though my main body refined space escape goo, he was unable to activate it, thus he returned a portion of the compensation. However, thieving heaven demon venerable's true inheritances are always in pairs. If you are lucky and obtain this true inheritance, and the corresponding true inheritance is not inherited, you can even obtain clues to a second thieving heaven true inheritance. Thieving heaven demon venerable left behind a total of 8 true inheritances, but only otherworldly demons can obtain them, only mine is an exception. Fang Yuan, you are an otherworldly demon. If you obtain another thieving heaven true inheritance, you can easily inherit it. Fang Yuan nodded. He had personally witnessed the power of formless hands. With theft path methods he could even steal other people's immortal goo and keep the greatest loot for each battle. And the unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, and familiar face that he relied on to survive were also thieving heaven demon venerable's own immortal killer moves. The amazing use of theft. Fang Yuan was deeply aware of this. Obtaining this true inheritance would not disappoint him. After pausing for a while, Land Spirit of Langya continued, thieving heaven demon venerable had 8 true inheritances, but Giant Sun Immortal only left behind 3. My main body successfully refined the Immortal Goo House 88-point Jianghu Tower for him, so the value of this true inheritance is slightly higher than thieving heaven's true inheritance. Giant Sun Immortal's 3 true inheritances contain all of his luck path methods. They are self-luck, all living being luck, and heaven and earth luck. Among them, self-luck is the true inheritance. It is in my hands. All living being luck is hidden in Imperial Court Blessed Land. The legacy of the world's fate is in the Longevity Grotto Heaven. Fate of oneself, fate of all living beings, fate of heaven and earth. Connect luck immortal goo, break luck immortal goo, and divert disaster immortal goo were part of the all living beings luck true inheritance. After Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by Fang Yuan, a portion of these immortal goo were left outside. As for the specific content of cultivation, it was already a mystery. Fang Yuan had interacted with Ma Hongyun before, he knew the power of luck path. Let's not talk about other things. If I have divert disaster immortal goo, then I can learn from Imperial Court Blessed Land and send the calamities and tribulations to the outside world. Fang Yuan knew that the Tao of luck would have a miraculous effect on his tribulation. Even in this true inheritance of self-luck, there was no existence of divert disaster immortal goo. The better Fang Yuan's luck was, the weaker the calamity he faced would be, and the easier it would be to deal with it. Fang Yuan, I suggest you choose the self-fate true inheritance, because your luck seems to be very bad. The Land Spirit of Langya said. This time you rushed back from the southern border. How many accidents and unforeseen events had occurred along the way? Even my side lost 2 hairy man-goo immortals. You might not even be able to guess the cause. Old ancestor Shui who wanted to refine fortune rivaling heaven goo. He ordered the demonic path goo immortals and snowy mountain blessed land to gather goo materials for him. In the end he lost the trust of the people, and when the matter reached a critical point, Snowy Mountain's goo immortals rebelled and stole one of the crucial goo materials. Old ancestor Shui who was furious, he sent goo immortals to capture all suspicious people. The hairy man goo immortal I sent to receive you was caught in the crossfire. As for the second goo immortal who mysteriously disappeared, I have not found out what happened to him even now. I believe that the truth will come to light one day. They will not sacrifice themselves for nothing. Fang Yuan consoled. The Land Spirit of Langya gritted his teeth. He did not dwell on this matter, he continued the previous topic. Actually, in my opinion, the most suitable thing for you is the first true inheritance. Refinement path has 2 paths. Do you know about it? I have heard of it. Fang Yuan answered. The Land Spirit of Langya said slowly, the 2 paths are the hairy man heaven and earth style and the human isolation style. We hairy men refine goo differently from you humans. We can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth to create the most optimal environment for goo refinement, thus increasing the success rate of the goo refinement. Fang Yuan listened patiently. The Land Spirit of Langya definitely had his reasons for saying this. In the past, the reason why Giant Sun Immortal and Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable sought help from my main body was because my main body cultivated the Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style goo refinement method. The success rate of refining immortal goo was much higher than your human isolation style. My main body not only grasped the essence of the Hairy Man Heaven and Earth style, he even used old immortal Kong Ju's true inheritance to transcend the shackles and reach a higher level. He created an immortal killer move called Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture? Feng Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He was greatly interested. The land spirit of Langya had a proud and pleased expression as he continued to explain. It turned out that this immortal level tempering aperture killer move was a refinement path killer move that used several immortal goo and over 100,000 mortal goo to form. Its concept was extremely ingenious. It used the blessed land and grotto heaven as the refinement body. Through the killer move, it connected with the 5 regions outside the immortal aperture to influence calamities and tribulations, using the calamities and tribulations to temper the immortal aperture itself. The immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations are of all kinds. They are hard to deal with. But using this killer move, we can often restrict the type of calamities and tribulations. Do you know why Langya Blessed Land was placed at Crescent Lake previously? That is because Crescent Lake's surroundings are filled with dense water path Dao marks and refinement path Dao marks. My previous self used the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to deal with calamities and tribulations. Normally they would form water path and refinement path calamities. After passing them, the immortal aperture would gain water path and refinement path Dao marks. 880,000 years ago, Langya Blessed Land did not have an ocean. But look at it now, there is an ocean. The vast land only has 3 continents left. This is the sign of an abundance of water path Dao marks. Feng Yuan heard this and thought of the scene where Spectral Soul used myriad tribulations to refine sovereign immortal aperture goo. This immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move has the same effect as Spectral Soul's method. No, Shadow Sect had once placed spies in Langya Blessed Land. Maybe Spectral Soul's method originated from this killer move, Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture killer move? Feng Yuan guessed correctly. Spectral Soul's method was derived from Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture killer move. But his method was more refined. He used wisdom path to deduce what the calamities and tribulations were, and made preparations for them. It was not like this Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture killer move. It could only affect calamities and tribulations. There was a chance of failure. Langya Blessed Land's calamities and tribulations included fire path, lightning path, and others. They were not all water path or refinement path. Alright, you have Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, and Wisdom Goo. I also have 3 true inheritances. We can exchange them for one. How do you want to trade? Land Spirit of Langya asked. This time it was Feng Yuan's turn to think. Chapter 1059. Central Continent, Who Immortal Blessed Land. Oh dear. Fairy Myrtle slowly opened her eyes. She wore a beautiful purple robe, but her figure could not be concealed. Her eyes were like deep pools, her brows were shrouded in sorrow. Her skin was white as snow, her hair reached her waist, her body was brimming with rank 8 aura. Letting out a breath of turbid air, she stopped her wisdom path killer move and descended from the sky. Little Huang greets ancestor Zi Wei. On the ground, Feng Kim Hong had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Fairy Myrtle, he quickly knelt on the ground. Fairy Myrtle's lips curled up, showing a rare smile. Immediately, the sorrow on her brows faded. Her whole body seemed to be radiating with radiance. Her beauty could move one's soul. She spoke, Huang Er, get up, no need to be so polite. Speaking of which, your mother and I have some blood relation. It could be seen that she was very satisfied with this junior, Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong stood up, his expression was respectful and filled with admiration. This person in front of him was a rank 8 Gu immortal. In Feng Kim Huang's mind, she did not dare to hope for rank 9 realm, but rank 8 was her life goal. This Fairy Myrtle came from Spirit Affinity House. Her seniority in the sect was extremely high. She had lived for at least 1,600 years, cultivated wisdom path, and joined the celestial court. She was dignified and beautiful. It could be said that she had all the qualities that made Feng Kim Hong admire her. She was simply the reference for the latter's ideal goal. Ancestor Zi Wei, after deducing for 3 months in Who Immortal Blessed Land, did you gain anything? Feng Kim Hong asked curiously. Fairy Myrtle nodded slightly. At this moment she had already landed in front of Feng Kim Hong. But her feet did not touch the ground, she was floating in the air. There was still some distance between her and the ground. Her nature was like this, she had some misophobia. There was no need to tell Feng Kim Hong about these things, but Fairy Myrtle still answered, "After these few days of calculation I can be sure. The original owner of this Who Immortal blessed land was Who Immortal. He's a member of Defy." Defy. Feng Kim Huang's eyes narrowed in surprise. Although she was immortal, her parents were famous Gu Immortals, she knew many secrets of the world. She had heard of this organization Defy. It was a powerful force that some Central Continent Gu Immortals had formed in secret. The 10 great ancient sects of the Central Continent occupied the majority of resources and held great power, controlling or suppressing other factions or loose cultivators and fiend immortals. Where there was oppression there would be resistance. There were many organizations that joined forces to resist the top 10 sects of Jianghu state. However, these organizations usually didn't last long. The 10 great ancient sects would either attack or drive a wedge between them, causing them to collapse. However, Defy was the most well-hidden and had existed for the longest time. It wasn't that the 10 great ancient sects hadn't targeted them before, but the results weren't great. The crucial point was that this organization had truly hidden itself too deeply. Even the members of the organization. They didn't know each other's true identity, they only called each other by numbers. Right now, Feng Kim Hong suddenly heard that Who Immortal was a member of Defy. This was truly out of her expectations. Who Immortal is a lone immortal on the surface, but back then she obtained Danghun Mountain by chance. Now it seems that Defy was helping her from behind. Fairy Myrtle continued. Feng Kim Huang's gaze flashed, thinking of the scene of her crushing defeat at Feng Yuan's feet. She guessed, this means that Feng Yuan is also a member of Defy? No wonder he suddenly appeared back then, and it was such a coincidence. This time, Fairy Ziwei frowned slightly. The results of my deductions are not correct. They are not correct at the same time. But no matter what, Feng Yuan must have a deep connection with Defy. Xiao Huang, you kept Who Immortal land spirit and didn't become the true owner of this blessed land? Is it because you still want to return this blessed land to Feng Yuan in the future? Ancestor Ziwei. Feng Kim Huang's forehead instantly broke out in cold sweat. Fairy Myrtle smiled faintly and comforted, we are family, you don't need to worry. I know that Feng Yuan undoubtedly saved Feng Jioga. Your father is a person with amazing talent, he is a first-rate person in history. What's rarer is that he clearly distinguishes between gratitude and hatred, and is loyal and affectionate. I can understand why he asked you to do this. Feng Kim Hong hurriedly said, Ancestor Ziwei is magnanimous. Fairy Myrtle waved her hand and stopped Feng Kim Huang's words. Her tone was slightly heavy as she continued, but you must remember, Feng Yuan is a wanted criminal in the Celestial Court, he is on the Demon Judgment Board. If you want to repay him for saving your life you must know when to stop. In the future, if you really return Who Immortal blessed land to him, I will not stop you, I will even help you bear the responsibility. But this is my limit, my bottom line. I hope you two will not be so stubborn and make a huge mistake. Feng Kim Hong lowered his head. Huang Heir will remember Ancestor's words. Fairy Myrtle nodded slightly, then her body fluttered as she flew up to the sky. She waved her hand and an opening appeared in Who Immortal blessed land, connecting to the outside world. Then she turned into a purple flowing light and shot out like a meteor, instantly disappearing from Feng Kim Huang's sight. Fairy Myrtle flew all the way to the Celestial Court. In the Celestial Court there were many palaces, it was open and aboveboard. Fairy Myrtle's meteor form tore through the sky and landed in a hall. In the hall, Fairy Myrtle's main body was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, discussing matters with two other Celestial Court Gu Immortals. Purple light flickered and entered her hand. It turned into a consciousness, along with several immortal Gu and a few beads of immortal essence. It turned out that the Fairy Myrtle that was left in Who Immortal blessed land was almost like a real person, but her true identity was only a consciousness of Fairy Myrtle. This consciousness carried the result of the deduction and went all the way up to Fairy Myrtle's mind. Fairy Myrtle stored the immortal Gu and immortal essence into her immortal aperture. She closed her eyes and received the result of the deduction. After a few breaths of time, she opened her deep and dark eyes, saying lightly, I have already found clues to Feng Yuan. The old Gu immortal sitting in front of her, known as Myriad Tidal Dragon, smiled and said, Fairy Myrtle is indeed worthy of being a wisdom path expert on par with Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord in the Celestial Court. She actually used a consciousness to deduce the crucial clue. The more the consciousness thought, the more it was exhausted. Even the special will left behind by Giant Sun Immortal at 88-point Jinyang Tower. They had to choose to hibernate to prevent thinking from exhausting themselves. But Fairy Myrtle's methods were profound and profound. She actually used a will to deduce for her main body. Not only did she succeed, the expenditure of this consciousness was less than 20%. Such attainment. It was truly breathtaking. Fairy Myrtle's main body was frowning slightly. She did not comment on Myriad Tidal Dragon's compliment, continuing, "If not for Feng Yuan managing who immortal blessed land for a period of time, I would not have deduced any clues. Feng Yuan has a close relationship with Defy. Even though I did not obtain Feng Yuan's location, I know that as long as we follow the clues and uproot Defy, we will be able to find Feng Yuan." Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded. Feng Yuan has Spring Autumn Cicada and destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land, inheriting some inheritances of Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Giant Sun Immortal. He is an otherworldly demon, but he survived the southern border battlefield. This kind of dangerous person must be eradicated. But to deal with him, we need to deal with Spring Autumn Cicada first. Don't worry about this. Ever since I woke up, I have been making preparations. A few days ago, I successfully activated the killer move. I have already sensed this Spring Autumn Cicada and sealed it. It cannot be used for the next 3 months. The third Gu Immortal said. His voice was hoarse. He had the appearance of a middle-aged man. His eye bags were deep and listless, giving off a feeling that he had expended too much energy and was extremely fatigued. But Fairy Myrtle and Myriad Tidal Dragon seemed to trust him a lot. The latter smiled. Since Wei Ling Yang made a move, there is no need to worry about Spring Autumn Cicada. Fairy Myrtle continued. Then next, we need to go to Mingtang Valley and capture Gong Sun Liang. At the same time, Central Continent, beside Pot River. Wuxia stood on the riverbank, looking at the green willows, the gentle breeze and the gentle river water, but he was feeling a little anxious. After avoiding the collapse of Earth Abyss, he led Tai by Yunxing, He Lulan and Shirnu for a while, using a Gu formation to teleport to the eastern part of Central Continent. This was Wind Cloud Manor's territory. Wuxia was using Feng Yuan's body. He had already become a wanted criminal by the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, but he still took the risk to stay here for 3 days. He was waiting for someone. Who was it that was worth him taking such a huge risk to wait for a meeting? A green figure flew over at a low altitude. Wuxia's heart shook. He went up to meet it. The green figure landed on the ground and stood still, but it was not a real person, it was a puppet. This puppet had a humanoid shape, it had 2 hands and 2 legs, its body was robust. But its whole body seemed to be weaved from grass and vines, its head, shoulders and even its back were covered in grass, they were like daggers pointing up vertically. The green grass puppet looked at the Gu worm in Wuxia's hand and recognized him as the target. It spoke with an arrogant tone. My master was invited to participate in Ancestor Kong Kong's treasure inspection convention. He cannot come. If you want to see him, wait for 3 more days. 3 more days? Wuxia's expression changed. What? If you don't have the patience, you don't have to wait, I will bring the message back to master. The green grass puppet said coldly. Wait. Wuxia quickly smiled. I have already waited for 3 days, so what if I wait for another 3 days? But after 3 days it will be a whole 6 days. If I don't have the chance to see your master again, I can only give up on this transaction. The green grass puppet snorted, turning around and leaving. After a few steps, it lightly stepped on the ground and jumped into the air, turning into a lump of green shadow and flying away. After it left, Wuxia's expression turned gloomy, looking at the green grass puppet's back, his gaze flickered with uncertainty. When the green grass puppet flew out of Wuxia's vision, 3 Gu immortal figures appeared from the surroundings, surrounding Wuxia. They were Tai by Yunxing, He Lulan, and Shirnu. That green grass puppet earlier, was it the rumored grass puppet deity? Tai by Yunxing asked curiously. That's right. Wuxia nodded. It was grass puppet deity formed from rank 6 grass puppet Gu. It has rank 6 battle strength. When Feng Chanzi awakened his aperture, his grandfather Old Man Bei Feng gave the grass puppet immortal Gu to his beloved grandson as a gift. Feng Chanzi is arrogant and egotistical. We waited for him for so long, but we didn't even get to see him? In the end he sent a grass puppet deity to dismiss us? He Lulan said in a dissatisfied tone. Shirnu sighed, saying helplessly, Sigh to refine fixed immortal travel, we need the light of the immemorial era, no Gu recipe can bypass this hurdle. And this rare Gu material, the light of the immemorial era, is one of the treasures of Wind Cloud Manor. We have a request, there is no other way. Wuxia snorted coldly, not speaking. He wanted to save his main body, he had to pass through the regional wall. But he was not like Fang Yuan. Fixed immortal travel was a shortcut to pass through the regional wall. It was almost necessary and extremely important. Right now he could only endure it. He inwardly thought, Spring-autumn cicada has already been sealed. It seems the celestial court has already started searching for me. I cannot stay in Central Continent for long. With fixed immortal travel, I will go to Northern Plains and borrow luck from Longevity Heaven. Maybe I can even use it to get rid of Fang Yuan. No, looking at the time, tomorrow should be the day of Fang Yuan's tribulation. The calamities and tribulations of the sovereign immortal aperture are not so easy to pass. Although Providence cannot influence Fang Yuan, it can still make arrangements against him. So, what is scary is not just the calamities and tribulations of heaven and earth, there is also. Chapter 1060. Who would have thought that I would be here again? Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He stopped flying and descended from the sky. In front of him was a vast expanse of whiteness. A world of ice and snow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, cold wind whistled incessantly in his ears. The biting cold wind carried countless snowflakes and even tiny hailstones, rolling in all directions. Because of the snowstorm, Fang Yuan's vision was greatly restricted. Moreover, the temperature was very low. Fang Yuan had no choice but to use even more goo worms to maintain his body temperature and defend against the cold wind. This was still Northern Plains. The exact location was the northernmost part of Northern Plains, the famous Northern Icy Plain. This place was originally a grassland, but because of a world-destroying battle between experts, the natural landscape here was completely destroyed, turning into nothingness. After the battle, the victor, reckless savage demon Venerable, turned into the immemorial desolate beast Ice Phoenix and spat out extremely cold profound ice, freezing this place again. This formed the current landscape. Back then, He Lulan chose this place to pass the calamities and tribulations, advancing to immortal. That was because this icy plain contained reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning of strength path and transformation path. If a strength path or transformation path Gu Master advanced to immortal here, they would form Dao Mark resonance, and the true meaning of strength path and transformation path would manifest with the help of the earthly calamity. When the person undergoing the tribulation defeats the earthly calamity, they would obtain the infusion of true meaning. It was equivalent to reckless savage demon Venerable's teachings. Scenes of memories flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. The vivid scenes seemed to have just happened yesterday. But at this moment things had changed. Fairy Li Shan, who had the highest cultivation level, was dead. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing had probably defected. Only Fang Yuan was left behind. The current situation was also very different from before. Strength path and transformation path Gu Masters. There is only one chance to obtain the infusion of reckless savage demon Venerable's true meaning. That is the calamity and tribulation to advance to immortal. But now, I have the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. I might be able to repeat my previous success. Fang Yuan inwardly thought. He had not done this before. He was not very sure. However, after discussing with the land spirit of Langia, he felt that it was highly possible. He Lulan has the great strength true martial physique. When she underwent the immortal ascension tribulation, the tribulation was huge and she lost her immortal goo. He barely made it through. My immortal aperture calamity is probably even more terrifying than her tribulation. Fang Yuan was under a lot of pressure. If he had no other choice, he didn't want to undergo the tribulation so quickly. Every once in a while, a tribulation would occur in his immortal aperture. But Gu immortals had many ways to deal with it. The most commonly used were time path methods to slow down the flow of time in the immortal aperture and delay the arrival of calamities and tribulations. But in that case, the time Dao resources in his immortal aperture would be greatly reduced. But because of this, it decreased sharply. There were both pros and cons. It would depend on the Gu immortal's situation. Langia Blessed Land had once used time path methods to modify the tributary of the river of time in his immortal aperture. This caused the time in the celestial aperture to slow down greatly. However, this method was not mastered by the land spirit of Langia. But in the past, Long-Hair Ancestor requested the assistance of a time Dao Almighty. My immortal aperture has too many time Dao resources. 2 months in the outside world. In 2 months I will undergo a tribulation. Although my cultivation level grows quickly and the resources in my immortal aperture are many. But if I can't endure it and die in the tribulation, it would all be for naught. It seems that after this tribulation, I will need to search for time path methods to modify the tributary of the river of time in my immortal aperture. This was all for later. The most important thing was this impending tribulation. Letting out a breath of turbid air, Fang Yuan's body shook slightly as a mysterious change occurred in his immortal aperture. Immortal aperture fall. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with divine light. A loud sound seemed to resound in his ears as his vision changed. Looking carefully, he was already inside his immortal aperture. 5 regions and 9 heavens. It was empty inside, it was incomparably vast. There were no cultivation resources because Fang Yuan had yet to manage them. Only goo worms of various sizes were stored inside. At this moment, these goo worms were revolving around Fang Yuan. There were so many of them that they looked like a black cloud. Under normal circumstances, the immortal aperture was placed on the goo immortal's body. But now, the immortal aperture had fallen into the outside world, wrapping around the goo immortal's body instead. At this moment, Fang Yuan's body was like a land spirit. He was like a fish in water in the immortal aperture, but could not leave. And the immortal aperture itself could connect with the outside world's heaven and earth chi at any time to stabilize itself. When goo immortals undergo tribulation, they would normally place their immortal aperture in the 5 regions. Another situation was that the goo immortal's immortal aperture had too many resources, and the immortal aperture itself had too little heaven and earth chi, thus they had to place their immortal aperture and absorb the outside world's heaven and earth chi to replenish it. At Fang Yuan's original position, he had completely disappeared. The immortal aperture was on the ice surface, condensed into a point and was placed in the void, invisible. The raging icy wind was still blowing. There were no major changes, as if Fang Yuan had never been here. Everything was as usual. But at the next moment, when Fang Yuan opened the immortal aperture's entrance, everything changed. In an instant, heaven and earth rumbled, the glacier shook, countless heaven and earth chi surged towards the immortal aperture's entrance like a storm. Soon, large amounts of heaven and earth chi flooded this place. The icy wind and hailstones were all turned into heaven and earth chi. The immortal aperture's entrance was a passage that connected the outside world. As it opened, Fang Yuan's immortal aperture started to connect with the outside world, continuously drawing in heaven and earth chi. It was like a giant whale that had been hiding at the bottom of the sea, opening its mouth and absorbing oxygen. A vast amount of heaven and earth chi surged in. The entire immortal aperture shook slightly, but the shaking was extremely small, ordinary people could not detect it. At the same time, the tributary of the river of time in the immortal aperture also started to fuse with the river of time in the 5 regions. The immortal aperture's time flow started to slow down greatly. The immortal aperture that was placed in the world would have a much slower time flow, closer to the outside world of the 5 regions. Langya blessed land had been modified by a time path goo immortal, and could only be placed in the world of the 5 regions. The time flow inside was similar to the outside world of the 5 regions. Many goo immortals would choose to place their immortal apertures for the sake of their lifespan, hiding their bodies inside the immortal aperture. Unknowingly, there was a feeling that told Fang Yuan that calamities and tribulations were coming. But as the immortal aperture landed, time slowed down. Fang Yuan could clearly feel it. The speed of the calamities and tribulations slowed down. This situation was very normal. Every goo immortal would have this feeling when calamities and tribulations were coming. It was like when an earthquake was coming, livestock would roar and run amok. They all sensed the impending danger. Heaven and earth chi surged in, gradually slowing down. At first it was like a waterfall, but soon, it was like a flowing river. A while later, it was like a flowing stream. The immortal aperture's appetite had a limit. Fang Yuan had a calm expression. He had abundant experience. Seeing the heaven and earth chi like this, he started to arrange goo worms in an orderly manner. Most of the goo worms in the immortal aperture had already been arranged. The main ones were the outside world. A vast number of goo worms flew out of the entrance like a swarm of bees. Fang Yuan could not leave this place. But goo worms could be used. Next, he controlled his goo worms and arranged them one by one. After about half a cup of tea's time, everything was ready. Fang Yuan did not hesitate, immediately pouring in immortal essence and activating his goo worms. Immortal goo rose up one after another. They floated in the air, shining with all kinds of colors. The lights intertwined. Next, they resonated with the goo worms in the outside world. In the end, it formed a huge dark green shadow. Not only did it fill the entire immortal aperture, it even spread to the outside world, covering 1,000 li of the icy plain. Immortal killer move, immortal tribulation tempering aperture. Large amounts of immortal essence were expended crazily. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 10,000. But this was just the beginning. The core immortal goo of this killer move were mostly rank 7, Fang Yuan's green grape immortal essence was expended very quickly. Thankfully, before coming he had already obtained a large amount of immortal Yuan stone from the land spirit of Langya, and even borrowed the immortal Gu treasure Imperial Lotus. 15 minutes later, the killer move was successfully activated. Fang Yuan had expended more than 60% of his immortal essence. This expenditure has already far surpassed the number that the land spirit of Langya said. But he also said that the exact expenditure would vary according to the small world of the immortal aperture. Even before the tribulation, Fang Yuan had already expended more than half of his immortal essence. However, he had already discussed with the land spirit of Langya, to borrow the immortal Yuan stone from him, he would be able to get it soon. During this tribulation, Langya blessed land could be said to be Fang Yuan's backup. But it was not appropriate to borrow it now, it would make the land spirit of Langya suspicious. He had already prepared methods like moving perspective cup Gu. Even if he borrowed it during the tribulation, it would not be difficult. Moreover, he did not know what the tribulation was. He could sense that the tribulation was getting closer. Fang Yuan recalled his Gu worms and closed the door, waiting quietly in the immortal aperture. Using this time, he carefully inspected the Gu worms in his hands. An hour later, the tribulation finally arrived. The immortal aperture started to shake, countless amounts of heaven and earth chi surged out from all directions. This was the heaven and earth chi contained in the immortal aperture. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth chi collided, forming a boundless snowstorm. Snow flew everywhere, the wind blew, turning the entire immortal aperture into a world of ice and snow. Fang Yuan saw this and was slightly happy. Did immortal tribulation tempering aperture take effect? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The snowstorm wreaked havoc in the immortal aperture. Snow monsters formed one after another in the snowstorm. Snow monster calamity? Kill. Fang Yuan muttered, floating in the air. Gu worms flew around him, forming a defensive barrier. At the same time, flying sword immortal Gu shot out. Whoosh. Flying sword Gu directly pierced through the snow monster's head, coming out from the back. Almost instantly, it flew back to Fang Yuan's side. The snow monster cried out, the wound on its head healed. It continued to charge at Fang Yuan. Snow monsters were similar to mud monsters and cloud beasts. Without destroying the snow core in their bodies, it was very difficult to kill them. They were very troublesome enemies. Pure flying sword Gu was countered by them. But I am using a sword path killer move now. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. The snow monster ran for a few steps. When it suddenly roared, the snow core in its body was destroyed, as if its bones were extracted. Its body fell apart and turned into a pile of snow. Sword path killer move, sword marks targeting death. Chapter 1061. Fang Yuan was a person who learned from his mistakes. On the way to northern plains, he encountered mud monsters and cloud beasts. He suffered many losses. Now that he was undergoing tribulation, how could he not make up for this weakness? Speaking of the immortal killer move sword marks targeting death, there were some twists and turns. After Fang Yuan entered Langya blessed land, he healed himself while asking land spirit of Langya to reverse refine flying sword Gu and other rank 7 immortal Gu for him. He was a rank 6 Gu immortal now. It was too taxing for him to use rank 7 immortal Gu. Land spirit of Langya was simple. He felt that Fang Yuan had already joined Langya's sect and became their external supreme elder. He was one of them, thus he gave him a suggestion. I can help you reverse refine immortal Gu. Furthermore, it is much easier to reverse refine rank 7 to rank 6 than rank 6 to rank 7. But don't you feel it is a pity? Most importantly, reverse refinement is not something that can be done in one go. There is not much time left before the tribulation. If you start now, you won't make it in time. You might as well use this killer move. Land spirit of Langya said this as he handed the killer move sword marks targeting death to Fang Yuan. You are really lucky. This killer move was bought by my previous self hundreds of years ago. It is suitable for many sword path immortal Gu. Fang Yuan felt strange at that time. Long hair ancestor was a pure refinement path Gu immortal. Why would land spirit of Langya buy a sword path killer move that he could not use for no reason? In the end, he only looked at it briefly before understanding. It turned out that sword marks targeting death permanently expended the Dao marks of sword path immortal Gu. It was engraved on the target's body. After the sword path immortal Gu flew away, the sword path Dao marks would find the target's weakness and attack it. Like earlier, Fang Yuan used flying sword immortal Gu as the core to activate sword marks targeting death. It pierced through the desolate beast snow monster. This attack was not fatal. The wound caused by the immortal Gu quickly healed itself. But the sword path Dao marks that were engraved moved around the snow monster's body. destroying the snow core that was deeply hidden in the snow monster's body. Once the snow core was destroyed, the snow monster suffered a fatal blow and disintegrated. As such, Flying Sword Immortal Goo could kill targets like snow monsters. He would no longer have to work twice the effort for half the results, and the results would be minimal. But this killer move had a huge flaw. That was to permanently expend the Tao marks of the Immortal Goo. Immortal Goo could be seen as a fragment of the Great Tao, a collection of countless Tao marks. The higher the rank of the Immortal Goo, the larger the Great Tao fragment and the more Tao marks it had. The more sword marks targeting death was used, the fewer Tao marks the Sword Path Immortal Goo had. Unable to reply. This way, Sword Path Immortal Goo would become weaker and weaker. After a certain number of times, there would be a qualitative change. Rank 6 Immortal Goo would fall to rank 5 mortal level, or rank 7 Immortal Goo would fall to rank 6. This drawback was quite severe. Sword marks targeting death had a low value and was not very popular. The previous land spirit of Langya bought it at a low price. What he wanted was the killer move itself. In fact, every time he used the Sword Path killer move Sword Marks targeting death, he would not be able to use it. It was like a reverse refinement of an Immortal Goo. However, the effect of its reverse refinement was very small. Only after hundreds or thousands of times would there be an effect. After Fang Yuan understood this, he also understood why the land spirit of Langya bought this killer move back then. After all, the previous land spirit of Langya's greatest hobby was Goo refinement. Fang Yuan thought about it. He immediately accepted this Sword Path killer move. Undeniably, this killer move was too suitable for him now. Strong winds blew, snowflakes flew. A streak of sword light pierced into the snowstorm. The snowstorm could not cover the dazzling sword light, it easily pierced through. The sword light drew a beautiful arc in the air, hitting the desolate beast snow monster's chest. It then came out of its back, circling around and returning to Fang Yuan. Its injuries healed in the blink of an eye. The desolate beast snow monster roared proudly. It was about to step forward when its body suddenly broke apart, turning into a pile of snow. After a breath of time, dozens of small snow monsters came out of this pile of snow. But these small snow monsters were only a few meters tall. They were not a threat. Another sword marks targeting death. The effect of this move was excellent. Desolate beast-level snow monsters only needed one attack to defeat them. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. At this moment he finally saw the advantage of Sword Path. Goo Master Cultivation, Nurture, Use and Refinement, these three aspects are extremely profound. It is still Flying Sword Immortal Goo, but I have changed my usage method and obtained a huge effect. Again. Fang Yuan used sword marks targeting death again. In the snowstorm, desolate beast snow monsters formed one after another, but were quickly killed by Fang Yuan. The strength of the snow monsters was related to their size. Rank 1 or 2 Goo Masters could deal with a 6-meter-tall snow monster. 60-meter-tall snow monsters were desolate beasts. They had battle strength comparable to rank 6 Goo Immortals. 60-meter-tall snow monsters could fight rank 7 Goo Immortals. These 60-feet-tall snow monsters were killed by Fang Yuan one by one. It was like food being served to them. Fang Yuan's battle strength had risen greatly. Thinking back to when he was in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, facing the desolate beast swamp crab in such a pathetic state, now that he was facing the endless desolate beast snow monsters, he was able to control the situation calmly. Fang Yuan did not relax at all, he maintained his vigilance at all times. The reason why I am so relaxed is because of the rank 7 Flying Sword Goo, it can deal with desolate beasts, and also because sword marks targeting death is a powerful killer move that expends Tao marks. Back then, the swamp crab had the Immortal Goo Gruel Mud, but these snow monsters do not. Fang Yuan's expression froze. He observed carefully. After the desolate beast snow monsters died, the small snow monsters that formed were slowly growing in size. The 10-meter ones became 20 meters, the 20-meter ones grew to 30 meters. The battle strength of these snow monsters was growing rapidly. If I let them grow, will they become 60-meter tall desolate beast snow monsters? Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He stopped using Flying Sword Immortal Goo as he waved his hand. Countless dark spirals shot out. Bam bam bam, these black projectiles were densely packed. They rained down like a storm. The small snow monsters were immediately met with a calamity. At once there were heavy casualties. But soon, from the corpses of these small snow monsters, countless more of them stood up. Fang Yuan killed dozens of small snow monsters, but over 100 stood up. Fang Yuan saw this and frowned. He felt that it was a problem. But he observed carefully. Even though the 100 or so small snow monsters had increased in number, they were smaller than before. Fang Yuan had a guess. He willed again. Immediately, hundreds and thousands of light green wind blades appeared. They appeared out of thin air beside him. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wave after wave of wind blades interweaved in the air to form a dense net of firepower, covering the many snow monsters on the ground. The desolate beast snow monsters did not fall, but the small snow monsters were cut into countless pieces. At once, countless blade marks appeared on the ground, snow flew everywhere. Fang Yuan activated his investigative goo, his eyes shining with bright light. He observed the entire battlefield. As expected, after 10 feet of snow monsters die, new snow monsters cannot be born. After confirming his guess, he relaxed slightly. Next, a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind. Is it because of this blizzard? He split some of his attention. In a few breaths of time he activated over 100 mortal goo. A dark domain spread out from beneath his feet, and very quickly, a curtain of night spread out from it. It was Gu Immortal Hei Cheng's battlefield killer move, Night Veil. Normally, battlefield killer moves could not be set up in the Immortal Aperture. This was because battlefield killer moves were temporary Dao marks engraved. Modifying the environment would cause conflict and damage to the Immortal Aperture's Dao marks. But the battlefield killer move here was an Immortal level battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan's Night Veil was at mortal level. It was not a big deal. He even had Shui Songzi's mortal battlefield killer move, Snow Domain. It was not suitable for the current situation to amplify the snow monsters. As soon as the curtain of night fell, the power of the snowstorm within the range was greatly reduced. As expected, the small snow monsters that were shrouded in it grew much slower. But this was not a good situation. The snow seemed to be angered, intense winds howled, ice and snow rampaged, the edge of Night Veil was compressed. Soon, it shrunk to Fang Yuan's feet. With a loud sound, it was completely crushed. Of the 100 goo worms that made up Night Veil, less than 20% survived. Fang Yuan collected them. Desolate beast snow monsters appear one after another. More small snow monsters will be born from the corpse snow. The small snow monsters will grow together with the blizzard, growing at an unimaginable speed. But if I try to isolate the blizzard from its source, it will have the opposite effect. Currently, I can only kill small snow monsters while killing desolate beast snow monsters. Fang Yuan concluded in his mind. As expected, his senses were not wrong. This calamity was very strong. This was only the Sovereign Immortal Aperture's first calamity, but it far surpassed Hu Immortal Blessed Land's 5th, Blue Charm Lightning Shadow, 6th, Swamp Crab, and 7th, Blood Poison Herb, Earthly Calamity. The immortal essence in his hands was rapidly expending. His concentration was high, his mind was starting to get tired. However, Fang Yuan was getting more familiar with sword marks targeting death. Time passed. The heaven and earth chi in the Immortal Aperture was still moving, forming a vast blizzard. Initially, it only covered a few hundred li around Fang Yuan, but now, it had expanded to over 1,000 li. Fang Yuan's expression turned grim. He realized that this earthly calamity was not only unprecedented in scale, it would also last for a long time, far surpassing the 10 great catastrophes. As more and more desolate beast snow monsters appeared, Fang Yuan could not kill them in time with sword marks targeting death. As the number of small snow monsters increased, Fang Yuan had to use mortal killer moves to eliminate them. He could not deal with both sides at the same time. Thankfully, these snow monsters cannot fly. I occupy the sky. Even though I need to defend against the blizzard, I still have the initiative. This thought had just flashed in Fang Yuan's mind when a sharp eagle cry pierced Fang Yuan's eardrums. Fang Yuan raised his head and his expression immediately turned grim, thinking to himself, not good. In the blizzard, an iron crown eagle made of ice and snow had formed. The eagle flapped its wings and moved its body, charging towards Fang Yuan with a ferocious aura. Fang Yuan quickly turned his spear around and used sword marks targeting death to kill this eagle. However, in a short period of time, 3 more iron crown eagles took form and circled around him. The pressure increased, danger was approaching. Chapter 1062. 3 iron crown eagles charged at Fang Yuan. Sword marks targeting death. Fang Yuan called out in his mind, but at the crucial moment he failed. The killer move's activation failed, the backlash caused blood to flow out of his mouth. After all, he had only been in contact with this sword path killer move for a short period of time. In an urgent situation, if he was not focused, the chances of him making a mistake would increase. An eagle's cry pierced his eardrums. The iron crown eagle on the left pounced first. Fang Yuan quickly dodged, A phantom image flickered on his back as light illusion bat wings appeared. He barely dodged the eagle's attack. But the flowing wind barrier around him was broken. It was torn apart by the Iron Crown Eagle's claws. Fang Yuan squinted. He decided to use sword marks targeting death again. This time he succeeded. The sword light was extremely sharp. It easily pierced the Iron Crown Eagle's back and continued forward. Suddenly, cold wind blew behind him. Fang Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He had no time to think. He directly used sword escape Immortal Goo. Swoosh, his body shot out like an arrow with the momentum of piercing the sky. He flew up. The Iron Crown Eagle that was attacking him missed its target. After escaping danger, Fang Yuan stopped sword escape. Sword escape Immortal Goo flew in a straight line. It was extremely fast. Fang Yuan flew to the sky. He was more than 10 li away from the Iron Crown Eagle. Letting out a breath of air, Fang Yuan's heartbeat calmed down. After stabilizing himself, he willed to summon Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Earlier, he did not have time to recall the Flying Sword. This Immortal Goo had already flown far away after piercing the Iron Crown Eagle. It would take more than 10 breaths of time for it to return to Fang Yuan's hands. And that Iron Crown Eagle that was pierced cried out in pain. It fell towards the ground. Before it even hit the ground, its entire body had already turned into a large clump of ice and snow, sprinkling down in all directions. The remaining 2 Iron Crown Eagles flapped their wings, one on the left and one on the right. They flew with the momentum of wind and snow. They charged towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan did not want to fight head-on, so he used the sword escape technique to retreat. Even though his body was extremely strong now, it was not as tough as when he was an immortal zombie. The way of the sword was known for being strong in offense and weak in defense. Sword escape Immortal Goo allowed Fang Yuan to move like an arrow. He streaked across the sky and instantly pulled away from the pursuing iron-crowned eagles. The effect was immediate. Even Flying Sword Immortal Goo was not as fast as Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan flew around in the sky, finally meeting Flying Sword Immortal Goo and retrieving it. Fang Yuan held Flying Sword Immortal Goo in his hand. Injecting immortal essence, he silently mobilized the other goo worms on him. After activating 100 supplementary goo worms, a profound light appeared and entered Flying Sword Immortal Goo. Coincidentally, the 2 iron-crowned eagles were approaching, one in front and one behind. Fang Yuan opened his fingers and felt a tremor in his palm. The flying sword insect shot out and transformed into a dazzling sword light that seemed to have the power to pierce through the universe. Flying Sword Immortal Goo and Iron Crown Eagle flew towards each other, one going back and forth. In the blink of an eye, the distance was reduced to 0. After Flying Sword Immortal Goo pierced the first Iron Crown Eagle, its momentum did not decrease as it pierced the second one, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The Iron Crown Eagle in front flew for a while before its body broke apart. The one at the back was safe and sound. It continued to fly towards Fang Yuan, as if it had an irreconcilable grudge against it. Fang Yuan was about to retrieve Flying Sword Immortal Goo when his heart shook. Inexplicably, a wave of true meaning entered his mind. Fang Yuan's brows rose. He could not conceal his joy. This is the infusion of Reckless Savage's true meaning. It seems that my original plan did not fail. I succeeded. Fang Yuan purposely chose to undergo tribulation in the icy plain in the north. It was for Reckless Savage's true meaning. Because of historical reasons, if Strength Path or Transformation Path Goo Masters underwent tribulation in the icy plain, they would receive the infusion of Reckless Savage's true meaning and obtain a fortuitous encounter to raise their attainment levels. But this only happened when a Goo Master underwent heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations during immortal ascension. After a Goo Master becomes an immortal, they would experience calamities and tribulations. It happened in the immortal aperture. It would not trigger the infusion of true meaning. But after Fang Yuan learned about the immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move, he wondered if he could use this killer move to obtain the infusion of true meaning. Earlier, when he killed the desolate beast snow monsters and small snow monsters, he did not receive the infusion of true meaning. He thought he failed. When he killed the first Iron Crown Eagle earlier, there seemed to be an infusion of true meaning, but the situation was dangerous. He could not feel it clearly. Now he could clearly feel the infusion of true meaning. A sense of enlightenment appeared in his mind. He seemed to have turned into an Iron Crown Eagle from when he was young to now, from when he was born to when he first flew, to when he fought in the sky. He could feel the power of his wings hitting the atmosphere. He clenched his fists. His 2 eagle claws were like steel pincers. Looking around, he could see everything within 1,000 li. His Strength Path and Transformation Path attainment levels had risen greatly. His Flying attainment level had also risen slightly. Receiving the infusion of true meaning was like receiving reckless savage demon venerables' unreserved teachings. Undeniably, the direct increase in attainment level brought about a huge and all-round benefit. If he followed the usual routine, the increase in attainment level could easily take decades or even centuries. Other than dream realms, perhaps only the infusion of reckless savage's true meaning here could directly raise his attainment level. Actually, dream realms themselves are the venting of emotions, the combination of obsession and desire. They are also the remnants of countless wills. Entering the dream realm and exploring it can raise one's attainment level, that is, one can get rid of the interference of emotions in the dream realm and not lose oneself. They can purify the true meaning from all kinds of distracting thoughts and raise one's attainment level. The true essence is the infusion of true meaning. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. The Iron Crown Eagle charged at him, but Fang Yuan easily dodged it. There was only one Iron Crown Eagle left. After Fang Yuan pulled some distance away, he used sword marks targeting death again and killed it without any hesitation. Checking his immortal essence, he still had a lot left. Although he had used several sword path killer moves and rank 7 immortal goo, Fang Yuan had made ample preparations. He was not in a tight spot like before. He had not borrowed from the land spirit of Langya. He had lost most of his immortal essence earlier because the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture had expended too much. There were no enemies in the sky. Fang Yuan looked at the ground. The snow monsters were standing on the ground, raising their heads as they roared at him. There are more of them. Fang Yuan frowned. In the next moment, countless sharp green wind blades and pitch-black dark vortexes appeared out of thin air and shot down violently. Like a raging river, the firepower was extremely fierce. It covered the sky, instantly drowning all the snow monsters on the ground. Bam bam bam, thunderous explosions could be heard endlessly. After more than 10 breaths of time, Fang Yuan stopped his attacks. The densely packed snow monsters suddenly decreased in number. More than half of the ice surface had been cleared. Only the desolate beast-level snow monsters were left standing. They were like dozens of huge pillars. That was just a mortal method, it was not a threat to them. Puff puff puff. A soft sound was heard, completely covered by the howling of the wind and snow. More little snow monsters emerged from the snowdrifts. It has only been a while, but these snow monsters are showing signs of being stubborn. Fang Yuan felt a headache. He could only continue to use sword marks targeting death to kill more desolate beast snow monsters. At the same time, he used mortal methods to kill the seemingly endless small snow monsters. What made him feel strange was that no matter how many snow monsters he killed, whether they were desolate beasts or not, he did not obtain any reckless savage true meaning. This earthly calamity is very strange, there are no records of it in history. But the current intensity has already far surpassed He Lolan's immortal ascension tribulation. At this time, the whirlpool formed by the wind and snow in the sky changed again. One by one, cranes flapped their wings and flew out of the whirlpool. These cranes had pure and simple feathers, their bodies were elegant and graceful, their cries were extraordinary, they were desolate beast 9 palace cranes. Fang Yuan licked his lips and with a bloodthirsty intent, he stood up straight. After killing one, there was indeed true meaning infusion. Fang Yuan could not help but become even more excited, his eyes almost shining brightly. Snow flew everywhere, strong winds howled, Fang Yuan and the group of 9 palace cranes engaged in an intense battle. His figure retreated and advanced, he moved left and right, up and down, agilely changing. At first he fought alone, he was inevitably at a disadvantage, he was passive. After he killed a few 9 palace cranes, he fought for a wider space, he could advance and retreat more freely. As the results of the battle increased, he gradually grasped the initiative, he began to fight with ease. This time, 9 palace cranes appeared, more than double the number of Iron Crown Eagles, but they were still killed by Fang Yuan one by one, just that he spent a lot more time. The results were gratifying. Fang Yuan could feel that all aspects of his attainment levels had improved greatly. This feeling of clearly making people feel stronger was so intoxicating. However, when Fang Yuan saw the densely packed snow monsters on the ground, his heart instantly sank. Earlier, he had only faced 10 or so desolate beast snow monsters, but now there were 50 to 60 of them. And in the blizzard, more and more small snow monsters were growing, the desolate beast snow monsters were also getting closer to ancient rank. This situation was getting more intense. Fang Yuan was determined to stop it as soon as possible. In this situation, I can only use the third sword move. Immortal Killer Move, Sword Wave Triple Layered. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, more than 60% of his concentration was focused. He activated more than 500 mortal goo as well as more supplementary goo worms. This killer move's difficulty and preparation time were much higher than sword marks targeting death. Thus, it could not be used frequently. Finally, Fang Yuan released Wave Sword Immortal Goo. This immortal goo was like a blade, it expanded in the air, soon turning into a ring of blue water that surrounded Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan was about to attack the snow monsters on the ground, but at this time, a huge shadow loomed over him. Fang Yuan raised his head and sucked in a breath of cold air. He saw that a huge ruin bat had formed, it was flying in the sky, covering an area of 100 li. Oh no! Fang Yuan's heart jumped. This ruin bat was huge, it was an ancient desolate beast, it could battle rank 7 goo immortals. Chapter 1063. This is just the first earthly calamity. Not only are there so many desolate beast snow monsters, there is even an ancient ruin bat. Fang Yuan looked up with a bitter expression. The ancient ruin bat was huge, it cast a huge shadow that covered Fang Yuan and countless snow monsters. At once, the wind and snow weakened. The snow monsters also stopped roaring and howling, they looked up at this domineering beast in the sky. Before leaving Langya Blessed Land, I had already used a luck path killer move to increase my current luck. Since the tribulation, I have also been using dogshit luck immortal goo without stopping. Such luck should have reduced the power of the earthly calamity by a lot. Even so, this earthly calamity is still so difficult. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, he forced himself to focus. The ancient ruin bat drew an elegant arc in the sky, its huge body was like a mountain as it pressed down on Fang Yuan. At once, the pressure was unparalleled, even the air was compressed, it was so heavy that it pressed down. Sword path killer move, sword wave triple layered. Fang Yuan had no way to retreat, he could only face it head on, using his third sword move. Swoosh. A loud sound echoed. The sword waves around him suddenly started to move, surging and surging, rolling up hundreds and thousands of waves. These ripples were bright silver in color, they were extremely sharp and had shocking killing power. The huge wave surged and moved in defiance of heaven, spreading out in the air, forming a wave that was several li long, crashing into the ancient ruin bat. The ruin bat did not make a sound, it actually shattered this wave. Fang Yuan pushed with his palms, with a swoosh, another huge wave was created. This wave was even bigger than the first wave, it stretched for more than 10 li, there were countless silver ripples at the tip of the wave. It was dazzling and gave off an intense feeling of danger. Wherever the sword wave went it was pure. The wind and snow were instantly cleared. Even the air was cut apart. Evidently this was a group attack killer move. With rank 7 wave sword immortal goo as the core. There were also several water path immortal goo supporting it. These water path immortal goo were naturally borrowed by Fang Yuan from the land spirit of Langya. The second sword wave collided with the ruin bat. The ruin bat's descent suddenly paused. At the same time, it let out a howl as if it was venting its pain. The sword wave didn't last long and quickly faded away. Fang Yuan saw that the ancient ruin bat's body was filled with deep sword scars. Under normal circumstances, ruin bats would seek luck and avoid calamity. When they felt that their lives were threatened, they would retreat on their own accord. Unfortunately, this ancient ruin bat was not made of flesh and blood. It was formed from an earth calamity, so it did not stop at all after being injured. It continued to dive down. He would not give up until he killed Fang Yuan. The ruin bat was a space path monster. Against it, Fang Yuan's sword escape immortal goo had little effect. Because of the space around Fang Yuan, they had all been affected by the ruin bat's power. It looked like a distance of 1 or 2 steps, but if one really walked, it would take hundreds or thousands of steps. Blindly dodging was the worst strategy. Although the ruin bat's flying speed was slow, the space path power also restricted Fang Yuan's speed. The only way was to resist, to attack and destroy the source, that was the best strategy. Thankfully the sword wave was stacked 3 times. It could send out 3 sword wave waves, each wave stronger than the previous. The third wave. The sword wave rose to a height of 30 feet. It charged towards the ancient ruin bat like a tidal wave. The sound reverberated throughout heaven and earth. The waves emitted sharp sword light, it was dazzling, even Fang Yuan, the culprit, felt his body tighten as a chill rose in his heart. Boom. The sword wave collided with the ruin bat. The ancient ruin bat's momentum stopped, it raised its head and opened its mouth, letting out a painful howl. The sword wave covered its abdomen, it continued to penetrate through the wound, it was expended rapidly. Eventually, there was only a trace of water left, it barely penetrated the ancient ruin bat's back. Bam. With a muffled sound, a large amount of flesh and blood fell from the ancient ruin bat's body. After being cut by the third sword wave, the ancient ruin bat slimmed down, its huge body became very slim. The terrifying aura that was originally as majestic as a mountain had already dissipated. Fang Yuan felt his whole body relax and free. The invisible space path power that had affected the space around him completely disappeared. The heavily injured ancient ruin bat was like a kite with its string cut. After floating for a while, it smashed heavily into the ground. With a loud sound, snow flew into the air. Killed it? Fang Yuan was overjoyed, but his expression suddenly changed. A large amount of comprehension poured into his heart like a waterfall from the 9 heavens. This comprehension surpassed the sum of all the previous comprehension. In an instant, it destroyed Fang Yuan's self-awareness. Fang Yuan forgot himself. It was like he had truly become a ruined bat from birth to growth to death. He floated in the air, passed through the universe and traveled freely in the vast world. After being dazed for a while, Fang Yuan woke up, his dazed eyes shined with bright light again. It seems that I gained too much comprehension. I am like a snake swallowing a whale. I am in danger of dying from overeating. After realizing this, Fang Yuan's forehead was covered in sweat. Reckless Savage's true meaning was good. It was a supreme shortcut to raising one's attainment level. But in this world, one had to know when to stop. After overdoing it, good things would often cause harm to others. Too much Reckless Savage's true meaning would completely destroy the Gu Immortal's self-awareness. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had a Wisdom Path foundation. One of his defensive Immortal Gu was a Wisdom Path Immortal Gu borrowed from the land spirit of Langya. Otherwise, Fang Yuan's will would be destroyed by the true meaning. He might really think that he was a ruined bat and lose his consciousness, dying from the heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. I don't have much immortal essence left. Thankfully, the ancient ruined bat was killed. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the ground. After the ruined bat's corpse landed on the ground, it turned into a pile of snow and dissipated. But there were already 100 desolate beast snow monsters on the ground. There were countless small snow monsters, and even ancient snow monsters that were 70 feet tall were starting to appear. Damn it, I only wasted some time. Seeing this, Fang Yuan felt unwell. The dense group of snow monsters made him feel increasingly helpless. To get rid of these snow monsters, it seems that I need to borrow an immortal Yuan stone from the land spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan was not willing. The previous transaction had already cleared his debt, but he had no choice now. He could only borrow again. The snowstorm that had weakened earlier, it started to get stronger again. Palm-sized snowflakes fluttered in the air. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. They wreaked havoc everywhere. 2 ancient ruined bats started to form in the wind and snow. Fang Yuan's body shook, his expression was ashen as he cursed internally. I might as well die. How is this an earthly calamity? Even a heavenly tribulation isn't this terrifying. Of course, this was just a simple complaint. After venting a little, Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and shot forward like an arrow. He took the initiative to attack. That ancient ruined bat had nearly taken his life. If 2 of them appeared at the same time and surrounded Fang Yuan, there was no way he could continue fighting. It seemed that the power of the earthly calamity was starting to weaken and was nearing its end. The 2 ancient ruined bats took form slowly, and were not as fast as the previous ones. Fang Yuan planned to take the initiative while the 2 ancient ruined bats were still forming. But at that moment, a snowstorm suddenly fell from the sky. There were several huge snowballs. Like a carriage, they came crashing down at high speed. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had quasi-grandmaster flying attainments. He dodged in time and was not hit. Fang Yuan took a closer look and saw that the culprits were the snow monsters on the ground. After being nurtured by the wind and snow, the number of ancient snow monsters increased exponentially. Previously there were only a few, but now there were 28 of them. These ancient snow monsters clenched their fists. They could form snowballs out of thin air. After roaring, they shook their arms. The carriage-sized snowballs moved like meteors. They flew into the air and attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. These 2 ancient ruined bats were not easy to deal with. Now that these snowballs were coming at him fiercely, they were obstructing his movements. If they delayed his battle plan and allowed the 2 ancient ruined bats to form, Fang Yuan's tribulation would end in failure. Just as Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation in his immortal aperture and was in a dangerous situation, in the icy plain, someone was undergoing tribulation as well. This was a Gu Master's immortal ascension. He attracted heaven and earth chi, forming a tribulation. Master, save me. The Gu Master screamed, facing the frost lightning. He had no strength to retaliate. He could only watch as death descended upon him. Bam! A soft sound echoed. At the crucial moment, a figure blocked the Tribulation Gu Master. To the Gu Master, the frost lightning was unstoppable, but in front of this figure, it was as fragile as paper. The frost lightning disappeared as quickly as it appeared. It returned without any effect, not even a corner of that figure's clothes were damaged. Master's cultivation level is so high. The Gu Master was filled with shock. Since the start of the tribulation he had been in awe and shock, he was already numb to it. This is just a flying frost-jumping lightning tribulation, it is not even one of the 10 great catastrophes. Gu Immortal Chu Du was expressionless, he looked at the remaining frost lightning in his hand as he said regretfully, "Master, from what you are saying, it seems like this tribulation is not strong enough?" The Gu Master said. Chu Du said frankly, "When a Gu Master ascends, heaven and earth chi will enter their body. During this process, they will come into contact with Providence. If the Gu Master asks any questions about cultivation, Providence will answer them. This is what people call natural inspiration. But in the northern icy plain, when a strength path Gu Master ascends, they will trigger Reckless Savage's true meaning. At that time, the Gu Master will not come into contact with Providence, but with Reckless Savage's true meaning, their strength path and transformation path attainment levels will rise rapidly. The stronger the tribulation, the more Reckless Savage's true meaning there will be. I am nurturing you disciples because of the Reckless Savage's true meaning that you will obtain when you ascend. By obtaining these true meanings, my strength path attainment level will rise rapidly. So that's it. The Gu Master realized, this is why Master said that he would need my help when he took me in as a disciple? Chu Du was about to speak when a loud sound echoed from 1,000 li away. Chu Du saw that 1,000 li away, space was torn apart like a broken mirror, showing the scene of Fang Yuan fighting the ancient ruined bat in his immortal aperture. Chapter 1064. Chu Du people called him Domination Immortal. He was a legend in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. He was born poor, he did not have a Huangjin bloodline, his starting point was very low, he only awakened his aperture by luck. Without a master or clan to guide him, he cultivated alone. He mainly cultivated strength path, but was not restricted by the predicament of strength path. Instead, he relied on his overflowing talent to forcefully create Jin Strength Gu, strength of 10 Jin Gu, Jun Strength Gu, strength of 10 Jun Gu, and so on with his own strength. Using these Gu worms, he grew step by step. Under the shocked gazes of the world, he finally shed his mortal body and became a Gu Immortal. But this was not the end of his legend. Standing on the level of a Gu Immortal, he organized and created the human Jun Strength Path. This small path gave the declining strength path an intense boost of strength. It was like life force was injected into a dead tree, causing strength path to blossom with a brand new aura. After the beast strength phantom path and chi heaven and earth path, the human Jun Strength Path was added to the strength path. It was recognized by the world. With his strength alone, he changed the structure of strength path. No one could deny his grand achievement. Up until now, most of the Gu Masters in Northern Plains cultivated strength path, they walked on the human Jun Strength Path. Fate was a mysterious thing, normal people could not predict it. Be it Chu Du or Fang Yuan, they had never thought they would meet under such circumstances. Fang Yuan underwent tribulation because of the ancient ruined bat's power. A part of the aperture wall of his immortal aperture was destroyed, it connected to the outside world. Meanwhile, Chu Du was protecting his disciple, dealing with the immortal ascension tribulation and absorbing Reckless Savage's true meaning. The northern icy plain was huge, but the two of them chose to undergo tribulation at such a close distance. Even though they were separated by 1,000 li, their gazes met at the first moment. Chu Du had just destroyed his disciple's tribulation. He had one hand behind his back while the other held the frost lightning. He was calm and composed. Fang Yuan's white robe fluttered. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, he was covered in injuries, but his battle intent was overwhelming. It was as if he had turned into a peerless divine sword. The sharp aura made Chu Du frown slightly. Someone is undergoing immortal aperture tribulation here. What is going on? The ancient ruined bat inside was clearly the Reckless Savage's true intent, manifested through the world's calamities. This person has a peerless method that can replicate a Gu Master's immortal ascension, using Reckless Barbarian's method to strengthen himself. Chu Du was filled with shock and ecstasy. Domination Immortal Chu Du. Fang Yuan was also extremely shocked in his heart. This guy is protecting someone else's tribulation, he must be after the true meaning of reckless savage. Shit, if he sees my current situation, he'll definitely take the initiative to find trouble with me. The immortal tribulation tempering aperture killer move that Fang Yuan obtained from the land spirit of Langia was extremely tempting to domination immortal Chu Du. As long as I get his dermic formulation, why would I need to work so hard to train my disciple to become an immortal? I can trigger the true meaning of reckless savage during my tribulation transcendence. Furthermore, the calamities and tribulations were stronger, and there were more true meanings. The efficiency was superb. I have to get that magic. With that, Chu Du shot toward Fang Yuan like a bolt of lightning. He was called Domination Immortal. Back when he advanced to rank 6, an experienced lone immortal came to find trouble with him, but was beaten half to death by him. The lone immortal called for reinforcements, but 3 lone immortals were killed by the newly ascended Chu Du. He chased them for hundreds of thousands of li, killing the 3 immortals one after another. 100 years later, Chu Du and Lu tribe's Gu immortals had conflicts. They fought for more than 10 rounds. Lu tribe's Gu immortals could not beat them. They begged for mercy. Chu Du did not hesitate and killed them. Next, Lu tribe sent out several Gu immortals. Chu Du could not fight them with 2 fists. He concealed himself for decades. When he appeared again, he had rank 7 cultivation level. He caused trouble everywhere, destroying 18 of Lu tribe's resource points in 3 days. Lu tribe's 3 immortals chased after him, but he did not retreat. Not only did he kill them, he almost entered Lu tribe's headquarters. Chu Du surrounded Lu tribe's blessed land, not leaving. Lu tribe's first supreme elder returned in anger. Chu Du fought with him for 300 rounds. Lu tribe's first supreme elder was an experienced rank 7, but he could not do anything to Chu Du. He could only let him leave in the end. This battle caused Chu Du's reputation to soar. The Gu immortal world learned of his domineering style. Not a single Gu immortal dared to look down on him anymore. If they wanted to find trouble with him, they would have to think twice before acting. But after this battle, Chu Du concealed his traces. He mainly cultivated in seclusion and rarely showed himself. Recently, he only appeared in front of Northern Plains immortals when he participated in the Northern Plains auction. It turned out that back then Chu Du's strength rose sharply and he defeated Lu tribe because of Reckless Savage's true meaning. He nurtured several Gu masters and protected them in their immortal ascension, allowing his strength path attainment level to reach Grandmaster. He created his own immortal killer move. When the time was ripe, he used the chance when Lu tribe was weak to attack them. Not only did he take revenge, he also established his reputation. These last years he had been hiding in the northern icy plain, diligently excavating the huge treasure of Reckless Savage's true meaning. When Chu Du saw Fang Yuan, he not only coveted Fang Yuan's method to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning, he was also furious that his treasure was discovered and stolen. Thus, he did not think much. He attacked directly. He wanted to capture Fang Yuan and interrogate him about the method to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning. 1,000 li was nothing to Gu immortals. The distance between the two was rapidly shrinking. Chu Du slowly stretched out his right palm, aiming at Fang Yuan, who was in the quasi-immortal aperture, but a sword light had already shot towards him. His reaction was fast, but Fang Yuan's reaction was even faster. Almost at the first moment, Fang Yuan activated sword marks targeting death, shooting out the immortal Gu flying sword. The flying sword tore through the sky. The bright silver sword light made Chu Du feel like he could not look at it directly. Chu Du chuckled. He stretched out his right palm and grabbed at the flying sword. Boom! With a loud explosion, the air exploded. A huge strength path phantom, it was clearly in the shape of Chu Du's right palm, compressed the air like a small mountain. It seemed slow but was actually fast, grabbing flying sword immortal Gu. Shock flashed across Fang Yuan's eyes. Chu Du's strength path phantom giant hand was actually very similar to his giant hand. But evidently, his strength path giant hand was not only stronger than Fang Yuan's giant hand, it was also more agile. Chu Du's strength path giant hand moved at the same time as his right palm. After grabbing flying sword immortal Gu, Chu Du grabbed it heavily, sealing flying sword immortal Gu. Fang Yuan immediately felt that the connection between him and flying sword immortal Gu had become minuscule. Chu Du's brows suddenly furrowed imperceptibly. He opened his right palm and found that at the center of his palm, there was a trace of blood on it. It was the damage of the killer move sword marks targeting death. Interesting, he commented faintly. As soon as he said that, the trace of blood on his palm had already healed. Hand over the method and I will spare your life. Chu Du raised his head after sending out the warning. His expression changed again. At the crucial moment, Fang Yuan actually cut off his lower body, using a blood path killer move to refine his lower body into a thick pool of blood. The blood rushed to the immortal aperture's hole, and in the blink of an eye, the space path hole was quickly repaired and repaired. Chu Du quickly activated his strength path giant hand and pounced. However, the slightest mistake could lead to a great error. He lost the golden opportunity and the giant hand missed. Like a meteor falling from the sky, it smashed into the ground, directly smashing out a huge pit that was 10 feet deep. Chu Du flew to the place where Fang Yuan had placed his immortal aperture. His expression was dark. He did not have a method to enter the blessed land of the immortal aperture. Damn it! Why did I encounter the domination immortal? Inside the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan only had his upper body left. He was flying in the air. His injuries were severe, everything below his abdomen had already been refined by the blood. The intense pain was absorbed by the goo worms on his body. Fang Yuan was not affected. He was calm as ice against the two ancient ruined bats. I need to kill these two ruined bats as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, he had a ruthless expression. Sword wave triple layered. He activated this killer move continuously, the sword wave surged as it collided with the ancient ruined bats. Intense. Fang Yuan bled from his 7 orifices, he felt dizzy, he was on the verge of fainting. He had a splitting headache. Wave sword triple layered was a killer move that involved many goo worms. The activation process was not simple. In order to mobilize those goo worms, Fang Yuan's thoughts were completely expended, his mind was in an extremely dry state. Furthermore, to protect the aperture walls and prevent the ancient ruined bat's power from destroying them again, Fang Yuan could only block each of the ancient ruined bat's attacks with all his might. Seconds felt like years. Every time he blocked an ancient ruined bat's attack, Fang Yuan's vision would turn dark. He had no confidence in blocking it again. He could not think of anything else. The moment his thoughts formed, Fang Yuan would expend them to mobilize the countless goo worms in his body. Both sides were like death warriors who had met on a narrow road. Their bodies were bare and their bayonets were stabbing into each other's bodies. It was a matter of who would be the first to give up and fall. After a long time, a gust of wind blew. Fang Yuan's dazed eyes regained some clarity. Did I succeed? He looked at the falling ancient ruined bat in the sky, muttering subconsciously. Soon the thoughts in his mind became more abundant, allowing him to think even more. One ancient ruined bat was finally killed by him. But there was one left. Fang Yuan licked his dry lips. A twisted expression appeared on his pale face as he continued to attack the ancient ruined bat. What happened next was much easier. Fighting an ancient ruined bat alone, Fang Yuan's pressure was greatly reduced. More thoughts appeared in his mind, he could think more, he could deal with the ruined bat's attacks calmly and wisely. But he did not dare to relax at all. It would be terrible if another ancient ruined bat was condensed. Even worse was domination immortal Chu Du, who was outside. If he entered, Fang Yuan's outcome would be dire, it would be worse than dying in the calamity and tribulation. But eventually the heaven and earth chi calmed down. Fang Yuan killed the third ancient ruined bat. But no more ruined bats appeared, Chu Du was nowhere to be seen. The calamity and tribulation have stopped. This calamity and tribulation is over. Fang Yuan looked down helplessly. This place had turned into a land of ice and snow. Countless desolate beast snow monsters were roaring, they were still looking at him fiercely. Thankfully, my immortal aperture is big enough, I don't have many resources, I will leave these snow monsters here for now. They alone cannot break through the aperture walls. Fang Yuan flew up to a layer of heaven. His injuries were severe, he needed to recuperate. While healing, he needed to prepare for battle. Chapter 1065. 3 days later, inside the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The Sovereign Immortal Aperture was extremely huge, it was divided into 5 regions and 9 heavens. After Fang Yuan passed the tribulation, he had been healing his injuries in the first layer of heaven. At this moment, the healing process had reached a critical juncture. In a blood lake that was 100 li in circumference, Fang Yuan was submerged at the bottom of the lake that was hundreds of meters deep. His injuries were extremely severe. It was so tragic that it made people feel a chill in their hearts. His entire lower body was cut off, only his upper body was left floating in the blood lake. The dense life force in the blood lake continued to pour into his huge wound. After 3 days of preparation, a lump of blood-colored light could be vaguely seen, forming the shape of his buttocks, legs and feet. Suddenly Fang Yuan opened his eyes. His eyes were bloodshot. The moment he opened his eyes, Lightning seemed to flash at the bottom of the dark blood lake. Blood path body refinement, return my immortal body. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind, countless thoughts flashed in his mind. Tens of thousands of mortal goo that were mobilized by his thoughts shone with a bright light that could not be ignored. These mortal goo had already been placed in every corner of the blood lake. Now that they were connected, the entire dark and gloomy blood lake was illuminated in red light. Gradually, the light of these mortal goo merged into one. A rank 6 immortal goo flew out of Fang Yuan's body and slowly rose. This goo was round like a pearl, it was the size of a goose egg, there were countless markings on the pearl, they were constantly changing like a myriad of lotuses in full bloom or like moving clouds. Blood path immortal goo blood asset. This immortal goo was not in Fang Yuan's knowledge. This was a goo created by the previous land spirit of Langya by combining some blood path goo recipes in jewel yellow skies. Immortal goo blood assets use was to protect a portion of the immortal materials or goo worms during the goo refinement process. If the goo refinement failed, these immortal materials or goo worms could be restored using blood asset immortal goo after the refinement. Ever since he obtained this immortal goo, the previous land spirit of Langya had saved a lot of resources. This immortal goo was very precious to the previous land spirit of Langya. Could be said that no amount of gold could buy it. But after the land spirit of Langya changed its nature, it only wanted to revive the hairy man race, it had no interest in goo refinement. When transacting with Fang Yuan, blood asset immortal goo fell into Fang Yuan's demonic claws. Although Fang Yuan did not show it on his face, he was extremely happy in his heart. This goo could only be used in refinement path in the hands of ordinary goo immortals. But in the hands of a blood path grandmaster like Fang Yuan, not only did it make the best use of everything, but it could also be used extraordinarily and had a wide range of uses. Just like now. Once blood asset immortal goo appeared, the entire blood lake started to boil intensely, it was like an erupting volcano, the bottom of the blood lake was erupting. Boom. A large number of bubbles appeared on the surface of the lake. Waves of life force poured into blood asset immortal goo like swallows returning to their nest. Blood asset immortal goo floated above Fang Yuan's head, rotating rapidly. Like an endless black hole, it absorbed all the vitality in the blood lake. Next it was purified. A concentrated life force that could be seen with the naked eye poured into Fang Yuan's body like a translucent stream of water. Crack crack crack. Fang Yuan's bones made crisp sounds, it was joyful. His dried flesh and blood instantly filled up, like a balloon being blown up. The scars on his skin had all disappeared. His long hair grew longer, it was black and shiny, like a layer of oil had been smeared over it. Most importantly, there was a huge wound on Fang Yuan's body. It was originally a translucent blood shadow's lower body, but under the nourishment of an immense amount of life force from the inside out, turning phantom into reality. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan's injuries were healed. His body was completely healed, it was completely intact. Bam! Fang Yuan shot out of the blood lake like an arrow, appearing in the sky. His divine sense scanned his body, he nodded in satisfaction. This body created by the sovereign immortal fetus is truly mystical. Its Tao marks are of countless paths, but they do not interfere with each other. Because of this, no matter what paths healing methods I use, they are all effective. If not for this, how could I heal this terrifying injury in just 3 days? Fang Yuan waved his hand, blood asset immortal goo shot out of the blood lake like a meteor, flying into his hand in the blink of an eye. Holding this immortal goo in front of him, after looking at it for a while, Fang Yuan was filled with emotions as he placed it on his chest. Blood asset immortal goo was residing in Fang Yuan's body, on Fang Yuan's chest, it turned into the image of a red bead. This method of parasitizing was not safe. If Fang Yuan's body was destroyed, blood asset immortal goo would also be destroyed. Immortal goo were extremely fragile, even a few months old infant could crush a rank 9 immortal goo. Keeping it in the immortal aperture was the safest. But Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture was still on the ground. He could only do this for now, it was not a problem to be careful. In the 500 years of my previous life, I searched for a blood path immortal goo to no avail, I could only refine spring-autumn cicada in the end. If I had such a blood path immortal goo back then, I would have made a name for myself already, even if the 10 great ancient sects encircled me, I would have the confidence to fight them. Fang Yuan was not boasting, he was not exaggerating at all. In the 500 years of his previous life, he had peak rank 6 battle strength, he fought against ordinary rank 7 goo immortals twice and won both times. Even though there were external factors like timing and location, Defeating a rank 7 as a rank 6 was already very dazzling. Of course, compared to people like Bo Qing and Feng Jioge, this battle result was very ordinary. But don't forget, when Fang Yuan defeated this rank 7 Gu Immortal, he did not even have a single Immortal Gu. He had used Blood Path Mortal Gu and a Mortal Killer move to defeat the enemy. In the 500 years of his previous life, Fang Yuan used Blood Path to become an immortal. Not only did he create his own Blood Path Mortal Gu, he also designed many Blood Path killer moves. Some were powerful, some were sinister and dark, some were filled with killing intent. Fang Yuan's Blood Path attainment level was at Grandmaster. He did not lack anything but a Blood Path Immortal Gu. As long as he had this Immortal Gu, he could rapidly modify Mortal Killer moves and form countless Immortal Killer moves, causing his battle strength to rise explosively. In the 500 years of his previous life, even after rebirth, Fang Yuan did not have a chance to obtain a Blood Path Immortal Gu. After rebirth, he wandered around the world, moving through many obstacles, walking on the crest of the waves. Because of various reasons, he did not obtain any Blood Path Immortal Gu. In fact, it was due to Providence's secret influence. Until recently, he finally obtained Blood Asset Immortal Gu from Land Spirit of Langya. Actually, Fang Yuan did not want to do it so early. He wanted to cultivate Blood Path. Any Blood Path Gu Immortal would be detected by the Celestial Court. Their names would be listed on the Demon Judgment Board. Blood Path was very dangerous. Even the demonic path did not like it. Everyone wanted to get rid of it. When Fang Yuan obtained Blood Asset Immortal Gu, he thought, it is best not to use it if possible, it is best not to use it. But things did not go as he wished. During the tribulation, he encountered Domination Immortal Chu Du at the moment of life and death. He had no choice but to use Blood Asset Immortal Gu to create a Blood Path killer move and seal the aperture wall. When healing his injuries earlier, Fang Yuan also used a Blood Path Immortal killer move. Only this healing killer move could heal his injuries quickly and guard against the huge threat that was Chu Du. Fang Yuan did not want to ask for help from Land Spirit of Langya. The more he asked for help, the more he would expose himself. Fang Yuan still had some reservations about Land Spirit of Langya. At least, the Sovereign Immortal Aperture was a huge secret. He was concealing it. Fang Yuan was a Blood Path Grandmaster. With 500 years of accumulation in his previous life, he modified Mortal Killer moves into Immortal Killer moves. It was a natural thing to push the boat along with the current. It was not like He Lulan, who had difficulty raising Self-Strength Phantom to Immortal level. In fact, he had created many Blood Path Immortal Gu recipes in his previous life, but unfortunately his Refinement Path and Wisdom Path attainment were too low. The Immortal Gu recipes that he obtained could not be deduced, they were very incomplete. Putting away Blood Asset Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan started to think about his situation. 3 days have passed, Chu Du has not attacked yet. It seems that he does not have any methods to break the Immortal Aperture wall. 3 days ago, Fang Yuan resolutely paid the price of heavy injuries to seal the aperture wall's hole. Chu Du's efforts were in vain. If Chu Du had any methods, he would have used them. But 3 days had passed. Even if some methods needed time to prepare, they would not take 3 days. Thus, Fang Yuan deduced that Chu Du was at his wit's end. This was not strange. The Immortal Aperture landed on the ground and formed a blessed land. As long as the entrance was not opened, the Immortal Aperture would shrink to a point in space. It would not be visible, outsiders would not be able to enter. Back then, in order to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Crane Gate had to use their bloodline and Fangjing, using the unorthodox method of Blood Path to sense it. Chu Du was a Strength Path Gu Immortal, but piercing the Immortal Aperture wall clearly involved Space Path. Fang Yuan guessed correctly, but he did not relax because of this. Even though Chu Du could not enter the Sovereign Immortal Aperture, he would definitely stay here and guard this place. This was obvious. Putting himself in his shoes, Strength Path Gu Immortal Chu Du, who wanted to absorb Reckless Savage's true meaning wholeheartedly, how could he give up on this huge fortuitous opportunity? Back then, against the super-force Lu tribe, Chu Du did not leave. He guarded Lu tribe's blessed land until Lu tribe's first Supreme Elder arrived and fought with him. Fang Yuan was alone. How could he match Lu tribe? Even with Langya blessed land, he could not match Lu tribe. The battle strength of those hairy man Gu immortals could not be counted on. Furthermore, even if Chu Du could not break the aperture wall, he could find other helpers. It seems that I am trapped here for now. If I return the immortal aperture to my body, can I use Sword Escape to escape from Chu Du's pursuit? Fang Yuan shook his head. Sword Escape Immortal Gu might be fast, but it flies in a straight line. If I want to change directions, I need to stop. This is a weakness. It is effective against ordinary Gu immortals, but against Domination Immortal, it is not enough. I need at least an immortal killer move to have any hope. While thinking, Fang Yuan flew down the first layer of heaven. Just as he was in the sky of the tribulation, the snow monsters on the ground sensed Fang Yuan's traces. They roared at him. Many ancient snow monsters raised their arms and threw snowballs at Fang Yuan. Sighing, Fang Yuan flew away helplessly. The earthly calamity is over, but these snow monsters are still here. I can only ignore them for now. There is nothing in this immortal aperture that they can destroy. I have sword escape immortal Gu, but my sword path attainment level is too low. I have more hope in blood path. Next, I need to modify mortal killer moves and create immortal level blood path killer moves, using blood asset immortal Gu as the core for movement. Chapter 1066. Western Desert on a certain trade route. Kill these bastards, the wealth will be ours. Rob them. Defend if these goods are lost, the master will not let us off. Deafening battle cries resounded. Around a low sand dune, a bloody battle between the bandits and the caravan was unfolding. This bandit group had been committing crimes in the desert all year round. The members were all human Gu masters. They were fierce and brave, they were experienced on the battlefield and had great skills. But in the caravan there were few humans, the feathermen were the majority. These featherman Gu masters stood on the ground, guarding the goods, while some flew in the air, fighting with the bandits. Fireballs shot out, heat waves surged and there were wind blades mixed in. They flew in the air and smashed into the enemy's formation, causing blood to splatter everywhere. Western Desert was filled with fire path and wind path Gu worms. These two paths were the most common among Gu masters. After a while, the bandits had the upper hand. They did not suffer many losses. But in the caravan there were many casualties. Han Li was among the goods. His body was covered in blood, his face was charred black. In the fierce battle just now, he was unfortunately hit by an invisible wind blade, leaving a long and deep wound on his chest. Even now he was still bleeding profusely. And the charred black on his face was caused by a fireball that landed beside him. The hot sand flew everywhere, most of it landed on his face. Damn it! Could it be that I'm going to lose my life here today? The scene of the battlefield caused Han Li to feel despair. He had stepped onto the path of cultivation with much difficulty, becoming a Gu master by luck. But he was chased out and could only roam around. To make ends meet, he applied to be a member of this caravan, but to think such a large caravan would be robbed by bandits. Run. This caravan is finished. I will not die with them. Follow me if you are smart. These feathermen are finished. Even if you return alive, the master will kill you. Even if you return alive, you will be executed by the master. The defeat was decided. Deserters started to appear in the caravan. They were all human Gu masters who were hired as guards. These fellows. Forget about them. Save your true essence. Even if we die, we will die in battle. The featherman Gu masters gritted their teeth in anger. How can you do this? Han Li was stunned. He was still young and had just entered the world. He was very naive as he looked at these escaping human Gu masters. He didn't know how to react. Why aren't you escaping? A featherman Gu master walked over and saw Han Li. Han Li gasped. He did not know what to do. He knew this featherman Gu master. He was the leader of this caravan. Even though your cultivation base is a little inferior, you're far superior to your brethren in some aspects. The leader of the feathermen sighed as he patted Han Li's shoulder. His palm flashed with light, and he patted Han Li's shoulder 3 times, instantly healing his injuries. Amazing. Is this the power of a rank 4 Gu master? Han Li was shocked. He opened his mouth to express his gratitude, but the leader of the feathermen had already stepped past him and ran towards the front lines. The front line was already in a critical situation. The leader of the feathermen had no choice but to participate in the battle. Once the rank 4 Gu master made a move, the bandits were in a complete mess. They suffered huge casualties. Among the bandits there were rank 4 experts, but they were guarding at the back, watching coldly with a cold smile on their faces. The featherman leader quickly dominated this battlefield, slaughtering everyone. Han Li's blood boiled as he watched. The other feathermen also cheered. But the leader of the feathermen had a heavy heart. He knew. The enemy was cruel. They were using these cannon fodder to wear down his primeval essence. When the experts among the bandits joined the battle, he did not have as much primeval essence as the enemy. He would definitely be at a disadvantage. Whoosh. Right at this time, intense wind sounds could be heard from the sky. The wind was huge, it was like the roar of a desolate beast. Everyone looked towards the source of the sound. Someone exclaimed, "Oh no! It's a golden thread tornado." Western Desert's tornadoes were divided into golden threads, silver threads, iron threads, copper threads, and others. They all had different strengths. Golden thread tornadoes were very powerful. Even rank 4 Gu masters would die if they got caught in them. The feathermen panicked. The bandits were also in a mess, like gunpowder exploding. They roared as they charged towards the caravan with ruthless expressions. They wanted to take down this caravan before the golden thread tornado engulfed this place, then leave with the precious goods. "Hold on," the featherman leader shouted. Even though the tornado was terrifying, feathermen would die if they got caught in it. But they were born with the ability to fly. They were in a much better situation than human Gu masters. This fierce battle had entered a white-hot stage. Almost every second, someone was losing their lives. Han Li hid among the goods and defended himself. His cultivation level was low, he was not eye-catching. The bandits felt that he was not a threat. Han Li was indeed not a threat. His primeval essence was already expended. He was no different from an ordinary person. The fireballs and wind blades on the battlefield rarely affected Han Li. Because of the goods around Han Li, both sides chose to hold back. The tornado was extremely fast. It was still at the edge of the sky earlier, but it soon arrived near the battlefield. Winds blew, sand flew in the sky, landing on Han Li's body. It was numbing and painful. Retreat. Although the bandit leader was very unwilling, the wise leader still yelled and chose to retreat. The bandits were like a gust of wind. They were covered in injuries and had bloodshot eyes. They came and left quickly. "Quick! Move these goods away." The featherman leader's injuries were terrifying, but at this crucial moment he placed the goods first. The feathermen were busy saving the goods. No one cared about Han Li. The tornado attacked. Han Li was sucked into it uncontrollably. Many feathermen and a large number of goods were in the same situation as him. Han Li was swept into the wind. The world was spinning around him. He could not tell which direction he was in. His body was like a willow dancing in the wind. He was in danger. Bang! He did not know if he crashed into a rock or the goods. He fainted immediately. After a long time he woke up. "Young man, you are finally awake." An old man sat in front of him. He said weakly, Who are you?" Han Li was still in a daze. He looked around. He was lying on the sand. There were rocks, corpses, and scattered goods around him. The tornado stopped? I actually survived. Han Li was stunned before becoming overjoyed. "Without me, how could you have survived?" The old man smiled. "Han Li, thank you for saving my life." Han Li quickly bowed, expressing his gratitude sincerely. The old man nodded. "Back then, before I became an immortal, I was in the same situation as you. Today you were swept into the tornado because of me. I lost the duel with Tianjin in the end. Before I die, I will pass on my life's true inheritance to you." Central Continent. Inside Broken Sword Valley. Where did the sword Chigu go? Chase it. This sword Chigu is mine. Don't even think of taking it away. A group of Gu masters shouted. They formed a group of people as they charged out of the valley. Make way. Those who block the way will die. Hong Yi had just arrived at the entrance of Broken Sword Valley when he saw a large group of Gu masters acting like madmen. They charged over. Among them were rank 3 and 4 experts. Hong Yi's expression turned pale. He quickly escaped and made way. The group of Gu masters stirred up a cloud of dust. They charged past Hong Yi. What is going on?" Hong Yi mumbled. His heart was pounding. The conversations of the passers-by helped him resolve his doubts. "I heard that is a rank 4 sword Chigu. No wonder so many people are fighting over it. Let's go in, maybe we can find a rank 4 sword Chigu." Wishful thinking. How long has this Broken Sword Valley been formed? There might only be one rank 4 sword Chigu. Don't think too much. Sword Chigu, rank 4. Hong Yi's heart shook. His gaze was filled with envy. He quickly ran into the valley. He had explored this valley long ago, but previously, it was not like this. It turned out that before the Battle of Yitian Mountain, when immortal zombie Bo Qing appeared, he came from the bottom of falling heavenly river's source. Countless sword lights shot out. A ray of sword light landed here and split the mountain range into two, forming the landscape of the valley. This was the origin of Broken Sword Valley. At first, people did not pay much attention to it, but soon, Central Continent's Gu masters discovered that wild sword path Gu worms were appearing in this valley. As it turned out, the sword lights back then were not ordinary. Each sword light contained sword path Dao marks. After the sword lights landed here, the sword path Dao marks were carved in the valley. creating a special environment that nurtured more and more wild sword path goo worms. Paper could not contain fire, more and more goo masters came here to search for treasures. The scene earlier was the rank 4 sword chi goo being discovered by someone, causing a commotion as it escaped. Rank 4 wild goo worms are extremely rare, even if I find one I might not be able to capture it, it is too dangerous. Hong Yi thought as he carefully searched the valley. He gradually moved away from the crowd. At an inconspicuous corner, he saw a shocking scene. An ordinary caterpillar was molting. But the amazing thing was the caterpillar's hard shell was shining with light. Hong Yi was dazed for a moment before recognizing this scene. He was overjoyed. Good luck path. I actually encountered the moment when a worm is evolving into a goo. The aura that was being emitted was so strong. I wonder if it is rank 4 or rank 5 goo. Hong Yi did not wait for the caterpillar to finish molting. He quickly went forward and caught it. He immediately moved to a safer place, activating his primeval essence and refining it. A moment later he succeeded and obtained a strange rank 5 sword path goo worm. It was black and palm-sized like a miniature sword sheath. Rank 5 sword sheath goo. What is the use of this goo? Even though I obtained a rank 5 goo, my primeval essence cannot keep up, I cannot use it. Hong Yi was sighing inwardly, when suddenly, a wild sword path goo worm came out from the grass, flying towards him and entering the sword sheath goo in his hand. Hong Yi was stunned, he could not speak for a moment. Southern border, a nameless mountain. The night sky was shrouded in heavy rain. Shang Xinci, you will die here today. A short and muscular man walked towards the peak of the mountain with his arms behind his back. Over there, 3 goo masters were defending the perilous area. 1 man and 2 women. One of the female goo masters was heavily injured. She was Shang Xnci's servant Little Lan. The other female goo master had smooth black hair, her skin was white as snow, she was extremely beautiful, it was Shang Xnci. Looking at the person, Shang Xnci smiled bitterly. Shang Baishi. To think it was really you, why must we fight among ourselves? Shang Baishi laughed loudly. Father is dead, big brother is dead, Chao Feng is also dead, as long as I kill you my 8th brother will become Shang clan leader. Thus you must die tonight. Shang Xnci heard this and felt like she was hit by a formless force, her body shook and she almost fell to the ground. Her tone was extremely mournful. Just for the position of clan leader, Shang Pu Lao is so cold-blooded and heartless? Shang Baishi sneered. Yes, you saved my 8th brother's life, but so what? You want him to repay your kindness and hand over the position of clan leader to you? The position of Shang clan leader is an authority above everyone else. You are too soft-hearted, how can you compete with my 8th brother? Shang Xnci shook her head. When I saved him, I did not think about the position of clan leader. Precisely so you ended up like this. Ah. Shang Baishi continued. Lady Xnci, why bother talking to such a despicable person? Yi Fan's brows furrowed, his tone was filled with disgust towards Shang Baishi. Young Master Yi, leave. He only wants my life, I will give it to him. You are an outsider, there is no need to get involved. Leave quickly. Shang Xnci pushed Yi Fan's back, urging him to leave. I'm not leaving. Yi Fan shouted, Lady Xnci, you saved me, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring of water, how can I leave like this? If you make it sound so good. But even if you want to leave you cannot. Today all 3 of you will die without a doubt. Shang Xnci, you are still so naive. If I do not kill all 3 of you, will the survivors slander my 8th brother's reputation in the future? Shang Baishi said as he walked closer. Yi Fan gritted his teeth, even though he was heavily injured and could not even stand properly, he had to block in front of Shang Xnci. Mema man. Shang Baishi evaluated indifferently, before waving his hand and knocking Yi Fan to the ground. If you were at your peak condition I would still be wary of you. But your primeval essence is already exhausted, you are no threat at all. Ah. Shang Baishi laughed loudly, walking closer to Shang Xnci. Shang Xnci slowly closed her eyes, giving up on pointless resistance. Before dying, a man's figure suddenly appeared in the deepest part of her heart. A thought appeared uncontrollably, how good would it be if she could see him one last time before she died. But after waiting for a while, Shang Baishi did not attack. Shang Xnci opened her eyes in confusion, seeing Shang Baishi standing motionlessly in front of her, just a few steps away from her. However, he was as stiff as a stone statue, and his terrified expression was frozen. For some power and wealth you disregard family, you are the scum of our Shang clan. A female immortal appeared. You are? Shang Xinci was shocked. The female immortal looked at Shang Xinci in admiration, consoling warmly, "Don't be afraid, I am your Shang clan's ancestor, Shang Qing. I have decided from this moment onwards, you will succeed as Shang clan leader." Chapter 1067. Pot River was like a long jade belt. It was carved in the eastern part of central continent. The water of Pot River was always flowing like this. It was like a beautiful song. The melody was soft and melodious. Wuxia stood at the embankment of Pot River, waiting for Feng Chanzi. He Lulan, Shirnu Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest were hiding nearby, protecting Wuxia. The river water flowed. There were 2 dragonflies on the river, sometimes flying, sometimes perching on the tip of the pot grass. There were many pot grasses growing in Pot River. These grasses were rooted in the mud at the bottom of the river, absorbing nutrients. The stems were long and flexible. They propped up the tip of the grass sticking out of the river. On the tip of the pot grass there was a brown fruit. This fruit was only the size of a fist. It had not matured yet. The fruit was hollow. It was not tightly sealed. There was a huge opening at the top. Coincidentally, a dragonfly followed the fragrance inside the fruit and flew into it recklessly. It struggled for a while but was knocked unconscious by the fragrance. It could not fly out anymore. Wuxia watched the scene unfold quietly. He knew, after a few months the fruit would grow bigger. It would attract more flying insects, waterworms and even small fish and prawns. As it grew, the fruit's opening would close. After it matured, the pot grass would look like a brown jar. It would be completely sealed. Then Pot River would welcome its annual flood season. During the flood season, Pot River would change from its gentle appearance. The water would surge rapidly, washing away the pot grasses growing in the river. The brown pot fruits would be carried away by the water, leaving the stalks. Following the flow. On both sides of Pot River, Gu masters would take action. They would fish the pot grasses' fruits. They would break them and get fish worms. There were also the seeds of the pot grass. There was also a chance that the pot grass would produce Gu worms. These Gu worms would fall into hibernation in the pot grass. They could be easily refined by people. The super force of the 10 great ancient sects, Wind Cloud Manor, controlled Pot River. During this time they would organize a Pot River ceremony. It would attract countless Gu masters, men and women, young and old. Not just Wind Cloud Manor's disciples. There were also surrounding forces of all sizes. It was very lively. Wuxia looked at the pot of grass on the river, but his eyes wandered. In order to obtain the immemorial light, he had stayed near the Qin River for some time. On the surface he appeared to be carefree and calm like water, but in reality, there was a lot of anxiety accumulated in his heart. Moreover, this anxiety and uneasiness grew stronger as time passed. I have the spring and autumn cicada on me, but it has already been sealed. It could not be used. Before my rebirth, Providence will always be watching over me. Not only would Providence silently and stealthily affect my thoughts, it would also set up a trap for me. Influence other existences to encircle me. I couldn't stay in one place and give Providence time to make its plans. It couldn't be too long. If this time Feng Chanzi didn't show up again, I can only give up on this line. Wuxia made up his mind. At this moment, a green figure appeared. Flying close to the wide surface of the Pot River, he quickly approached Wuxia. It's that rank 6 grass god. Be vigilant and prevent any accidents. The Shadow Sect immortals transmitted secretly as they became alert. When the grass god saw Wuxia again, he had an arrogant attitude as he raised his head. The immemorial light is in my hands, but Master said that we can exchange for it, but not at the previous price. You have to raise the price by 30%. What? He actually wants to raise the price by 30%? This is an exorbitant price. Feng Chanzi actually dared to mention it. The price was already very high. It is not worth it to raise it by 30%. Shirnu and Tai Bai Yunxing discussed secretly. Wuxia was actually quite angry, but he had no choice. He needed the immemorial light too much. To refine fixed immortal travel he needed the immemorial light. This was a hurdle that could not be avoided. After a moment of silence, Wuxia nodded. I agree. The grass god snorted coldly. Then let's begin the transaction. Wuxia had already made ample preparations. The two quickly completed the transaction. After the grass god counted the items, he showed a satisfied expression. Wuxia had suffered heavy losses. He had paid a high price. But he had been waiting for so long and finally obtained the immemorial light. He was quite happy. He smiled at the grass god. Everyone enjoyed this transaction. We can work together again if there is a chance in the future. The grass god, humph, work together again? That will depend on my master's mood. Actually, this time master did not intend to trade with you, but not long ago he lost a bet with prodigal son Chiu. He wanted to recoup his losses, that's why he sent me here. You must remember, this immemorial light was not given to you by my master. I understand. Actually, your clan has a lot of assets and wealth, it can be said to be as vast as the sea. So what if you lose a small piece of immemorial light? No one will notice it at all. Wuxia flattered. Alright, this matter is settled, you should leave now, you cannot stay here for too long. The grass god said one last thing before leaving. Actually, even without its reminder, Wuxia had already decided to leave. After concealing themselves and flying for over 100,000 li, Shadow Sect's group landed in a nameless forest and rested for a short while. Even though we obtained the immemorial light this time, Feng Chanzi's price was too high, we paid too much. To refine fixed immortal travel, we need to find other supplementary immortal materials. Shirnu said. Thankfully we obtained the immemorial light, the rest will be much easier. After all, we can make use of Defy. Tai by Yunxing suggested. The important thing is, how many portions of the immemorial light do we have, how many times can we refine it? Halolan's words hit the nail on the head. To refine an immortal goo immortals could not just prepare one portion of immortal materials. Not counting the hairy man heaven and earth style, just using the human isolation style refinement method, the success rate of refining a rank 6 immortal goo was less than 1%. In theory, Wuxia's group needed to prepare at least 100 portions of immortal materials. But from experience the truth was even crueler. Because the success rate could not be raised just by the quantity of immortal materials. Most of the time. Even if there were more than 100 portions of immortal materials, the goo refinement would still fail. There is a lot of the immemorial light. I can attempt 9 refinements. Wuxia said this and paused. He secretly activated an immortal goo in his body. Rank 6 immortal goo luck inspection. This immortal goo. It was originally with Qin Bai Shen. By chance, because he needed it, it was sent to Shirnu and lent to him. After the Battle of Yition Mountain, Shadow Sect failed. This luck inspection immortal goo ended up in Wuxia's hands. This was an investigative goo worm, it was used to observe the luck of other existences. Wuxia's eyes shined as he looked above his head. In his vision the scene was completely different. A luck path chi pillar. It was like a dream in Wuxia's eyes. Wuxia was slightly surprised. Why did my luck suddenly improve so much? He had checked his family's luck a long time ago, and it was not ideal. And because of spring-autumn cicada's weakness, his luck was still declining. The current situation was much better than what he had expected. Don't tell me? A thought flashed in Wuxia's mind. He thought of Feng Yuan. He also thought of the self-luck true inheritance in land spirit of Langya's hands. Last time my shadow sect attacked Langya blessed land. We snatched a portion of the refinement cauldron and even implicated dog shit luck immortal goo, unintentionally destroying it. Land spirit of Langya had been preparing to refine dog shit luck immortal goo. Recently he had succeeded. I'm afraid he lent his dog shit luck to Feng Yuan. Wuxia immediately thought of the biggest possibility. A few days ago. He knew that Feng Yuan had passed the tribulation successfully. Because there was still a hairy man goo immortal spy in Shadow Sect's side, he was in Langya blessed land. I'm afraid that is the case. Originally, Feng Yuan and the others had connected their luck. Their luck was split evenly. After the Battle of Yition Mountain, my body was Feng Yuan's. But he kept his soul, the two are still connected. He is using dogshit luck immortal goo over there. To increase his own luck. But the amplification of luck is like water flowing down from above, pouring into Yifan, Hongyi, Hanli, and He Lulan. These 4 people's luck is connected to my body, so I gained a huge advantage. No wonder I waited for so long without any results, my hopes were slim. This time, Feng Chanzi suddenly lost a bet to Lang Ziqiu. He needed capital urgently, so he made a transaction with me and obtained the light of the immemorial era. After thinking about it, Wuxia realized that Feng Yuan had great value. His immortal aperture goes through a tribulation every 2 months. Before the tribulation he needs to use dogshit luck to amplify his luck and weaken the power of the earthly calamity. That way I can benefit from it. I don't even need to go to northern plains and borrow luck from longevity heaven. Even if he knows he is helping the enemy, he has no choice but to do so. Because the sovereign immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations are terrifying beyond logic, he needs to do everything he can to pass the crisis of life and death. However, it was a wise decision for him to undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. If Providence wants to deal with him and use all methods to eliminate him, it will need the help of the earthly calamity. But undergoing tribulation in the northern icy plain, reckless savage's true meaning replaces a portion of Providence, greatly reducing the danger. I hope you can survive. I will take back this body of yours sooner or later. After staying by the nameless lake for a while, Wuxia saw that no one was following them. He led the three immortals on their journey again. Wuxia was in a hurry. He needed to make use of his time. Not only because his main body's remnant soul was trapped in the dream realm, being tortured day and night. Furthermore, he needed to refine fixed immortal travel while his luck was good. This would greatly increase his chances of success. Northern Plains, Northern Icy Plain. Master, how long do we have to stay here? The newly advanced Strength Path Rank 6 Gu Immortal asked weakly. Domination Immortal Chu Du stood on the icy plain, looking at the palm-shaped crater on the ground. He sighed. He did not answer his disciple, instead falling into regret. I was too rash before. How could I have acted without thinking? Since he knows the method to extract reckless savage's true meaning, be it an immortal killer move or an immortal goo house, it will not be easy for me to obtain it. Even if I kill him, I need to guard against his soul self-detonation, otherwise, it will be a waste of my efforts. I will lose this huge opportunity to seek the Tao. I should have been more cautious. At least I should have tried peaceful means before resorting to violence. Now that the other party has fixed the loophole, he is inside the immortal aperture. It is easy to defend and hard to attack. I have no way to break through. It is not too late to make up for it. Maybe I can discuss with him? Right, I still have his sword path immortal goo. That is a bargaining chip. Chapter 1068. Northern Plains. Inside the sovereign immortal aperture, first layer of heaven. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes, bright light flashed in them. After several days of deductions, I will use its original name, Blood Torrent. Thinking of this, the goo worms around Fang Yuan moved according to his will, flying around. Hundreds of mortal goo were flying around him, resembling a huge ring. Blood Asset Immortal Goo was residing in his chest. The red insignia started to shine with bright light, emitting intense heat. Suddenly, a dazzling blood light blossomed from Fang Yuan's chest. The blood light shot into the sky, turning into a surging blood spring in the blink of an eye. The blood spring carried Fang Yuan flying into the sky. After flying into the sky with a loud sound, a long red trail was created in the sky. A blood light river flew in the first layer of heaven. Everywhere it went, there was a thick stench of blood. It was nauseating. In the blood light river, Fang Yuan's entire body was wrapped in it. He was nowhere to be seen. This was good. It had the effect of camouflage. Even if the enemy attacked, they would not know which part of the blood light river to attack. After flying for a while, Fang Yuan stopped. The blood light river vanished. Fang Yuan's lonely figure appeared in the sky. This blood light river's speed can be increased. I just need to add more mortal goo. Fang Yuan analyzed it. He concluded his gains and losses. But no matter how many mortal goo I have, the straight line speed cannot compare to Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Sword Escape Immortal Goo was a rank 7 Immortal Goo. This Blood Torrent Immortal Killer move only used one Immortal Goo, the rank 6 Blood Asset Immortal Goo. It was normal that its speed could not compare to Sword Escape. Unless Fang Yuan raised Blood Asset Immortal Goo's rank. To rank 7, this Blood Torrent could surpass Sword Escape in terms of straight line speed. But that way. Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 Goo Immortal. He could only use rank 7 Immortal Goo. He would encounter the awkward situation again. It was not worth it. Straight line speed cannot compare to Sword Escape. That is within my expectations, no problem. I deduced this Immortal Killer move to make up for the weakness of Sword Escape in terms of turning. I can use Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Goo alternately. In this way, it should be enough to deal with Chu Du. Fang Yuan had already thought this through. Blood Torrent was a Blood Path Killer move. Sword Escape Immortal Goo was a Sword Path Immortal Goo. There was no connection between the two. If other Goo Immortals tried to do both, they would not benefit from either. But Fang Yuan was a special case. His body was very special. It was formed from sovereign immortal fetus goo. His Tao marks were of all kinds, including many schools. What was even more amazing was that they didn't interfere with each other. Fang Yuan could use Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Goo alternately without losing any of their original power. Sword Escape Immortal Goo allowed one to fly in a straight line. Although it was extremely fast, it could only fly in a straight line. It was really too stupid. It was extremely easy to target him. If he stopped to adjust his direction, the Domination Immortal would be able to take advantage of this momentary opening. However, by alternating Sword Escape and Blood Torrent, he was able to complement each other's weaknesses, and he could almost face the Domination Immortal with ease. Chudu was a Strength Path Goo Immortal. Strength Path was specialized in attack and recovery. It had the strongest endurance in battle, but it was usually lacking in speed. Of course, this was only Fang Yuan's estimation. Whether it was effective or not, he had to test it with practice. After all, the last time Domination Immortal Chudu made a big move was 100 years ago. Ever since his battle with Lu tribe's first Supreme Elder. Ever since then there were few traces of him. He had been cultivating in seclusion. These last days, Fang Yuan had not only deduced blood path killer moves, he was also trying to gather information on Chudu, but most of the information was from 100 years ago. It was outdated. At this time, Fang Yuan started to miss Fairy Li Shan. This aunt of He Lulan had Mountain Pledge Immortal Goo. She had a wide network of people. She had many dealings with the demonic path, righteous path, and lone cultivators. If she was still alive, he would definitely be able to gather more information on Chudu. Even though Langya sect is powerful, it has been in seclusion for many years. It has only recently started to actively enter the world. In terms of information, it cannot compare to Fairy Li Shan. Information path. This is my weakness. I need to make up for it in the future. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered for a moment. He thought about the Battle of Rising Heaven Mountain. That was a huge trap. Fang Yuan recalled it now. His heart was still pounding. He was able to survive because of the fight between two giants. He, an ant, gained a huge advantage in the end. There was a lot of luck involved in the narrow escape from death. Speaking of which, it was because his information path attainment was not high enough, and he did not have enough information. If Fang Yuan had known about this, he would have changed his plans. But even if I have Fairy Li Shan's information path methods, I am afraid I cannot obtain any crucial information. Etion Mountain's waters are too deep. In the 500 years of my previous life, it was not this big. Fang Yuan collected his scattered thoughts. Undeniably, he had regained his life. He could think of problems with ease. It was not something his immortal zombie body could compare to. Adding on his Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment, with the help of many Wisdom Path methods, his thoughts were even more meticulous and agile than in the 500 years of his previous life. In this aspect, he had already surpassed his own level in history. Even though he deduced Blood Torrent, he still had to practice it, and during the process he had to modify it. Creating an immortal killer move did not mean he did not care about it. The Goo Immortal still needed to modify it, refine it, or even modify it. Back then, when Dongfang Naginori created Hataru, he refined it countless times and modified it 3 to 4 times. Even so, he was not satisfied with it. For some immortal killer moves, not only would the creator spend his or her entire life modifying them, even the inheritors of the immortal killer moves would participate in the modification. For example, Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. This immortal killer move had been modified many times by the generations of Heaven's Envy Manor's Goo Immortals. Precisely because of this immortal killer move became Heaven's Envy Manor's signature move. It was famous in Central Continent and intimidated everyone. Fang Yuan's Blood Path immortal killer moves were still newly created. They were far from reaching the level of Peerless Crescent Moon Slash. In the next few days, Fang Yuan practiced Blood Torrent and Sword Escape Immortal Goo. The continuous practice deepened his experience. He had a deeper understanding of the usage of Blood Torrent and Sword Escape. During the practice, he continued to make adjustments. Eventually, he did not continue to add Mortal Goo to Blood Torrent. Instead, he reduced a portion of it from the original foundation. I need Blood Torrent to work with Sword Escape because I need it to twist and turn. The moment the Sword Escape stopped, I was about to activate Blood Torrent. This time is too short, so it is troublesome to have too many Mortal Goo. Not only does it waste precious time and increase the difficulty in activating it, even if I increase the speed by a little, the effect is minimal. It's about time. I should try to store my immortal aperture and escape. Let's see if I can escape from Chudu. Even though Fang Yuan could continue to deduce more Blood Path killer moves, there was no need for that. Ever since he obtained Blood Asset Immortal Goo, he had used this Immortal Goo as the core. Using his 500 years of accumulation of mortal killer moves, he successfully deduced Life-Risking Blood Seal, Blood Healing Lake, and Blood Torrent, these 3 Blood Path killer moves. Doing this much was enough. After all, he only had one blood asset, Immortal Goo. After using this blood path killer move, he could not use other blood path killer moves at the same time. In other aspects, Fang Yuan could use other Immortal Goo instead. Ever since the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he had lost almost all of his goo worm accumulations. Right now, his goo worms were of many paths, they were chaotic and not systematic. But he had no choice now, he could only use them for now. But if I am given another chance, I will still choose Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. Regarding this, Fang Yuan had no hesitation. Even though Fang Yuan was guarding the Sovereign Immortal Aperture now, it was easy to defend and hard to attack. He had to guard against Chu Du asking for help, or setting up immortal battlefield killer moves in the icy plane. All in all, the longer he stayed here, the more disadvantageous it would be. After making up his mind, Fang Yuan did not hesitate anymore. With a thought, the entire immortal aperture world started to tremble. The tremors became larger. After a while, the immortal aperture world started to shrink. It was shrinking at an extremely fast speed, it was like a flash of lightning. In an instant, when Fang Yuan opened his eyes again, he was already in the outside world, in the northern icy plain. There was no wind or snow. The pale sunlight shone on this flat and vast ice continent. It was still very cold. Fang Yuan focused his attention. Divine light shined in his eyes as he looked around and saw Chu Du domination, immortal Chu Du. Just like Fang Yuan expected, he had been staying here, he did not leave. But out of Fang Yuan's expectations, Chu Du's attitude was different. Fellow immortal, wait. Chu Du did not attack, he smiled as he looked at Fang Yuan, his voice was very gentle, there was no killing intent in it. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, "Sir, are you going to resort to violence first?" I am ashamed. Chu Du actually admitted his mistake, he said in an apologetic tone, "I was too rash earlier. Because seeing the scene of your tribulation, it had a huge impact on my future cultivation. Thus, at that moment my mind was shaken and I attacked rashly. After thinking about it, it was too late for regrets." On one side, Fang Yuan stared at Chu Du, keeping his guard up. On the other side, he was using many methods to investigate the surrounding environment. Seeing that Fang Yuan was silent, Chu Du suggested, "Friend, I have no intention of being enemies with you, I only care about the trick you used to activate Reckless Savage's true meaning. I want to make a deal with you." "Deal?" Fang Yuan's eyes shined, he said in a careful tone, "It is not impossible as long as the price you offer can move my heart." Chu Du's face shone with joy. But immediately after, Fang Yuan said, "But before we make a deal, you purposely interfered with my tribulation, we need to settle the score first. My compensation will definitely satisfy you, fellow Celestial." Chu Du immediately followed up with a very sincere attitude. Even Fang Yuan was a little surprised, was this still the domination immortal? But thinking about it, Fang Yuan became even more wary of Chu Du. This person was flexible, he was a man of character. Anyone who looked down on him because of this would be an idiot. Chapter 1069. Hearing that Fang Yuan wanted Flying Sword Immortal Goo back, Chu Du smiled, replying, "As long as we make a deal, I will not only give Flying Sword Immortal Goo to you, I will also give you something else, you will definitely be satisfied." What a joke, this Flying Sword Immortal Goo was naturally in his hands, it was the best bargaining chip to threaten the other party. How could Chu Du give it back so easily? Even though Chu Du was polite and gentle, he was calm and clear-headed. Fang Yuan chuckled, he did not show any disappointment. When he asked this question, he already knew the answer, his expression turned cold. "Chu Du, you are not sincere at all. Let's not talk about this." Saying so, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo, his body shot out like a sword, piercing through heaven and earth, arriving far away in the blink of an eye. "Wait." Chu Du's expression changed, he quickly chased. Fang Yuan flew straight towards the sky. After flying for a while, Chu Du appeared several li behind him. "Immortal killer move, huh?" Fang Yuan turned around, he sensed that Chu Du's goo worm aura was very complex. It was a strength path movement killer move, and it was rank 7, it was even faster than Sword Escape Immortal Goo's straight line speed. Fang Yuan's heart sank, this was not good for him. To speak the truth, he had placed most of his hopes on Sword Escape Immortal Goo. After all, this speed was already very fast, even ancient cloud beasts could not catch up to it. To think that Domination Immortal Chu Du had an immortal killer move, its speed was even faster than Sword Escape Immortal Goo. I'm afraid this Chu Du has nurtured Goo masters to immortal ascension. He is not the only one. There are others too. Over the last 100 years, he must have secretly absorbed a lot of reckless savage's true meaning. His strength path attainment level is unfathomable. He was able to create such a strength path killer move. Since Sword Escape Immortal Goo does not work, let's try Blood Torrent. Fang Yuan had a thought. He stopped Sword Escape. His body was still flying due to inertia, but his speed had slowed down. Next, blood red light shone on his body, enveloping him as he turned into a surging blood river. The blood river tore through the sky like a slithering blood python. The smell of blood spread in the air. Immortal killer move, Blood Torrent. Activation successful. Fang Yuan immediately made a turn and flew to the left. The connection was perfect. Even Fang Yuan felt satisfied. I reduced the number of mortal goo. That was the right decision. In this way, the chances of failure in activating Blood Torrent would be lower, and the activation would be faster. Of course, I practiced so many times in the Immortal Aperture. That was also a huge contribution. The thought only flashed through his mind. His main focus had always been firmly on domination Immortal Chudu's body. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his direction. Chudu's response was undoubtedly the most important. If Chudu can catch up. In that case, I can only stop and negotiate with him about the deal. Fang Yuan was preparing for the worst. Then they saw domination Immortal Chudu explode with boundless might. It flew straight out of his sight. Fang Yuan's expression froze. His gaze followed Chudu and saw that the latter was like a train on earth. Along the way, Xiao Chen's speed was extremely fast, and his strength was even greater. As he flew, boundless shockwaves rose up along the way. After flying for over 10 li, Chudu's speed slowed down until he stopped. Next, he turned around and started to increase his speed, charging towards Fang Yuan. His speed was getting faster and faster. He soon reached his previous speed. He was even faster than Sword Escape Immortal Goo. Bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. He immediately activated Blood Torrent and changed his direction. Thus, he saw the previous scene again. Domination Immortal Chudu was extremely flashy, or perhaps it could be said that he was extremely reckless. He flew past him with a rumbling sound. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He was worried that Sword Escape Immortal Goo could only fly in a straight line. He used Blood Torrent to make up for this weakness. To think that Domination Immortal Chudu's weakness was even worse than his. The situation changed instantly. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved quickly. He decided not to leave. It was easy for him to escape now and shake off Chudu as long as he was careful. He would be invincible. Interesting. Fang Yuan muttered to himself. He decided to continue discussing with Chudu. Chudu saw that Fang Yuan had stopped flying in the sky. He was overjoyed. So close, it seems that my flying sword Immortal Goo is quite useful. He is still unwilling to part with me. Fang Yuan waited for Chudu to fly over. When he reached a certain distance, he raised his palm. Stop, we can talk at this distance. Fang Yuan was vigilant. Even though he had the advantage in movement, it was better to maintain a certain distance. Chudu immediately stopped and smiled. His face was covered in dirt and grime. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze. Brother Chu's elegance is astonishing. It has truly broadened my horizons. What is the name of this killer move? It is so powerful, even my Sword Escape Immortal Goo cannot compare to it. This killer move is called Practice by Strength. I created it after meticulous research. It uses the strength path down marks of my immortal body to increase my speed. But there is a huge flaw. I can only move forward in a straight line. I cannot change my direction during flight. I cannot even retreat. I have not practiced it enough. In this urgent situation, I have to embarrass myself. Chudu actually admitted his shortcomings. He had a heroic attitude. His demeanor was truly admirable. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a serious expression. Brother Chu is truly amazing. Even if you fight normally in the huge northern plains, who can force you to use this move to retreat? Thank you for your praise. Northern Plains Goo Immortal World is unfathomable. I, Chudu, only have some reputation. The more I cultivate, the more I realize how insignificant I am. In Northern Plains, there are definitely not just the 5 rank 8 Goo Immortals on the surface. Among rank 7s there are also experts that I am wary of. You are one of them. I'm ashamed to say this, but I don't know your name or background at all. Chudu's smile carried a trace of bitterness. He was not being polite, he was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Fang Yuan did not understand Domination Immortal Chudu. Chudu did not understand Fang Yuan either. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Goo. The speed was so fast that Chudu was shocked. After all, in terms of straight line speed, Sword Escape Immortal Goo could compare to Chi Escape of the same rank. Chudu was an experienced rank 7 Goo Immortal. He had many movement methods. But compared to Sword Escape Immortal Gu, most of them were inferior. Only the final Immortal Killer move, practiced by body practice, could compare. Fang Yuan guessed correctly. This practice by strength Immortal Killer move was created by Chu Du. It was specially used for retreat. But in the current northern plains, few could force Chu Du to retreat. Furthermore, Chu Du had been concealing his identity and secretly nurturing Gu masters to advance to Immortal. He rarely took action. This Immortal Killer move was not because he did not practice it well, but because it contained too many Gu worms. It was very troublesome to use. When Chu Du met Fang Yuan for the first time, Fang Yuan was undergoing tribulation in his immortal aperture. Chu Du made a move, but Fang Yuan was faster and more decisive than him. Fang Yuan was searching for Chu Du's information, but Chu Du was not idle these days. He was also thinking of ways to search for information on Fang Yuan. Chu Du had no results. In his opinion, Fang Yuan, it was like he had suddenly jumped out of a rock. Since when did Northern Plains Gu Immortal World have such a person? Ignoring everything else, his aura was very strange. When he first saw him in the immortal aperture, it was rank 6 aura. This time he had rank 7 aura. But he should be a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. This aura should not be wrong. It was just that he did not know what blood path he cultivated. Or sword path. Chu Du was very curious about this question. These two paths, they did not match at all. If you said he cultivated soul path and enslavement path, or rule path and restriction path, or wisdom path and emotion path, it was understandable. Sword path and blood path? Were you not afraid of these two restricting each other? But Fang Yuan not only had a sword path rank 7 immortal Gu, his blood path killer moves were so outstanding that Chu Du was shocked. Also, forget about you cultivating sword path and blood path. It has nothing to do with me, but you actually had a way to draw out Reckless Savage's true meaning. I racked my brains and tried countless times, but I failed every time. I could only choose this stupid method of nurturing a disciple. What method did you use? Reckless Savage's true meaning definitely required wisdom path attainment. Don't tell me your wisdom path attainment is not low? In this chase, the entire process was very short, but Chu Du could not catch up to Fang Yuan. Seeing that Fang Yuan did not fly away, but stopped instead, Chu Du felt his heart pounding, excitement and joy filled his chest. Strength triumphed over everything. Thus, Chu Du had already treated Fang Yuan as an equal. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before speaking in a measured tone. Actually, it is not impossible for us to make a deal. Chu Du did not speak, he listened attentively. The fervor in his eyes was like a blazing flame that burned fiercely. But after waiting for a long time, Fang Yuan did not speak, he seemed to be in deep thought. Chu Du could not hold it in anymore, he spoke. I believe that with my wealth, I can definitely satisfy you. Fang Yuan looked at him and asked, didn't Sir participate in a Northern Plains auction? Chu Du's expression froze, he probed. So Sir also participated in that auction? That's right. Fang Yuan admitted, during the auction I even made use of you. Of course, Fang Yuan only muttered the second half of the sentence to himself. What do you want, just say it? Chu Du asked. It is hard to say. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh, he frowned deeply, showing a troubled expression. Chu Du was vexed. If it were anyone else he would have slapped them already. There is nothing to hide, even if I do not have it now, I will try my best to get it for you. Chu Du continued. He had already decided, no matter the cost, he had to get this method. Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh again. The reason why it is hard to say is because I have not thought of what I want to trade with you. Chu Du's nose almost turned crooked from anger. After all this time, you have such a troubled expression. It is because you have not thought of it yet? Chu Du frowned, his tone turning deep. Did Sir purposely stop to make fun of me? Brother Chu, don't be angry, of course not. Fang Yuan immediately said, all Gu immortals face calamities and tribulations, they have countless needs. It is just that I have not thought of how to make the transaction that will be of the greatest help to my cultivation. How about this? Let me think for a while, after I think about it, I will give you an answer. Chapter 1070. Looking at Fang Yuan's figure that was already far away in the horizon, Chu Du was still looking at him, staying on the spot. Letting him go like this, was it right or wrong of me? Chu Du's gaze flickered. But soon he smiled bitterly, thinking, even if I do not want to let him go, what can I do? I can't catch him at all with my abilities, nor can I catch up to him. If I use force, this person has a mysterious background, he is not easy to deal with, if he ends up in my hands and explodes his soul, where can I get that method? However, looking at his attitude, he should be sincere in his transaction. Otherwise he could have left already. Why would he stay and negotiate with me? Chu Du recalled the conversation he had with Fang Yuan earlier. He thought about it for a long time, feeling that Fang Yuan was very sincere. Even though Fang Yuan did not mention anything important, his words were all half-hearted. But it was precisely because of this that Chu Du felt that this was far more sincere than saying all kinds of flowery words and carelessly guaranteeing anything. Of course, what gave him the most confidence was not Fang Yuan's attitude, but the flying sword Immortal Gu that he was holding. This is a rank 7 Immortal Gu. Even a legendary person like Chu Du did not have many rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan flew without encountering any accidents. Land Spirit of Langya had already arranged for Hairy Man Gu Immortals to coordinate with him, setting up an Immortal Battlefield Killer move and a Teleportation Immortal Gu formation. But getting away from Chu Du was very easy. It was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Thus, the Immortal Battlefield Killer move to intercept Chu Du was no longer necessary. After picking up the Battlefield Killer move, Fang Yuan used the Immortal Gu formation and returned to Langya Blessed Land. You clearly have dog shit luck Immortal Gu to protect you. You actually met Chu Du. This does not make sense. Did you fall into someone else's scheme? Langya Land Spirit's first sentence was very direct when he saw Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan frowned. Actually, he had been thinking about this problem for a long time. With the protection of dog shit luck Immortal Gu, my luck should not be bad. Could it be that my earthly disaster was too violent, so all the luck I gained was used to reduce the earthly disaster? Fang Yuan had this speculation in his mind. But he could not tell the Land Spirit of Langya. He was a human Gu immortal after all. Although he had joined the Langya sect. However, there was still a gap between the two races. Just like earlier, when Fang Yuan rushed back to northern plains from southern border, the Land Spirit of Langya took the chance to fish for benefits from him. If that's the case, then the earthly calamity that I have to face has actually been greatly reduced by luck. In that case, how powerful would a true earthly disaster be? Thinking of this, a chill immediately rose in Fang Yuan's heart. His tribulation this time was simply a narrow escape from death. Life and death hung by a thread, and it was extremely dangerous. It could be said that this had completely surpassed the level of an earthly disaster. Even the 10 catastrophes couldn't compare to Fang Yuan's catastrophe. Don't forget, I even transported many people. My dog shit luck might have been distributed evenly, that's why the effect is not good. Fang Yuan thought to himself but said, First Supreme Elder is right. This is not a problem of bad luck. Someone might really be plotting against me. Fang Yuan's identity had already been completely exposed in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. Be it the otherworldly demon, Spring Autumn Cicada, or the secret of destroying 88-point Jianghu Tower, they were all known to everyone. Whether it was the Celestial Court, or the Shadow Sect, or the Huangjin tribes of Northern Plains, they were all likely to be plotting against Fang Yuan. The Land Spirit of Langya sighed. Worry was shrouding his brows as his tone turned heavy. Maybe they might not be plotting against you. Don't forget, you are already a member of my Langya sect. And my Langya Blessed Land has already been exposed. We have been attacked more than once. Some time ago we even lost 2 Gu immortals in our sect. The value inside is enough to tempt countless experts and forces. Fang Yuan was slightly happy. The Land Spirit of Langya could think this way, it was more beneficial to him. The Land Spirit of Langya's gaze was bright. He quickly changed the topic. But if we can use Wisdom Gu as the core to construct the Immortal Gu House secluded residence, not only can we protect ourselves, we can also defend against the schemes of almost everyone in the world. Fang Yuan laughed. It turned out that the Land Spirit of Langya wanted to say this. It seemed that he was still reluctant to part with Wisdom Gu. Unfortunately, in the previous transaction, Fang Yuan did not sell Wisdom Gu to him. This tribulation was all thanks to First Supreme Elder's Gu worms. Now, I will return them to you. These Gu worms were a great help to me. Fang Yuan said as a large group of Gu worms flew out of his immortal aperture with his will. Of course. With their help, a mere earthly calamity will be a piece of cake. The Land Spirit of Langya said with a proud expression. Fang Yuan did not reveal the truth, but he could not lie. He could only choose his words. Especially the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. It was really effective. But Chu Du appeared in the end. It was quite shocking. Fortunately, my ability to teleport happens to be better than his. As they spoke, the Land Spirit of Langya collected the Gu worms one by one. After inspecting them, he asked with slight regret, Your Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Gu, are you really not going to sell them to me? In the previous transaction, the land spirit of Langya wanted to use 3 true inheritances to exchange for Fang Yuan's Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and Wisdom Gu. But after Fang Yuan thought about it, he felt that refinement path, luck path and theft path were good, but his attainment levels in these 3 aspects were just passable, they did not match his future path. If he exchanged all of them, it would not be worth it. However, the refinement path killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture, the luck path true inheritances dog shit luck Immortal Gu, and so on could provide great help to Fang Yuan's tribulation. Thus, Fang Yuan thought about it. After deciding on his words, he persuaded the land spirit of Langya. Are you really going to give me all 3 of your true inheritances? There are many Immortal Gu in each true inheritance. If I obtain them, will Langya sect not need them in the future? The land spirit of Langya was reluctant to part with them. For example, Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu many years ago after Giant Sun Immortal died, Long Hair Ancestor had refined it immediately. After that, Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu had been guarding Langya Blessed Land. It was of great help to the previous land spirit of Langya and Gu refinement. At the same time, it protected Langya Blessed Land and avoided calamities many times. It was a daunting experience without any mishaps. However, if the land spirit of Langya did not take out these Immortal Gu, then these true inheritances would be too insignificant. How could they be exchanged for the 3 things that Fang Yuan wanted? Thus, Fang Yuan persuaded again, First Supreme Elder, since you and I are both reluctant, why don't we each take what we need? We will trade a portion and I will borrow a portion. Tell me the details. The land spirit of Langya said his intentions. Fang Yuan said his intentions, but was rejected by the land spirit of Langya. No. You are exchanging for the essence of 3 true inheritances, but you are only paying Luopa Valley. This is a huge loss for me. This won't do. Definitely not. Fang Yuan smiled, continuing to negotiate with the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya was not good at negotiations. He had a bottom line. Fang Yuan easily probed it in a short period of time. In this situation, the land spirit was pure and stubborn. It was much easier to deal with than Gu immortals. Finally, Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya reached an agreement. Fang Yuan officially sold Luopa Valley to the land spirit of Langya, and obtained Dog Shit Luck Immortal Gu, Blood Asset Immortal Gu, and Dark Limit Immortal Gu, these 3 rank 6 Immortal Gu, clearing all of his debts to Langya sect. At the same time, he borrowed large numbers of Mortal Gu and Immortal Gu to make up for his weakness and strength. The main point was to use them to form the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture and Sword Wave Triple Layered. The facts proved that Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture and Sword Wave Triple Layered were a huge help to Fang Yuan during the process of tribulation. Although this transaction had been reached long ago, the land spirit of Langya still did not want to give up on Danghun Mountain and Wisdom Gu. This time, the land spirit revealed its intention to purchase Fang Yuan. But how could Fang Yuan agree to it? But he could not reject the land spirit of Langya too mercilessly. His thoughts changed as he said tactfully, I do not intend to sell these 2 items for now. However, if there are any difficulties in cultivation in the future and the situation dictates, I will naturally use these 2 items to trade with you, First Supreme Elder. The land spirit of Langya opened its mouth, wanting to speak. Fang Yuan waved his hand, saying first, I will store these 2 items in Langya Blessed Land, I will not take them away, it is like lending them to the sect as per our agreement. First Supreme Elder, don't worry. By lending Wisdom Gu to Langya sect, the land spirit of Langya would be in charge of feeding it. It would solve a huge problem for Fang Yuan. As for Danghun Mountain, it was better for Fang Yuan not to keep it in his immortal aperture. Famous mountains and rivers had a huge burden on heaven and earth chi. And this secluded domain of heaven and earth was even more so. And most importantly, Shadow Sect knew about Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley. If they used fixed immortal travel to teleport to Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, it would be terrible. The land spirit of Langya was unwilling. It wanted to continue this topic. But what kind of person was Fang Yuan? He had refined his verbal skills for over 500 years. How could a pure land spirit of Langya be his match? After a round of discussion, Fang Yuan took back many of his cultivation resources from the land spirit of Langya. For example, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, arrow bamboo forest, and others. They came from Hu immortal and star form blessed lands. They were the main source of income after Guts Gu. From start to finish, Fang Yuan did not mention to the land spirit of Langya that he had any intention of selling the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture. Chudu? It was just a backup plan for Fang Yuan. Even though the two exchanged information path goo worms and could communicate with each other. But Fang Yuan was already free, there were no information path restrictions. Wouldn't the future transactions depend on Fang Yuan? As for the rank 7 flying sword immortal goo. It was just a rank 7 immortal goo, so what if he could not get it back? Ordinary goo immortals treasured rank 7 immortal goo, but Fang Yuan even had a rank 9 immortal goo like wisdom goo. He naturally did not care about it. Especially when he had lost almost all of his immortal goo in Wuxia's hands. A rank 7 flying sword immortal goo paled in comparison to those immortal goo. Chu Du did not know about Fang Yuan's background, he had underestimated Fang Yuan's tolerance. All in all, the possibility of Fang Yuan and Chu Du making a transaction was very low. Reckless Savage's true meaning was far more important to Fang Yuan than a rank 7 immortal goo. The reason for that is because the path that I will be taking is the Tao of transformation. Fang Yuan had been thinking deeply these last days, he was very clear about it. Transformation path. Chapter 1071. Why did Fang Yuan choose transformation path? After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan obtained a new life. The question that he had been thinking about the most was which path he should take in his future cultivation. In his previous life, he chose Blood Path because Blood Path could be cultivated quickly and had great power, it could be used to nurture battles, it had little need for cultivation resources. Moreover, he only had one fortuitous encounter in his previous life. To him, Blood Path had the greatest future prospects. After rebirth, he abandoned Blood Path and chose Strength Path because this was not the 5 regions chaotic war, everything was orderly and orderly, Blood Path had no chance of making a name for itself. The other reason was his circumstances. Fang Yuan searched through his memories, finding fortuitous encounters that suited his current situation and could be used. And these fortuitous encounters were all related to Strength Path. Actually, be it Blood Path or Strength Path, they both had flaws. Blood Path's situation was not good, everyone wanted to kill it. Be it Goo Masters or Goo Immortals, if they chose to cultivate Blood Path, once they were discovered, they would be ostracized by the entire world. Strength Path was also declining, even though Domination Immortal Chu Du added Human June Strength Path to Strength Path, it could not hide the awkwardness of Strength Path's decline. To speak the truth, these two paths were not the best choice. Fang Yuan himself concluded. After rebirth, he had obtained many fortuitous encounters. Wisdom Path, Luck Path, Theft Path. Some of these fortuitous encounters were extremely outstanding. For example, Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance, or Star-Lord Wanxiang's Star Path Inheritance. Star Path and Wisdom Path, these two paths were undoubtedly much better than Blood Path and Strength Path. Moreover, having an inheritance and not having an inheritance were two completely different things. The former was cultivation. One could use the wisdom of predecessors to advance step by step. One could advance bravely and have a promising future. The latter was like a blind man groping an elephant. One would be at a loss and without a clue, they would struggle and grope their way forward. If Fang Yuan had obtained these two true inheritances in the 500 years of his previous life, then as long as the situation allowed, he would definitely choose Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance as the main one, while Star-Lord Wanxiang's Star Path Inheritance and one of Blood Sea Ancestors' true inheritances were supplementary. He would become a Wisdom Path Goo Immortal. Because in terms of potential and future, Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance was the most outstanding. There were few Wisdom Path Goo Immortals. In the Goo Immortal world it was very precious, it was welcomed and also feared. He had both the inside and the face. However, in order to truly choose a path, one could not just look at the future. One had to look at the present as well. Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance came from a rank 8 Goo Immortal of the Celestial Court. It had been perfected by many generations of inheritors, it had great prospects. However, if one cultivated this legacy they would be able to do so. One of his weaknesses was that he wasn't good at fighting. The most obvious advantage of this true inheritance was that it was proficient in divination. To make up for this weakness, Dongfang Naganori created the immortal killer move Hataru. He had finally made up for some of his shortcomings. Dongfang Naganori's route was not suitable for Fang Yuan, because the current situation could be said to be filled with danger. In Wuxia, the remaining forces of the Shadow Sect, the Celestial Court, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, Northern Plains Huangjin clans and so on. Fang Yuan had many enemies. Especially during the Battle of Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan's secrets were exposed. Be it spring-autumn cicada, otherworldly demon or the culprit of imperial court-blessed land, he was almost completely exposed. Thus, Fang Yuan not only needed prospects, he also needed the present situation. In a way, the present situation was more important than prospects. Without the present situation, no matter how broad the prospects were, it was just a castle in the air, it was useless even if it looked good. To deal with the present situation, Fang Yuan needed a path with extremely high battle strength. Metal path, fire path, lightning path, sword path, blood path, these 5 paths were publicly recognized as the 5 paths with the strongest battle strength. The first 3 paths were new and were the mainstream paths. The latter 2, be it sword path or blood path, had a short history. They were different paths. Sword path had Bo Qing, blood path had Blood Sea Ancestor, but other than these 2 there were few outstanding people. Thus, the foundation of these 2 paths could not compare to the first 3 paths. As far as Fang Yuan was concerned, be it metal path, fire path or lightning path, his attainment level was ordinary, he did not have any relevant inheritances. On the contrary, his blood path attainment level was Grandmaster, and although his sword path attainment level was also ordinary, he did not have any inheritance, but he stole many of Bo Qing's immortal goo. The attainment level of each path was also an important factor. Without an inheritance, if one's attainment level was high, they could draw on a blank piece of paper and create something new. But compared to having an inheritance, it was much more difficult. It required more inspiration and talent. Fang Yuan's strength path, blood path, wisdom path and star path attainment levels were all at Grandmaster level. Blood path was the accumulation of his previous life, strength path was the accumulation of his previous life and current life. Wisdom path and star path were the result of coincidences. Through dream realms, they advanced rapidly and rapidly. Refinement path was quasi-grandmaster. It was quite impressive among Gu immortals. Enslavement path was master. It was not outstanding among Gu immortals. Luck path was quasi-grandmaster. The other paths were ordinary, like sword path, light path, dark path and others, or even blank, like phantom path. From the perspective of attainment level, the path of the 4 grandmaster attainment levels was naturally the best. But blood path was not worth mentioning, strength path was on the decline, wisdom path and star path were not known for their battle strength, even though they had their own inheritances. Regrettably, Fang Yuan had lost almost all of his immortal goo. If these immortal goo and the inheritances had not been refined yet, Fang Yuan might be able to refine them one by one during his cultivation. But these immortal goo were kept in Wuxia's hands. Fang Yuan did not know which one existed and which one was destroyed. This situation was an extremely bad hindrance to his future cultivation. Even if he was willing to take the risk and pay a huge price to refine immortal goo because immortal goo were unique, he might not succeed. All in all, Fang Yuan's situation could be said to be quite awkward. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, when Fang Yuan thought about his path, he was also at a loss. Only when he gradually discovered the profundity of this new body, did the layers of darkness and fog shrouding his mind start to dissipate. Bright and warm sunlight appeared. He found that he had more than 1,000 Dao marks in his body, from all the major paths. This was not surprising. When Gu immortals passed tribulation after tribulation, their immortal apertures would also produce different Dao marks because of the calamities and tribulations. It was just that there was a clear difference in priority. The most important thing was that these Dao marks did not interfere with each other, they did not hinder each other. This was simply too amazing. When Fang Yuan first discovered it, firstly, he did not dare to believe that there was such a good thing in the world. Because of this, it had already broken the common sense of cultivation. If he said it, others would think that it was a fantasy or a rumor. But thinking about it, Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu was a rank 9 Immortal Gu, the essence of spectral soul and shadow sex accumulation for 100,000 years. Thinking about it, breaking common sense was very reasonable. Next, Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Because such a good thing did not happen to others, it happened to him. Just based on this point, he could cultivate all the paths. Long ago, Fang Yuan had imagined cultivating 2 immortal apertures at the same time, one cultivating time path while the other cultivating strength path. But the sovereign immortal aperture was even more ridiculous. It could cultivate all the paths at the same time, from ancient times until now, all the Gu immortal paths in one go. This was simply a dream come true. Throughout history, even immortal venerables and demon venerables, most of them cultivated one path while cultivating another. Even if some Gu immortals cultivated multiple paths, they would end up biting off more than they could chew, they would lose sight of other paths. The outcome would be tragic. Because the Tao marks in their bodies would hinder each other, the more they would cultivate. The more internal friction there would be, the more losses they would suffer. But Fang Yuan did not have this obstacle. He could cultivate all the paths, there would be zero internal friction. His future would be bright, he would surpass all the immortal venerables and demon venerables in history by countless times. Fang Yuan soon calmed down. Daydreams were always beautiful, getting rid of all the paths at once was only a beautiful idea. Even though it could be implemented, it required resources, time, energy, and most importantly, a peaceful cultivation environment. And Fang Yuan did not have any of these. He had limited energy, time, and resources. His enemies were all over the 5 regions, including the Northern Plains Gu Immortals who were most skilled in battle, the #1 Gu Immortal organization in history, the Celestial Court, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, and countless people who wanted to obtain the luck path true inheritance from him. His future was limitless, but his current situation was dangerous. There was no need to even think about creating a path. Fang Yuan did not have such a foundation yet. He could only choose one path from the current ones. At most, he could cultivate one path at the most. Any more than that, the current situation would not allow him to do so. His energy would be wasted, he would be seeking his own death. Among the current paths, which one had outstanding battle strength that could allow Fang Yuan to survive the current situation, while also allowing him to display his own specialty, and also taking into account attainment level, inheritances, and other factors? After thinking about it, there was only one path left in Fang Yuan's mind. That was Transformation Path. Transformation Path was known as using one path to reflect countless paths. Gu Immortals who cultivated Transformation Path could transform into Metal Path, Lightning Path, Sword Path, Light Path, and all other paths. But Transformation Path had a flaw that existed since ancient times, that was, when Transformation Path Gu Immortals transformed into different forms, they needed to clear their Tao marks to prevent the Tao marks from interfering with each other or obstructing each other. This flaw did not exist for Fang Yuan. Because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, his Tao marks did not interfere with each other. When Qi Zai chased after him, he thought that Fang Yuan had grasped the peerless secret of reckless savage demon venerable's ability to transform at will. One could say that Transformation Path could display Fang Yuan's advantage the most. It could also be said that Fang Yuan was currently, throughout history, the only 2 people who were suitable to cultivate Transformation Path. And even more amazing was that once he cultivated Transformation Path, the secret of Fang Yuan's Tao marks not interfering with each other would be perfectly concealed. Fang Yuan could openly use Immortal Gu of all paths after transformation without arousing suspicion. And after transformation he could use the Immortal Gu of the corresponding path to increase his power. For example, transforming into a Sword Path beast, adding countless Sword Path Tao marks to his body and using Sword Path Immortal Gu, his power would be amplified even more. Even though Fang Yuan's Transformation Path attainment level was not high, it did not matter, he had Reckless Savage's true meaning. Even though Fang Yuan did not have a Transformation Path inheritance, it was not a big issue. Why? Because Transformation Path killer moves were easy to obtain, transforming into a complete form was a Transformation Path killer move. As for Transformation Path's corresponding Immortal Gu, it was the easiest Gu worm among all the paths to refine for commoners. For Fang Yuan he could quickly accumulate them and start anew. Furthermore, Fang Yuan had other considerations. For example, Langya Blessed Land. This generation's land spirit of Langya acknowledged his hairy man identity. If Fang Yuan cultivated it well, he could transform into a hairy man Gu Immortal and gain his trust and support. If he was chased in the future, he could transform into other things or people and escape. If his current identity was exposed and he could not move freely in this vast world, he could disguise himself and continue to roam the world. From now on, I am a Transformation Path Gu Immortal. Chapter 1072. Langya Blessed Land. A few days later. This is interior rain. Land Spirit of Langya said as he handed a basin of water to Fang Yuan, letting Fang Yuan take a good look. Fang Yuan stretched out his hands to receive it. Be careful. Land Spirit of Langya instructed. This rank 6 immortal material is very special, it is slightly heavy. In Langya Land Spirit's words he placed emphasis on the word heavy. Fang Yuan nodded. Don't worry, I have heard of this immortal material before. Saying so, Fang Yuan received this immortal material. Immediately he felt his heart sink. Looking carefully, the water in the basin was so clear that one could see the bottom. It also had traces of refreshing green color. Fang Yuan was clearly holding it steadily, but there were ripples on the water surface. It was like a spring rain falling on the surface of the water. This was the rank 6 immortal material interior rain. This type of rain was very special. It contained Dao marks. It was not heavy by itself, but it would put a burden on the minds of living beings that came into contact with it. The heavy, that land spirit of Langya emphasized, was not the heaviness of the weight, but the heaviness of the soul. Have you really decided to use your third and final chance to let me refine Gu? But not to refine fixed immortal travel, but to refine change form immortal Gu? While Fang Yuan was inspecting the immortal material in the basin, land spirit of Langya asked again. I have already confirmed it, I will not change it. Fang Yuan nodded, answering without hesitation. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind to cultivate transformation path from now on. Fixed immortal travel was good. But it lacked the most crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. Secondly, Fang Yuan was not completely sure that it was already destroyed. Thirdly, it was far less important to Fang Yuan than change form immortal Gu. Thus, Fang Yuan changed his mind resolutely. He did not hesitate to use his final opportunity. He was going to make a courageous attempt to refine change form immortal Gu. Immortal Gu were unique. Change form immortal Gu was the essence of transformation path. This immortal Gu was famous in history. It had once been used by Reckless Savage Demon Venerable and refined to rank 9. But after Reckless Savage Demon Venerable died, the rank 9 change form immortal Gu was also destroyed. If the future generations wanted to refine it again, they would have to start from rank 6. In terms of foundation, Transformation Dao was much deeper than Sword Dao and Blood Dao. After Reckless Savage Demon Ancestor, Transformation Path also produced many Gu immortal experts. These people were like stars in the sky, shining brightly in the long river of history. They were dazzling and brilliant, and their legendary experiences caused future generations to reminisce, revere, and yearn for them. Change form immortal Gu was one of the most important characters among them. It rose and fell along with these experts. In history, change form immortal Gu had been destroyed dozens of times. Then it was refined many times by others. Most of the time it was rank 6. Rank 7 change form immortal Gu rarely appeared in history. 8 transformation immortal Gu were even rarer, they could be counted on one hand. Because the higher the rank of the immortal Gu, the harder it was to refine. Not to mention the low success rate, the immortal materials needed to refine it were also rarer and more expensive. Thinking about the current old ancestor Shui who, in order to refine rank 8 immortal Gu, fortune rivaling heaven, he spent almost all of his fortune to prepare immortal materials. He even ordered Snowy Mountain Blessed Land's demonic path Gu immortals to search for immortal materials for him. From this one could see the terrifying price of refining a rank 8 immortal Gu. Fortunately, Fang Yuan only wanted to refine the rank 6 change form immortal Gu. He had the immortal Gu recipe, and the possibility of change form immortal Gu being refined was very small. The immortal materials were also almost ready. This was mainly because of Langya Blessed Land's abundant immortal material reserves, and Fang Yuan did not have to pay a single cent for these immortal materials. Because of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestors Agreement, Land Spirit of Langya would refine Gu for Fang Yuan 3 times for free. Mortal Gu could guarantee success, but Immortal Gu could not. This was the 3rd time. And the last time. It is a pity. Back then, you had invincible Dao marks. It was almost certain that you would succeed in refining change form immortal Gu. Why did you rebirth at the most crucial moment of the Gu refinement? Land Spirit of Langya felt it was a pity as he recalled it. Fang Yuan had told Land Spirit of Langya about many things. After all, his secrets were already exposed. Even if Land Spirit of Langya did not know, he would find out from the outside world. I was used by Spectral Soul during my rebirth, but now that I think about it, there are still many suspicious points. Fang Yuan frowned. Land Spirit of Langya shook his head. Forget it, let's not talk about this. Even though we do not have invincible Dao marks, I inherited my main body and have the hairy man's unique natural Gu refinement method. This method can use the Dao marks of heaven and earth to assist in the Gu refinement. Even though there are calamities and tribulations, the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Moreover, all these years, my Langya Blessed Land has used the killer move Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture to pass countless calamities and tribulations, gaining a vast number of refinement path Dao marks. Together with the effect of Refinement Cauldron, there is a high chance of successfully refining change form Immortal Gu on the first try. However, to be safe, Fang Yuan, you will need to participate in this Gu refinement. You are the owner of Dogshit Luck Immortal Gu now, you can use your strong luck to increase the success rate of the Gu refinement. Looking at the refinement process, the interior rain is the first hurdle. Over the next few days, use this basin of interior rain to practice. Luck Path assisted Gu refinement, there were often miraculous effects. Back then, Giant Sun Immortal and Long Hair Ancestor worked together to forcefully refine an 88-point Jianghu tower. Among them, Luck Path assisted them. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Long Hair Ancestor worked together to refine a Space Escape Immortal Gu, but they could not use it yet. Looking at the whole picture, it was clear that Theft Path was not as helpful as Luck Path in Gu refinement. Next, the Land Spirit of Langia taught Fang Yuan some of the profundities of the Hairy Man Nature Gu refinement method, as well as some precious Gu refinement methods, and even many mortal killer moves for Gu refinement. Of course, these things were not free, they were deducted from Fang Yuan's sect contribution points. Even so, Fang Yuan accepted them happily. This generation's Land Spirit of Langia was inferior to the previous one in terms of Gu refinement, but he was still Long Hair Ancestor's obsession. His Gu refinement attainment was much higher than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan could be said to have met a great teacher. Many of his refinement path doubts and problems were cleared. Those precious Gu refinement methods and killer moves that had been lost for a long time. Fang Yuan benefited greatly from them. The Hairy Man Nature Gu refinement method was an eye-opener for Fang Yuan. He felt that if he mastered this method, it would be far superior to the isolation Gu refinement method of humans. Interestingly enough, while Fang Yuan was pondering refinement path, he was not able to do so. His younger brother was also studying refinement path in Black Hair Continent, which was under Cloud Cover Continent. Fang Jing was sitting cross-legged in a courtyard of Black Hair Continent's imperial capital, fiddling with the three-colored flame in his hand. Fang Yuan's fake will in his mind emphasized, in tomorrow's competition the enemy is very strong. Fang Jing, although you have rank 5 cultivation level, you lack usable Gu worms. You are also a pure human Gu master. You are being ostracized in Black Hair Continent. You can only refine Gu yourself. Tonight you must refine the rank 5 river swallowing toad. Only then can you restrain the enemy's water path methods. I know, can you shut up? Fang Jing snorted coldly in his heart. Fang Yuan's fake will stopped speaking, but soon the three-colored flame in Fang Jing's hand collapsed. Fang Jing coughed out a mouthful of blood. The Gu refinement failure caused him to suffer internal injuries. Fang Yuan's fake will laughed coldly, my foolish brother. You are still as useless as before. This is only the start of the Gu refinement, but you have already failed at the third step. Fang Jing's expression was very ugly, but the truth was in front of him. He could not refute it, he could only remain silent and sit cross-legged again, silently activating his Gu worms to heal his injuries. Fang Yuan's fake will said again, being useless is not a big deal, everyone starts from being weak and useless, they grow up and become strong. But the point is, if you don't admit your weakness, if you don't realize your own incompetence, then there is no saving you. The Gu materials you prepared can only attempt the Gu refinement 3 times at most. This time you have just started and you have already failed. Without my help, how can you refine the river-swallowing toad? Tomorrow's battle. Regardless of life or death, even if you beg for mercy, the other party will not let you off. You are indeed hopeless. Fang Jing flew into a rage out of humiliation, shouting in his heart, my death is my problem, you are too noisy, shut up. Fang Yuan's fake will said eerily, what do you have to do with what I say? You think I care about you, about your life? Little brother, you are still as naive and ignorant as before. I only want revenge, you are only a tool for me to take revenge. I can become anyone's tool, but I will never become yours. Fang Jing's reply was resolute. Fang Yuan's fake will laughed loudly, you have no choice, even if you are not willing, what can you do? Ever since you joined the martial competition you have been advancing and killing many hairy Mangu masters. It is all for my revenge. Tonight you need to listen to my guidance to succeed in the Gu refinement. You also need to listen to my guidance, otherwise you will die tomorrow. Fang Jing's expression was ashen, but he did not retort. He clenched his fists, falling into a deathly silence. 2 hours later he started to refine the Gu again. Fang Yuan slowly gave pointers. Fang Jing did not say a word, but followed Fang Yuan's instructions without going against them. Finally, when the night sky brightened, Fang Jing succeeded in refining the river-swallowing toad. Cloud Cover Continent. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. The interior rain in front of him was finally processed by him. It seemed to have frozen, turning into an almost transparent green jade. But the truth was, processing the immortal material to this state was not as simple as freezing. There were more than 50 steps involved, over 20 Gu refinement methods and 13 mortal refinement path killer moves were used. Moreover, the Gu refinement Gu immortal had to complete it within 5 minutes. After Fang Yuan wasted 3 pots, he finally had some success with the 4th basin of interior rain. At this time, a fake will flew in front of him. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over it. After confirming it was harmless, he kept the fake will in his mind. Soon, the corners of his mouth curled up into an almost imperceptible smile. In order to survive, Fangjing can only act according to my will. Even though he hates me to the core, he can only do this to survive. Every time he relies on my guidance to survive, he feels humiliated and angry. But as long as this happens the first time, the rest will follow naturally. As the number of times increases, he will gradually become numb, and even get used to my existence relying on my help. At that time, it will be the best time to refine blood deity. But his current state of mind is far from being qualified. He needs more training. Chapter 1073. Blood deity was only one of Fang Yuan's long-term plans. Fangjing was the second part of this plan. The first part of this plan was to refine blood deity immortal Gu. This immortal Gu was something that Fang Yuan wanted to refine in his previous life. In order to obtain the immortal Gu remnant recipe, he even went to find trouble with vicious lightning fiend. Only after refining blood deity immortal Gu could he kill his kin and refine a blood deity. But now, even though Fang Yuan had the blood deity immortal Gu recipe, it was only 70% of the remnant recipe. When he was an immortal zombie, he did not have the resources and energy to complete this immortal Gu recipe. But now, after Fang Yuan revived, Wisdom Gu could not use the light of wisdom anymore. Even if I do not use the light of wisdom with my blood path and wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, I can deduce the blood deity immortal Gu recipe. But the time and energy I have to waste is not as efficient as using the light of wisdom. Even if I refine the blood deity immortal Gu recipe, to kill Fangjing and refine a blood deity, I will need to teach him a lesson and make him not hate me anymore. Because the blood deity refined from hatred will turn on the master. It is like a double-edged sword. It can hurt others, but it can also hurt oneself if one is not careful. Actually, there were many ways to influence a person's feelings or feelings towards another person in the world of Gu masters. Wisdom path had countless methods and emotion path was the best at this. Fang Yuan had many of these methods. As long as he was willing, he only needed to use one of them to make Fangjing submit and be loyal to him. But this way, Fangjing would only be influenced by external forces and his true intentions would be obscured. And when he was killed, when refining a blood deity, using these wisdom path methods would erase all the wisdom path Dao marks on his body. Only the purest blood path Dao marks would be left. This way, Fangjing's true intentions would recover. Fang Yuan could only teach it slowly. Only by completely changing Fangjing's heart and mind would he be able to refine a blood god that met his standards. Obviously, Fangjing's training was a long process. Blood deity's immortal Gu recipe was still far from completion. At least Fang Yuan had no time to care about it now. Not to mention, after perfecting the blood deity immortal Gu recipe, he would need to prepare immortal materials to refine blood deity. However, the last point was much easier than the other sections. Blood path Gu worms had a characteristic: the cost of refining them was very low. These factors determined that the refinement of the blood god's son could only be a long-term goal. But no matter how long it took, as long as he approached step by step and didn't give up, persevering, there would come a time when he would complete it. What Fang Yuan was doing now was taking advantage of his busy schedule. He took the time to train Fang Yuan and approached his goal step by step. You can't travel 1,000 miles without taking a few steps, and you can't form a river without accumulating water droplets. After understanding Fangjing's situation, Fang Yuan activated the Gu worm again. A fake will was produced and flew away from him. This fake will would even fly into Fangjing's mind to replenish the wear and tear of the fake will from before. Several days passed. Fang Yuan's handling of the interior rain had reached the acme of perfection. Land Spirit of Langya gave him another set of immortal materials. It allowed him to familiarize and train his Gu refinement methods. This was Fang Yuan's main focus. He placed it here in preparation for refining the immortal Gu change form. When he had free time, he would pay attention to the sovereign immortal aperture, observing the changes and managing the immortal aperture. At the Gu Master cultivation stage, they needed to nurture their aperture and produce primeval essence to activate Gu worms. But be it Gu worms, Gu materials, or Yuan stone, these cultivation resources of Gu Masters all depended on the outside world. At the Gu immortal cultivation stage, the immortal aperture could not only produce immortal essence, it could also produce countless resources, and it was very safe and reliable. It was not like the outside world's resources, which needed Gu immortals to guard and prevent others from stealing them. The immortal aperture was the safest production base for Gu immortals. If they managed it well, it would be a huge help to the Gu immortal. It was their main source of support. Because the Dao marks were the same, it could produce the most suitable cultivation resources for the Gu immortal. It could help the Gu immortal feed Gu. Foreign trade could help the Gu immortal earn more immortal Yuan stone. It could even create new wild immortal Gu in the immortal aperture. Fang Yuan inspected his immortal aperture. His immortal aperture was divided into 10 layers. It had the layout of the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Why was there such a layout? Was it created by spectral soul, or was it formed naturally? Fang Yuan did not know. After all, sovereign immortal fetus Gu was not created by him. He was only a lucky person who obtained the final results. Fang Yuan could not be bothered to name the parts. He directly copied the names of the 5 regions and 9 heavens, only adding a small word in front. For example, Kokitahara, Mini Eastern Sea, and so on. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan gradually discovered some small secrets of the sovereign immortal aperture. He found that the sovereign immortal aperture's 5 regions and 9 heavens were not only similar to the outside world in terms of structure, the environment was also very similar. For example, Kokitahara was a flat grassland. There were more wind path Dao marks in the immortal aperture. Or Mini Western Desert, most of the fire path Dao marks were in this area. Southern border had more earth path Dao marks. There were also a portion of poison path Dao marks. After discovering this, Fang Yuan distributed the cultivation resources that he had accumulated earlier. He placed the eerie fire dragon pythons in Mini Western Desert. He placed the dragonfish in Mini Eastern Sea. The regretful spiders were placed in Mini Southern border. The arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and others were placed in Mini Blue Heaven. As for Kokitahara, there were a large number of snow monsters. These were left behind from the first earthly calamity. There were a large number of desolate beast snow monsters, and even ancient desolate beast level snow monsters. Fang Yuan did not have the time to deal with these snow monsters. He put them aside for now. After all, Kokitahara was empty. There were no other precious resources. He let these snow monsters move around for now. Kokitahara was huge. The snow monsters could not penetrate aperture walls like ruined bats. Air bubble fish, shark fin wolf, literature carps, desolate beast giant horned sheep, dead eggs of worldly sand gull, a small amount of oil water, rockmen, a small blood G forest, a small area of mirror willows, and so on were all arranged properly. While Fang Yuan was tempering his Gu refinement technique, he also spent some of his energy. He took care of these resources. The arrow bamboo forest, star fragment grass, and others were moved into Mini Blue Heaven. But the production of Gu worms was falling sharply. And the eerie fire dragon pythons and dragonfish were also falling slightly. Only the daily production of regretful spiders was at the same level as before. There was no helping it. Even though the sovereign immortal aperture had great prospects and unlimited potential, it had only gone through one earthly calamity currently. It had Dao marks of all paths, but most of them only had around 100 Dao marks. Regretful spiders relied on wisdom path Dao marks, dragonfish relied on food path and water path Dao marks, and eerie fire dragon pythons relied on fire path Dao marks in their environment. Arrow bamboo forest and star fragment grass had star path mortal Gu production. Star path Dao marks. Earlier, these resources were placed in Hu immortal blessed land and star form blessed land. The former had gone through 5 or 6 earthly calamities. It had a lot of Dao marks. Fire path and water path Dao marks surpassed the current sovereign immortal aperture. Star form blessed land itself focused on star path. The sovereign immortal aperture could not compare to it in this aspect. But in the sovereign immortal aperture, not all paths only had around 100 Dao marks. Chi path Dao marks were a level higher. This was because Fang Yuan was in southern border's 5 regional mountain range. He killed the Chi path Gu immortal Chi Zai and obtained his Chi path Dao marks. But Chi path Dao marks were not the highest. Most were ice and snow path Dao marks. Fang Yuan had gone through his first earthly calamity not long ago. It was not accurate to call it an earthly calamity. All in all, it had terrifying power. It surpassed even the 10 great catastrophes. Calamities and tribulations had to go hand in hand with fortune and disaster. Calamities and tribulations were powerful. After passing them, the Gu immortal would gain more benefits. The benefits here were the Dao marks. Feng Yuan obtained a large number of Dao marks from his first earthly calamity. He obtained a large number of Dao marks. Among them, Ice and Snow Path Dao marks were the most, followed by Strength Path and Transformation Path Dao marks. The latter two Dao marks. They were inferior to Qi Path Dao marks. After all, Qi Path Dao marks were accumulated by rank 7 Gu immortal Qi Zai's entire life, while Strength Path and Transformation Path Dao marks were obtained by Feng Yuan's first earthly calamity. These Dao marks had already started to affect Feng Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture. The other 4 regions were not affected yet, but in Kokitahara, a huge snowfield had already formed, and the edges of the snowfield were still spreading. This environment was enough for Feng Yuan to transplant many cold-resistant plants. It was enough for them to grow. Like in the past, after several earthly calamities, Hu Immortal Blessed Land's environment was improved. Hu Immortal could transplant blue degree grass, horseshoe grass, 6 divine grass, milk tea flower, and others. One of the main methods of managing an immortal aperture was to adapt to the local conditions. To refine change form immortal Gu, Feng Yuan was actively making preparations. Meanwhile, in central continent, Wuxia and the rest were not idle. They had already obtained the light of the immemorial era. According to the immortal Gu recipe, they started to gather other immortal materials. They used their own treasures to settle a small portion, but there were still many that needed to be traded with the outside world. Wuxia inherited the remnant forces of Central Continent's Shadow Sect. He was also the leader of Defy, so his priority was to exchange resources internally with Defy. They negotiated and haggled before making transactions one after another. Gu immortals chased after benefits. Defy's structure was loose. The transactions of immortal materials were not smooth. Because of this, Wuxia and He Lulan were almost at their wits' end. Shirnu and Tai by Yunxing were not suitable for haggling. After putting in a lot of effort, Wuxia finally gathered 3 complete sets of Gu refinement materials. Yumu Chun is already dead. I can only give up on the hairy man natural style and use the human isolation style to refine fixed immortal travel. The success rate of this method is very low. 3 sets of immortal materials are not enough. It is not safe. Wuxia did not stop buying. To refine Gu, he and the other 3 immortals took a risk and returned to Earth Abyss. The Super Gu formation that Shadow Sect set up in Earth Abyss was very helpful for Gu refinement. When Wuxia gathered 6 complete sets of immortal materials through Defy, an accident occurred. One of Defy's members, the demonic path Gu immortal Gong Sun Liang, who was hiding in Mingtang Valley, was ambushed and captured by Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Gong Sun Liang asked for help from Defy, and Defy immediately fell into a huge commotion. Gong Sun Liang had hidden himself very well, but he was actually captured. And most importantly, Celestial Court personally made a move. This was shocking. Most of Defy's members were oppressed and ostracized by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. They had secretly formed an alliance to survive. And the 10 great ancient sects were only subordinate sects of Celestial Court. Facing the colossus that was Celestial Court, Defy's members were in danger. They were afraid that Gong Sun Liang would expose clues and implicate them. Damned Celestial Court. Wuxia could only curse at this. Because of this, Defy's other members went into hiding. They did not dare to communicate with him, let alone trade immortal materials. Wuxia knew that they were not only afraid of Celestial Court, they were also suspicious of him, the boss. After all, some time ago Gong Sun Liang had lent his immortal Gu to Wuxia. Now that he was killed, the immortal Gu was still in Wuxia's hands. Was it because he was greedy for immortal Gu, so the boss purposely did not save him? This question was a huge blow to the boss' reputation. Gong Sun Liang's capture directly cut off Wuxia's best way to gather immortal materials. Without a choice, they could only use Jewel Yellow Skies. This was the largest trading market in the 5 regions. But the fees were very high, and it was not confidential. It was easy for people to investigate. In short, there were many risks. If not for the fact that they had no other choice, Wuxia and the rest would not use this route. Gong Sun Liang was captured. Celestial Court will find this place sooner or later. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is dead, but Fairy Myrtle has woken up. I need to refine fixed immortal travel as soon as possible. Wuxia was feeling increasingly anxious. His situation was also getting more and more difficult. In order to refine sovereign immortal fetus Gu, Shadow Sect had expended almost all of their inventory, even Zombie Alliance was used as a material to be refined in the 10 Extreme formation. Although Shirnu was rank 7, his immortal aperture was not managed well. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing had just ascended to immortal, their savings were limited. Inside Jewel Yellow Skies, although there were many immortal materials, Wuxia was lacking in money, he could only split $1 into 2. This way he would haggle over every penny, who would be willing to transact immortal materials with him. Eventually, when Wuxia used Jewel Yellow Skies to gather 10 sets of Gu refinement materials, he almost shed tears of bitterness, his eyes were filled with desolation. When a tiger falls, it will be bullied by dogs. If it was before the Battle of Etion Mountain, to gather the immortal materials for a rank 6 immortal Gu, they would only need to take a corner of the treasury to gather 10 or 20 sets of immortal materials. Even if the treasury did not have them, with just an order, Zombie Alliance in the 5 regions would mobilize a large number of immortal zombies, it would be easy to gather immortal materials. How could it be like this? In order to gather immortal materials, Wuxia and the rest had almost used up all of their inventory, they had nothing to do. This time I must succeed in refining fixed immortal travel. I must succeed. Wuxia was determined. He was in a difficult situation, but Fang Yuan's side was very comfortable. Fang Yuan had already discussed with Land Spirit of Langya, even if the first refinement failed they would continue. As for the immortal materials after the second and third refinement, Fang Yuan would bear all of them. He had ample funds, or rather, extremely ample funds. Even though the production of these main resources had decreased, Fang Yuan's income had increased by several times. The reason? Because Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had abundant time path resources. The flow of time was 60 times faster than the outside world. What did this mean? A day in the outside world was 2 months in the sovereign immortal aperture. As time passed, the resources would increase, completely making up for the small disadvantage of the decrease in production. But only a portion of these resources were sold by Fang Yuan. When discussing with Land Spirit of Langya, Fang Yuan had purposely pawned Danghun Mountain. Anyway, Fang Yuan could pay it back. But this made Land Spirit of Langya extremely motivated. Land Spirit of Langya was a little worried that the first Gu refinement would succeed. If that happened, wouldn't he not be able to obtain Danghun Mountain? Chapter 1074. Several days later, in the depths of Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Shirnu returned from outside reporting to Wuxia, "Master, old slave has already investigated. Because of the super collapse, there was a huge commotion. Ancient Soul Sect sent 3 Gu Immortals to investigate. According to your instructions, Old Slave has already lured several ancient desolate beasts and 5 groups of desolate beasts to the collapsed area. Adding on the appearance of wild immortal Gu, these 3 Gu Immortals from Ancient Soul Sect will definitely be very busy." Shirnu was a Rockman. This kind of variant human had Earth Path Tao marks to begin with. With Shirnu's Earth Path cultivation level, he was like a fish in water in Earth Abyss. Wuxia nodded, "You did well in this matter. But Providence is everywhere, we cannot be careless. Maybe when I refine Gu, Providence will affect these Gu Immortals and make them come here, spoiling Shadow Sect's plans." Shirnu thought about it. Master is right. But in this direction we have already arranged 3 groups of desolate beasts to obstruct them. Even if they break through the obstruction of the beast groups and come here, we will have enough time to react. Wuxia shook his head. "You have not seen the true power of Providence. It does not only affect Gu Immortals, it can also affect desolate beasts and desolate plants. At that crucial moment, these desolate beast groups might also attack." Shirnu's expression changed. If the desolate beast groups attack, what should we do? The implication was that his previous preparations to lure in the beast groups, wasn't that just shooting himself in the foot? No matter. My reliance is not on these desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts, but on this Super Gu formation. It is this Super Gu formation. Wuxia said as light of wisdom flashed in his eyes. This could be said to be the safest place in Central Continent at the moment. This Super Gu formation covered all aspects. Not only could it conceal Providence and defend against Wisdom Path Gu Immortals deductions, it also had extremely powerful offensive and defensive abilities, as well as the miraculous effect of Gu refinement. Spectral Soul continued to devour souls in the door of life and death. He took the cultivation memories and experiences of countless Gu Immortals as his own. He was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable when he was alive, his aptitude and aptitude were at the peak. A lot of Formation Path and Refinement Path experiences were absorbed by Spectral Soul. It saved him a lot of time and energy, allowing him to push his formation path, refinement path, and many other paths to the level of a great grandmaster. And this super goo formation was personally designed by Spectral Soul in the door of life and death. One could imagine how powerful it was. Wuxia was using this super goo formation to refine goo. It was a wise move. Even if desolate beast groups or ancient desolate beasts attacked, he could use the super goo formation to kill these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, using their souls to attack the super goo formation and temporarily increase the power of the goo formation. Therefore, there wouldn't be anything like shooting oneself in the foot. Shirnu's worries were superfluous, because although he had lived here for a long time, he did not know about this goo formation's marvelous use and battle ability. I did not destroy the spring-autumn cicada. This goo has providence residing in it. Thus, the location of the super goo formation was already known by Providence. But it doesn't matter, even if the rank 8 goo immortals of the Celestial Court come to attack, I have the confidence to defend this place for some time. Moreover, Heaven Overseeing Tower is already destroyed even with Fate Goo. The possibility of the Celestial Court finding this place is too small. Wuxia did not give up on Spring-Autumn Cicada after careful consideration. Fang Yuan could use Spring-Autumn Cicada to destroy Shadow Sect's 100,000-year plan. Then why couldn't he, Wuxia, use Spring-Autumn Cicada as his final trump card? Providence was vast and mighty. It cared about balance and did not hold grudges. Whoever threatened heaven and earth or threatened the survival of other life forms, Providence would target them. Right now, Providence's main target was Fang Yuan, but not Wuxia. Thus, even Spring-Autumn Cicada, which contained Providence, was of great help to Wuxia. Moreover, in Wuxia's plan, he intended to refine Spring-Autumn Cicada and get rid of the Providence inside, truly making this legendary immortal goo his. However, these were all part of his later plans. Right now, all of Wuxia's thoughts were placed on refining fixed immortal travel. This immortal goo was the key to breaking out of his predicament. With this immortal goo, he would be like a dragon returning to the sea or a tiger returning to the mountains. There is no time to lose. We will start refining Spring-Autumn Cicada now. Shirnu, don't resist. I will activate the goo formation and move you to the formation core. You will assist me in refining the goo. Wuxia ordered. Yes, master, old slave will do her best. I will not regret it even if I die. Shirnu quickly accepted the order. After arranging Shirnu, Wuxia also entered the most central formation core. As for He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing, they had already been placed in the other two formation cores. Although it was only rank 6 fixed immortal travel, this goo refinement not only concerned the future of Shadow Sect, it even faintly affected the situation of the 5 regions. It had great significance. The goo refinement began. Half a month later, Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. Change form immortal goo also began its first attempt at refinement. Fang Yuan stood on Cloud Cover Continent, waiting with a solemn expression as he looked up at the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya was no longer as sage-like as before. It was mighty and majestic. Its muscles bulged and its body was covered in black hair. It floated in the sky with its head raised like a demon god. It opened its mouth and roared. The roar shook heaven and earth. Even the clouds could be seen. Traces of light seemed to have been lit up by the roar, spreading over a range of tens of li. Most of these Dao marks are refinement path Dao marks. They are excellent for assisting in goo refinement. The land spirit of Langya opened its mouth and introduced proudly. It roared again. Along with the roar, lumps of light appeared in the sky, each shining with dazzling colors that dazzled people's eyes. What is happening in the sky? Look, the immortals have appeared again. Not long ago, it was the 7-colored heavenly pillar. This time, it is the sky full of colorful stars. What a magnificent sight. For a time, the black hair, yellow hair, and white hair continents on the surface of the sea were filled with excited voices. From the beggars to the nobles, all of them raised their heads and looked at the starlight in the sky with burning and yearning gazes. Every star is emitting dense immortal goo aura. It seems that these are components of the immortal goo house refinement cauldron? Fang Yuan spoke, asking in a guessing tone. The land spirit of Langya nodded, saying regretfully, "You guessed correctly. It is a pity that many of the core immortal goo are lost now. If refinement cauldron was complete, the possibility of refining change form immortal goo would be 60%. But so what if it is lost? I do not intend to repair refinement cauldron, so what if it is complete? True strength does not lie in immortal goo. It lies in the goo immortal themselves. Pay attention, I am going to start. At this moment, the Tao marks in the surrounding 100 li were all lit up, the stars in the sky were shining with colorful lights. The land spirit of Langya was hovering in the sky. Countless goo worms flew around him, large numbers of mortal goo materials were refined by him in an instant. The speed was so fast that Fang Yuan felt dazzled just by looking at it. After a while, the land spirit of Langya growled, "It is your turn." In an instant, Fang Yuan's vision changed. He replaced the land spirit of Langya's position, floating in the sky. And the land spirit of Langya was standing at the place where he had just stood, looking up at him. It turned out that in this goo refinement, the land spirit of Langya had used a dual immortal goo refinement method according to the situation. The land spirit of Langya was in charge of the hairy man goo refinement method, while Fang Yuan was in charge of several important immortal materials in the process. There was no clear difference in priority between the two, they were both equally important. Fang Yuan was not surprised, he had already made sufficient mental preparations. While in the sky, he immediately waved his hands, taking out a large basin of interior rain and started to refine it. The land spirit of Langya watched for a while before nodding in satisfaction. Fang Yuan was calm in the face of danger, his foundation was solid, there was a trace of indescribable profundity in his skillful methods. This lad is worthy of being reborn. With his previous life's experience, his refinement path attainment is about to reach Grandmaster level. But it will not be easy to take this step. The land spirit of Langya evaluated in his mind. The goo refinement proceeded smoothly. All the steps were done in an orderly manner. Even if there were some accidents, they were small and not worth worrying about. Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya had made sufficient preparations. Moreover, there were people like Fang Yuan and the land spirit of Langya. They could not be considered weak refinement path experts, they could be said to be experts working together. Thus, it was not strange for them to have such progress. After 3 days and 3 nights, the land spirit of Langya and Fang Yuan did not sleep or rest. All their efforts turned into an incomplete immortal goo. The land spirit of Langya was overjoyed. It seems that the first goo refinement is likely to succeed, as long as there are no mistakes in the last few steps. He had not finished his words. There was a loud rumble in the sky, thunder rumbled like a drum, resounding everywhere. The immortal goo was about to be formed, the tribulation was about to descend. Fang Yuan's expression changed, but his hands were still as steady as before, controlling a special ice flame to roast the incomplete immortal goo. Don't worry, it is merely a rank 6 immortal goo's tribulation, it is nothing. What? The land spirit of Langya's tone suddenly became high-pitched, like a rooster whose throat was being grabbed. His eyes were wide open, looking at the rumbling tribulation lightning in the sky in shock. The tribulation had not erupted yet, but its might and aura had already surpassed the rank 6 standard in the memories of the land spirit of Langya. In fact, even the standard of a rank 7 immortal goo could not compare to this tribulation lightning. How can this be? The land spirit of Langya could not understand, he shouted angrily. First Supreme Elder, take charge of the goo refinement, I will deal with this immortal tribulation. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "No. Most importantly, you cannot leave, your dogshit luck path can protect the immortal goo. Let me deal with this tribulation, boys, form the ancient battle formation with me." The land spirit of Langya shouted. As he shouted, close to 10 hairy man goo immortals flew to his side. Silver light flashed, a tall and arrogant silver giant appeared. The number 2 ancient battle formation in the world, heavenly giant solar. Central continent, earth abyss. Huff huff huff. Wuxia breathed roughly, his eyes were bloodshot, he was like a pitiful gambler who was about to lose everything and wanted to win back his losses. Half a month ago he had tried to refine fixed immortal travel, up until now he had already failed 8 times. Damn it, I only have 2 more chances. I have the goo formation's help, but I still failed 8 times. The success rate of the human isolation style goo refinement method is not as high as the hairy man heaven and earth style. However, even if Mu Chun reappears, I will not use the hairy man heaven and earth style. Providence also wants to get rid of me. Once I give Providence a chance, it will use the tribulation to show its might. If a random tribulation happens to counter the super goo formation, it will be troublesome. Chapter 1075. Boom, boom, boom. Loud sounds continued to resounding in the sky of cloud-covered continent. It was deafening. This is heavenly drum thunder tribulation. Within the silver giant formed by the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar, Land Spirit of Langya shouted. His face was filled with shock and confusion. This heavenly drum thunder tribulation, every time thunder rumbles, formless lightning will form, it will directly affect the Gu immortal's body and destroy their internal organs. It has the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. It is also sound path and lightning path compatible. Ordinary Gu immortals cannot defend against it, they will most likely die if they encounter this tribulation. But Fang Yuan, don't be afraid, our world is covered in refinement path Dao marks, it is the best defense. Furthermore, I have my own methods to counter it. As long as I, Heavenly Giant Solar, am around, you will be safe. In a hurry, Land Spirit of Langya transmitted to Fang Yuan. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would be distracted by the tribulation and fail the Gu refinement. Even though Land Spirit of Langya wanted Danghun Mountain, if Fang Yuan failed the Gu refinement, it would be a huge problem. But Land Spirit of Langya was a man of his word. This Gu refinement was the agreement between Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable and Longhair Ancestor. He had to help Fang Yuan with all his strength, he did not have any ulterior motives. Fang Yuan floated in the air, turning a deaf ear to the rumbling thunder outside. His expression was calm, his mind was also as calm as ice. Land Spirit of Langya's worries were unnecessary. Fang Yuan had been through countless battles, he had been through the 5 regions chaotic war and the Battle of Etion Mountain, he was immune to these disturbances. He was not flustered, his fingers moved like flowers blooming. He advanced the Gu refinement steadily. Boom boom boom. With every rumble of thunder, the silver giant Heavenly Giant Solar's body shook slightly. The hairy man Gu immortals in the battle formation were all frustrated. All of them felt irritated and irritable, and all the hair on their bodies stood on end. They felt like the apocalypse was coming. Land Spirit of Langya snorted coldly, I have a move that counters sound path. Look at my immortal killer move, Silence of Heaven and Earth. The silver giant suddenly burst forth with boundless radiance. The silvery white light was very dazzling, like a fragment of the sun. Fang Yuan closed his eyes in time, he had already activated several defensive killer moves. A silver light suddenly appeared, then rotated to style_txt and disappeared without a trace. The world was silent. There was no more sound of thunder. Dark clouds covered the sky, and countless bolts of lightning flickered in the clouds. But every time, the thunder that accompanied the lightning would disappear completely. After a long while, the sound of thunder gradually grew louder and louder. Even if your heavenly drum thunder tribulation scale is increased by more than 10 times, it cannot interfere with this Gu refinement. The Land Spirit of Langya had just spoken with a smug tone when the dark clouds in the sky rapidly changed. Countless blue balls of light shot out of the dark clouds. Each ball of light was a blue charm shadow. This was a lightning fairy with battle strength comparable to a rank 6 Gu immortal. Back when Immortal Fox underwent her tribulation, he was killed by a blue charm shadow. Right now Fang Yuan was facing 20 blue charm shadows. The Land Spirit of Langya's eyes were wide open as he shouted, What's going on? Why is there a second blue charm shadow tribulation? And the scale has increased by 20 times. Even though the Land Spirit of Langya had lived for a long time and was very knowledgeable, he could not help but be moved. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, this scene was so similar to his tribulation not long ago. My first earthly calamity. Calamities and tribulations are so terrifying that they surpass heavenly tribulations. This time, change form immortal Gu is the same. 20 blue charm shadows appeared at once. If I had encountered this during the earthly calamity, I would have died without a doubt. Fang Yuan's first earthly calamity. Heaven and earth chi formed into several iron crown eagles, and 2 or 3 ancient ruined bats. He even encountered many ancient snow monsters, desolate beast snow monsters and others. In terms of scale, his first earthly calamity was naturally stronger. Fang Yuan barely passed it. But if the earthly calamity he encountered was these 20 blue charm shadows, he would have no chance of survival. When he was undergoing the earthly calamity, the ancient ruined bats had not formed for long. Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He used his full strength to destroy these earthly calamities. Fang Yuan was strong in offense and weak in defense. He was making full use of his strengths. But against 20 blue charm shadows, it was a different story. The blue charm shadows were extremely fast. Their battle strength was comparable to rank 6 Gu immortals. Even if Fang Yuan used 3 layers of sword wave, he might not be able to hit them. Fang Yuan had many rank 7 and 8 immortal Gu, but they were not defensive immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's offense was strong, but his defensive methods were too weak. he was countered by the blue charm shadows. In the end, I developed too quickly, my foundation is not stable, I have many shortcomings. Fang Yuan had this thought. Actually, he had already discovered this problem. But after the Battle of Yitian Mountain, time was too tight, he had no time to make up for these shortcomings. 20 blue charm shadows shot towards Fang Yuan at lightning speed. They were fast like lightning, they only left behind several blue marks in Fang Yuan's eyes before they got close. Land Spirit of Langia shouted anxiously, using an immortal killer move. The silver giant's body shined with light. Within the pure white light, the silver giant's body expanded in the blink of an eye, it grew to more than 10 times its original size. The silver giant's body was huge to begin with. After this transformation, it turned into a heavenly pillar that stood on cloud-covered continent and had an immortal aperture above its head. The silver giant's mountain-like body shook, it used an immortal killer move again. The blue charm shadows had already gotten close to Fang Yuan, but suddenly, a huge wall of light appeared in front of it, it crashed into it and was repelled. After getting out of trouble, the silver giant stretched out its hands, its 10 fingers formed a ball, wrapping Fang Yuan in its palms. The space between its hands was huge, it covered several li of space around Fang Yuan. The situation is bad, even though my killer move can defend against the blue charm shadows, it will obstruct your Gu refinement. You need to be careful, there might be intense fluctuations coming towards you. If you cannot stabilize yourself, the Gu refinement will fail miserably. Land Spirit of Langia transmitted again. Fang Yuan nodded, he did not speak, he had a solemn expression. He was refining Gu now, there were countless refinement path Dao marks around him, there was also refinement cauldron in the sky. But the battle between the silver giant and the blue charm shadows. It would interfere with the Dao marks and cause countless tremors. This was very disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. It was extremely disadvantageous to him. If he made any mistakes, all his efforts would be wasted. Boom boom boom. A series of booming sounds could be heard. They entered Fang Yuan's ears. The blue charm shadows were like a swarm of blue bees, surrounding the silver giant and attacking the giant's hands. They were very fast, but the silver giant was very clumsy. You fools! Land Spirit of Langia scolded. He had to protect Fang Yuan, he had to keep his hands stable at all times, he could not be distracted. Thus, the matter of resisting the blue charm shadows could only be left to the other hairy Mangu immortals. But these hairy Mangu immortals had low battle strength, they could not control the giant well. Even though they tried their best, many of their immortal killer moves failed. Even if they succeeded, it would be reflected to the outside world with a huge commotion, but the results would be minimal. After fighting for a long time, only one of the blue charm shadows dissipated. This was the luck of a blind cat running into a dead mouse. Land Spirit of Langia did not even have the energy to curse anymore. This time it might not be good. He was filled with worry. The silver giant was formed from heavenly giant solar, it had expanded by more than 10 times, its defense was not as good as before. It could only take a beating, the blue charm shadows were bombarding it. It was getting thinner, it was almost transparent. And even though Fang Yuan stabilized the situation, because of the outside world's interference, his speed fell. Langia Land Spirit estimated based on his speed. The silver giant would not be able to last until then. He could not spare any attention now. While Fang Yuan was completely focused on the Gu refinement, he could not leave to fight. Without any external interference. It could be said that his defeat was already set. Thankfully this is my first attempt. Even if I fail, I still have the capital. Fang Yuan had a good attitude. His attitude was also very proper. When refining immortal Gu, who would dare to hope to succeed on the first try? Fang Yuan could accept failure, but in Central Continent's Earth Abyss, Wuxia was already at the end of his rope. This is the last time, this is the final immortal material, I cannot fail again. Wuxia was sweating profusely, he gritted his teeth. He was like a lone wolf that was forced to the edge of a cliff. Once he failed, it would be very difficult for him to gather more immortal materials. In this situation, I can only use my trump card. Even if there are repercussions, I need to get through this first. Wuxia made up his mind, he activated an immortal killer move. Boundless pain assaulted the depths of his soul. Under the effect of the immortal killer move, his entire soul started to turn into fuel, rapidly being expended. At the same time, his luck started to rise rapidly. My main body had once explored 88-point Jianghu Tower and created this killer move. Thankfully, I obtained rank 7 Soul Hal Gu not long ago, I can use it after modifying some mortal Gu. A resolute look flashed in Wuxia's eyes. He staked it all on this. He wanted to use a huge amount of luck to help him refine fixed immortal travel. I can definitely succeed this time, he screamed in his heart. Inside Langya blessed land, it was already in danger. The silver giant was extremely weak, it was on the verge of collapsing. The hairy Mangu immortals inside the giant were even more injured. Some of their heart meridians were broken, they were coughing out blood, some had already fainted, some were trembling intensely, foaming at the mouth. They formed the ancient battle formation. The damage to the ancient battle formation was reflected on them. There were 11 blue charm lightning shadows left. Be it Fang Yuan or Land Spirit of Langya, they were already in despair. For the second Gu refinement, I will not use the hairy man heaven and earth style anymore. Fang Yuan swore in his heart. He now felt that the human isolation style was very amiable. We are actually going to fail this time. We are ruining the reputation of Langya blessed land. It is all because the calamities and tribulations increased so much for no reason. Land Spirit of Langya was also furious. Alright, it is time to stop. Gu Immortal Sixth Hair thought to himself. He was the spy that Shadow Sect placed in Langya blessed land. There were 3 of them originally, but now he was the only one left. He was the one who contacted Wuxia secretly, leaking information about the blessed land and Fang Yuan to the latter. In this battle against the blue charm lightning shadows, he had put in a lot of effort. It was naturally all destruction. From the perspective of Shadow Sect, he naturally did not want to see Fang Yuan refine change form Immortal Gu. For the final attack, I will use the killer move Warrior's Arm. Sixth Hair thought as he almost laughed out loud. Although this move was very powerful, it would greatly weaken the silver giant's body. Right now, the silver giant was on the verge of collapse. Warrior's Arm would definitely break apart. If I use this move, the ancient battle formation will collapse. Not only will Fang Yuan's Gu refinement fail, the backlash of the battle formation will also take the lives of many hairy Mangu immortals. If I survive, I will be entrusted with more responsibility. This is amazing, amazing. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The traitor Sixth Hair decisively used Warrior's Arm. One of the silver giant's arms separated from its body as it fell down. It shined with a bright light. Oh no! Which idiot? Land Spirit of Langya was shocked. He was about to curse. Suddenly, this broken arm was hit by another immortal killer move. The explosive force was completely absorbed and sent far away. Boom! With a loud sound, an earth-shattering explosion happened. It also affected the surrounding blue charm lightning shadows. These blue charm shadows were flying in all directions. Coincidentally, most of them had gathered together at that moment. They had been hit by the explosion and were all destroyed in an instant. An astonishing result. Fang Yuan stared blankly. Sixth Hair was dumbfounded. This works. Land Spirit of Langya was also dumbfounded. After a while, he shouted, "Good job." After this change, the silver giant broke apart. The hairy Mangu immortals were all injured. But there were only 3 blue charm lightning shadows left. The situation changed drastically. But Land Spirit of Langya alone was enough to defend against these blue charm lightning shadows. Sixth Hair was filled with regret. He wanted to make a move, but Land Spirit of Langya ordered him to take care of the other hairy Mangu immortals. An hour later, Fang Yuan held on to change form Immortal Gu that was still warm from the refinement. He could not believe it himself. He succeeded on his first try? Central Continent, Earth Abyss. Jiuch. Wuxia coughed out blood. He fell backwards. His expression was pale as paper. He fainted. The final refinement of fixed immortal travel failed again. Chapter 1076. The butterfly fluttered its wings, flying high and low. Its exquisite and graceful butterfly tail sprinkled specks of emerald green light in the air. Eventually, it landed on Fairy Myrtle's white and slender index finger. Fairy Myrtle looked at this jade butterfly with a deep gaze. She smiled and said softly, "This is fixed immortal travel?" "That's right." An old Gu immortal beside her replied expressionlessly. This old granny had a hunched back. She had yellow hair that resembled straw. Her face was full of wrinkles and her eyes were blurry. She wore an earthy yellow robe. There was a ring of fine yellow sand around her waist. Fairy Myrtle turned around and thanked sincerely. "This is just a rank 6 immortal Gu. It actually troubled a refinement path great grandmaster like Granny Shah to make it. It is its honor." This old Gu immortal was a member of Celestial Court. She had just woken up. Her cultivation level was rank 8. She was thousands of years old. The details could not be verified. Celestial Court had many such old antiques, but a refinement path great grandmaster was very rare. Fairy Myrtle knew more. She was a wisdom path Gu immortal. She could deduce many secrets from small clues. She knew that this Granny Sha in front of her did not have much lifespan left. She had to hibernate in Celestial Court to delay her death. But she and Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord were from the same generation. They had feelings for each other when they were young. During the Battle of Etion Mountain, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sacrificed himself. This news finally alerted Granny Sha. She ended her hibernation and woke up. Granny Sha looked at fixed immortal travel in Fairy Myrtle's hands. She sighed deeply. I am an old woman whose body is lying in a coffin. What honor is there to talk about? Can I really help you capture that Fang Yuan by refining fixed immortal travel? Refining fixed immortal travel required the crucial immortal material, the light of the immemorial era. By now, ordinary Gu immortals could not gather it, but Celestial Court was an exception. This was the #1 Gu immortal organization in the world. Since its establishment in the primordial era, it had always firmly occupied the top position, overlooking the river of history and looking down on the heroes of the 5 regions. The Wind Cloud Manor was just one of the 10 lower sects of the Celestial Court. There was primeval light in the treasury. Naturally, the Celestial Court had even more in its own storehouse. Thus, Granny Sha directly rushed to refine fixed immortal travel, not worrying about a shortage of immortal materials. This was the foundation of the Celestial Court, which had stood for more than 3 million years since ancient times. Facing Granny Sha's question, Fairy Myrtle smiled and answered, This is the result of my divination, I'm 60% sure. A peculiar light flashed in Granny Sha's eyes. You and that heaven supervising ghost are wisdom path Gu immortals on par with each other, with 60% certainty. There is a need to try. Fairy Myrtle nodded lightly. Speaking of which, I was lucky to be able to deduce it. I recently received a few crucial clues. It was no secret that Fang Yuan possessed fixed immortal travel, spring-autumn cicada and other Gu. Not long ago we captured a demonic path Gu immortal, Gong Sun Liang. We found out that the boss of the organization had borrowed Gu from him. Later we deduced that Fang Yuan could appear in several places. Pot River was one of them. Coincidentally, Wind Cloud Manor's Gu immortal, Feng Chanzi, secretly sold the light of the immemorial era to outsiders from the sect's treasury. So, you deduced that Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel has been destroyed, right? Granny Sha asked. It is only a possibility, but from the results, it should be true. Fairy Myrtle answered. That Fang Yuan has many immortal Gu. Spring-autumn cicada is sealed, and fixed immortal travel is in our hands. This way it will be much easier to capture him. Granny Sha said. Fairy Myrtle shook her head, sighing, Actually, fixed immortal travel is not a problem. It is just a rank 6 immortal Gu, there are too many ways to deal with it. That's right. Granny Sha agreed. It is almost impossible to advance fixed immortal travel to rank 7 or 8, because it uses too much light of the immemorial era. Even if we take all the light of the immemorial era from the Celestial Court's treasury, we can only try 3 times. We can only try to advance to rank 7 3 times. Rank 8 fixed immortal travel is already extinct. The light of the immemorial era could be obtained as much as one wanted in the immemorial antiquity era, but now, it was an extinct immortal material. And fixed immortal travel needed the light of the immemorial era. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel could not carry rank 7 Gu immortals, not to mention rank 8 Gu immortals. These Gu immortals had abundant Dao marks on them. Fixed immortal travel needed to carry them, it was like a baby carrying an elephant. Unless they were space path Gu immortals or used special immortal killer moves. But such situations were rare. In conclusion, fixed immortal travel was limited to rank 6. Even though it was powerful, it had little use on rank 7 and 8 Gu immortals. Granny Sha continued, Actually, in the history of the Celestial Court, they had possessed fixed immortal travel several times. Most of the time they were given to lower sects to use, but they lost it due to tribulations or other reasons. Once, fixed immortal travel was in the hands of a Gu immortal from the Celestial Court, Liang Liang, and even advanced to rank 7. This person also cultivated Space Path, but back then, when the immemorial desolate beast Calamity Space rampaged, he died in battle and his rank 7 fixed immortal travel was destroyed. Rank 6 fixed immortal travel was treasured by Fang Yuan, but in the eyes of the Celestial Court's Gu immortals, it was nothing. It could not be used, it was not convenient. Thus, most of the time the Celestial Court gave it to lower sects to suppress Central Continent. But who could have thought that Fang Yuan relied on fixed immortal travel to create such a huge commotion? In the end it was still the same sentence. There was no strongest goo worm, only the strongest goo master, goo immortal. The effect of a goo worm did not depend on the goo worm itself, but more on the goo master. Fairy Myrtle continued, refining fixed immortal travel and sealing spring-autumn cicada is only to cut off Fang Yuan's wings. The true difficulty is to deduce where he is hiding. Next, I will use all my strength to deduce and find him in Central Continent. Granny Sha, I will have to trouble you to refine immortal goo and help the Celestial Court rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. Granny Sha nodded, her tone was slightly melancholic. Heaven Overseeing Old Ghost is dead, I cannot save him. But I can rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. I am sure that if his soul returns to the door of life and death, he will be glad to know this. Goodbye. Granny Sha left. Fairy Myrtle summoned another goo immortal, Myriad Tidal Dragon. Feng Chanzi used public resources for personal gain. He almost made a huge mistake. It seems that Central Continent has been peaceful for too long. The Celestial Court has become overstaffed. How can such a profligate person be allowed to tarnish the reputation of our Celestial Court? He will be punished to guard Hidden Dragon Cave and Di Zongxing for 20 years. During this period, if that evil dragon makes a comeback, it will be due to his negligence. He will be punished with his life. Fairy Myrtle said, her eyes shining with cold light. Myriad Tidal Dragon nodded, frowning slightly. What about Old Man Bei Feng? Feng Chanzi was Old Man Bei Feng's grandson. He was doted on by the latter. Most importantly, according to Old Man Bei Feng's accumulated contributions and battle strength potential, he could already be promoted to the Celestial Court and become a member of the Celestial Court. Among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, not all rank 8 goo immortals could be promoted to the Celestial Court and become a member of the Celestial Court. They had to be the cream of the crop. Fairy Myrtle smiled, if Old Man Bei Feng wants to be promoted to the Celestial Court, I will personally welcome him. But right now, his beloved grandson is guarding Hidden Dragon Cave. Feng Chanzi's rank 6 cultivation level is not enough. Coincidentally, no one in the Celestial Court is willing to take over this mess. Let Old Man Bei Feng take over. After pausing for a while, Fairy Myrtle continued, I called you here because I have deduced the identities of many of Defice members. I will have to trouble you to capture a few of them for me so that I can obtain more clues. Understood. Myriad Tidal Dragon accepted the order and left. Right now, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was dead. As the only remaining Wisdom Path Great Grandmaster, Fairy Myrtle naturally became the leader of the Celestial Court. Wisdom Path goo immortals were most suited for this job. Of course, being the leader of the Celestial Court was only temporary. The Celestial Court's goo immortals had equal status. It was not a place where rank 8 goo immortals could make decisions alone. Everything had to be discussed. Unless an immortal venerable was in charge, that was a different matter. Granny Sha rebuild Heaven Overseeing Tower. Myriad Tidal Dragon, kill and capture Defice members outside. Wei Ling, investigate the internal affairs of the Celestial Court at the same time, modify the Celestial Court's inspection method. We can't let any spies infiltrate the Celestial Court. Next, I will use all my strength to deduce Fang Yuan's location. This matter should be done as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Fairy Myrtle frowned slightly. Her recent deductions showed that the more she attacked Fang Yuan, the closer Fang Yuan would cooperate with the Shadow Sect. For the Celestial Court, Spectral Soul was their main target. They had to kill him to be at ease. But now, Spectral Soul's main body was trapped in Southern Border's giant dream realm. The Celestial Court did not need to make a move, and could not make a move. They could watch as Spectral Soul died in the dream realm. Thus, the Celestial Court's target was Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect's remaining forces. They wanted to prevent one or both of them from coming to save Spectral Soul. As for the Shadow Sect's remaining forces like Zombie Alliance, Fairy Myrtle had already arranged for people to kill them. Fang Yuan was her current focus. Fixed immortal travel was not a problem, but Spring-Autumn Cicada was different. If Fang Yuan were to be reborn and change the facts, what would happen then? Central Continent, deep in Earth Abyss. Wuxia slowly woke up. What happened? This is... Wuxia was dazed for a while before his eyes regained clarity. He remembered everything. Damn it, I failed to refine fixed immortal travel. I used my trump card and greatly increased my luck, but I still could not succeed? I did not succeed now and my soul's injuries are severe. Wuxia's expression was pale, he clenched his fists. He was annoyed but also at a loss, he did not know what to do next. Suddenly heaven and earth shook, the super goo formation that Wuxia was in started to activate rapidly. Oh no! A wisdom path great expert is deducing me, the super goo formation's defense is triggered. Wuxia shouted in his mind, his pale face turned even paler without a trace of blood. Chapter 1077. In Central Continent, who could deduce Wuxia? The first thing that popped up in Wuxia's mind was Celestial Court. A novel. The number one goo immortal force in the world since the remote antiquity era. The Celestial Court that 3 demon venerables could not take down. The Celestial Court that had been ruled by 3 immortal venerables. Even when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, he did not want to attack Celestial Court. The Supreme Celestial Court. The Super Goo formation continued to work, resisting the wisdom path deductions of the mysterious great expert. The entire goo formation was emitting eerie black light, it was emitting creaking noises due to the heavy load. In such a short period of time, who can make this super goo formation so overwhelmed? It can only be the rank 8 wisdom path great expert of Celestial Court. Wuxia's expression was pale, he was already sweating profusely. Shadow Sect was created after Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died. His soul returned to the door of life and death. After 100,000 years of development, because of their brilliant strategy they reached their peak. But after the Battle of Etion Mountain, they suffered terrible losses, only some remnant forces were left. Right now, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trapped in the dream realm, Wuxia was their only hope. Wuxia knew how heavy the responsibility on his shoulders was. If he was deduced and did not have fixed Immortal Travel's teleportation method, he would definitely be chased by the relentless Celestial Court Goo Immortals, he would die. It doesn't matter if I die, the problem is that my main body will fall into a hopeless situation. I, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, will truly die. I will become a record in the river of history. I am not resigned to this. Wuxia shouted, he struggled to sit up. He injected his mind and immortal essence, he started to control the super goo formation. The goo formation quickly stabilized. Eerie light flowed like water, flowing in the formation. The creaking noises that were unable to bear the heavy load gradually weakened. Whether there was a goo immortal controlling it. The power displayed by the goo formation was completely different. Earlier, without Wuxia controlling it, this super goo formation could still defend against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. But now, with Wuxia controlling it, its power increased by more than 10 times, stabilizing the situation. On the other hand, Wuxia's situation was getting worse and worse. He had just woken up from his coma, and his condition was not right. Because the goo refinement failed, he had to use his trump card killer move. In order to increase his own luck, his soul was severely damaged. After waking up, he was busy maintaining the super goo formation, he did not even have time to heal his injuries. After controlling the super goo formation for a while, Wuxia felt dizzy, he saw stars and his body was shaking, he almost fainted again. I can't. This super goo formation was hard to control, it also had to resist wisdom path deductions. It consumes a large amount of my essence, energy and spirit. I can no longer persevere. Wuxia's heart sank. Shirnu. Hey Lulan. He transmitted, he had no choice but to tell them the secret of the super goo formation, handing it over to the other party to use. Not long after, he couldn't hold on any longer and fainted. Master. Shirnu was loyal and devoted. After being able to control the super goo formation, he found that Wuxia was in a bad state. He immediately activated the goo formation and healed Wuxia. He Lulan was in charge of defending against Fairy Myrtle's deductions. The situation gradually stabilized. Wuxia finally woke up. His condition was much better. Once he woke up, he asked, "How long have I been unconscious?" Shirnu replied, 2 days and 3 nights, master. Did the other party stop deducing? Wuxia asked again. No. This time it was He Lulan who transmitted. Wuxia's expression was grim, his heart had sunk to rock bottom. They actually deduced for 2 days and 3 nights without stopping. It seems that the other party is most likely a wisdom path great expert of Celestial Court. Their wisdom path foundation is comparable to Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord. Sigh Celestial Court. Celestial Court's waters were too deep. After 3 generations of immortal venerables, countless rank 8 goo immortals had entered it. Shadow sect had developed for 100,000 years, it could be said to be a huge force, but compared to Celestial Court, its foundation was still very shallow. Shadow sect had researched for tens of thousands of years, relying on a fortuitous opportunity and paying a huge price. They succeeded in planting a spy in Celestial Court, Lian Jiusheng. But after Lian Jiusheng entered Celestial Court, he did not obtain much information. Celestial Court's Gu immortals were mostly in hibernation, they rarely moved out. However, this little information showed a portion of Celestial Court's strength. It also made Shadow Sect quite apprehensive. First and foremost was the rank 9 Fate Gu that Celestial Court possessed. Even Red Lotus Demon Venerable had only damaged this immortal Gu in the past, he did not completely destroy it. With rank 9 Fate Gu as the core, the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower was even more powerful, it could monitor the entire world. The investigation range of the person who defied fate included the whole 5 regions, White Heaven and Black Heaven. It was shockingly huge. Secondly, Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven had always been free of calamities and tribulations. It seemed to be because it had annexed a large number of fragments of the immemorial 7 heavens. Finally, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals research on immortal apertures had reached an unfathomable level. In this aspect, even Spectral Soul felt that he could not compare to him. The first thing rank 8 Gu Immortals who joined Celestial Court had to do was to offer their Grotto Heaven and merge it into Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven. When they went out of Celestial Court, they would obtain a special phantom aperture. It was used to store immortal essence and Gu worms. This method involved the deepest secret of Celestial Court. It seemed to be the work of primordial origin Immortal Venerable. After rank 8 Gu Immortals merged their immortal apertures into Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven, they would be free from calamities and tribulations. They would be able to sleep and delay the loss of their lifespan. Celestial Court had been established since the remote antiquity era, 3 million years ago. During this period, 3 Immortal Venerables Grotto Heavens and countless rank 8 Gu Immortals Grotto Heavens were merged into Celestial Court. Thus, Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven was extremely vast, the immortal materials and resources inside were unparalleled. With just these resources, Celestial Court's Grotto Heaven could be completely self-sufficient. It did not need to obtain anything from the outside world of the 5 regions. Even most Celestial Court's members did not know how many rank 8 Gu Immortals were sleeping in Celestial Court. But just by thinking about it, one could understand how vast and terrifying the Celestial Court's hidden power was. However, since ancient times, lifespan Gu was the orthodox method of increasing lifespan. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could sleep to extend their lifespan. There had to be some drawbacks. It was just that Lian Jiusheng had not been able to find out what this drawback was. This was one of Spectral Soul's greatest regrets. Compared to Celestial Court, Shadow Sect, which had only existed for over 100,000 years, was simply too weak. Shadow Sect was like an iceberg, while Zombie Alliance, which was spread across the 5 regions, was the exposed part of the iceberg. Old Man Inkstone, Bo Qing, Zishan Makoto, and the rest were the part of the iceberg under the sea. And Celestial Court was the sea with the iceberg. The sea was unfathomably deep, there were icebergs floating on the surface. What was hidden in the depths of the sea? Maybe there were countless dragon pythons and immortal warriors, or maybe the Gu Immortals were all dead. No one knew the truth, it might never be known. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, Lian Jiusheng by Qin Tian, Fairy Myrtle, and Granny Sha were only the rank 8 Gu Immortals who had joined Celestial Court in the last few thousand years. They had not sunk into the depths of the sea, they could be considered huge waves on the surface. Master, what should we do now? Chernu asked. Wuxia fell into deep silence. He racked his brains for a solution. Right now, Fairy Myrtle's deductions were like a spear, forcing Wuxia and the rest to raise their shields and defend, to control the Super Gu formation. Although the Super Gu formation was powerful and could block Fairy Myrtle's deductions, this way the Super Gu formation needed Gu Immortals to control it. It was like restricting Wuxia and the rest. Moreover, if they simply defended, they would be too passive, they would definitely lose if they defended for too long. It was not a wise move. Celestial Court attacked me. I'm afraid it was not just against my Shadow Sect, it was also trying to kill Fang Yuan. My body is Fang Yuan's to a certain extent, I am helping Fang Yuan block his calamity. It is very strange that fixed immortal travel's refinement failed this time. 10 chances, along with the sudden surge of luck at the end, even if it was because of the luck connection that my luck was thinned, the chances of success were still quite high. Fang Yuan succeeded in that situation. My situation was far better than his, but I still failed. It is likely that fixed immortal travel was refined by someone else. If that is the case, it is likely to be Celestial Court. At this time, over at Langya Blessed Land, the traitor's sixth heir had already sent a letter to Wuxia asking for forgiveness. Thus, Wuxia knew about Fang Yuan's situation. It seems that I can only sacrifice myself to save myself. Wuxia had a resolute expression. He decided to sacrifice his subordinates in exchange for his own life. With the Super Gu Formation's ability, it could conceal his aura for some time. Fairy Z-Wei's deduction ability would be restricted to the Gu Formation. This way, Wuxia would be able to escape and cross the 5 regional walls, leaving Central Continent. Central Continent was a dangerous place. Shadow Sect's remaining forces were too few. Leaving this place and going to any of the other 4 regions would be a whole new world for Wuxia. I failed to refine fixed immortal travel, but my cultivation level is only at the bottom of rank 6. It is not as difficult to cross regional walls as rank 7 or 8. Now, I can only work harder and move around the 4 regions to gather all the remaining forces. And even if Celestial Court has rank 6 fixed immortal travel, those rank 8 Gu immortals cannot use it. Heaven Overseeing Tower is also destroyed. I am not afraid of its investigation. I can only abandon this camp. And the people controlling the Gu Formation are at least 2 rank 6s or 1 rank 7. Wuxia thought about it and decided to abandon Shirnu, leaving with Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan. He could be assured of their loyalty, especially He Lulan, followed by Shirnu and Tai by Yunxing. The most important reason was that he would need to cross regional walls many times. When crossing regional walls, the lower one's cultivation level was, the more advantageous it would be. The rank 7 Shirnu would be a burden instead. Wuxia made his decision and immediately carried it out. Shirnu had no objections. His loyalty was as clear as the sun and moon. He even handed over all of his Gu worms and the Rockman tribe in his immortal aperture to Wuxia. Wuxia's immortal aperture was a dead land. He stored his Gu worms and sent the Rockman tribe into He Lulan's immortal aperture to be nurtured. Chapter 1078. Boom boom boom. Thunder boomed, dirt and rocks flew everywhere. Is identical to nets greater than over equal to. Amidst the rising dust, Wuxia suddenly opened his mouth and roared towards the sky. His roar could not be heard by physical ears, but the 3 attacking Central Continent Gu immortals shook intensely, their souls shook intensely. Not good. This is a soul path immortal killer move. The 3 Central Continent Gu immortals quickly defended themselves. Retreat. Wuxia shouted and led Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan to leave. By the time the Central Continent Gu immortals regained their senses, the 3 immortals were nowhere to be seen. What soul path killer move is this? How powerful. At that moment I felt like my soul was about to scatter. These 3 Gu immortals, according to their auras, are from Northern Plains. So secretive and secretive. Who exactly are they? They actually appeared in the earth abyss of my ancient soul sect. Could it be that the previous landslide had something to do with them? The 3 Central Continent Gu immortals had grim expressions. They conversed while healing their injuries. I've already reported this information to the sect. The sect is currently mobilizing reinforcements. Chase them. The 3 of them were hit by my immortal killer move. I can sense it. They cannot escape. The 3 Central Continent Gu immortals stabilized their injuries and set off in pursuit. Net ********. After tracking for a while, the connection suddenly disappeared. The leading Central Continent Gu immortal was perplexed. Strange. My immortal killer move was only created a few years ago. It has a tracking effect. Very few people know about it. How did he do it? There are many types of immortal Gu, and killer moves can be formed by combining them. Gu immortals had uncountable methods. Maybe he has a method against Fangjing that counters your immortal killer move. That might be possible but not likely. In my opinion, it might not have been lifted. Perhaps it was only temporarily suppressed. Or perhaps they used some kind of method to block it. The leader of the 3 immortals pondered for a while before saying, "We chased until here, but the connection to the immortal killer move suddenly broke. There must be something amiss. Did they enter someone else's immortal aperture?" The immortal aperture was a small world. They were different from the 5 regions and 9 heavens. Fate-defying people stayed in blessed lands or grotto heavens. They could avoid Heaven Overseeing Tower's detection. If Wuxia entered someone else's immortal aperture, the 3 immortals' tracking methods would not work. But the matter of entering other people's immortal apertures. It was very rare in the Gu Immortal world. Firstly, the Gu Immortal's immortal aperture was of utmost importance. Very few would let others enter their immortal aperture. Secondly, this move had its drawbacks. Gu Immortal's immortal apertures contained Dao marks. The Gu Immortal entered someone else's immortal aperture. The Dao marks of both sides would interfere with each other, impede each other, and even repel and deplete each other. The specific consumption would depend on the specific situation. Generally speaking, it was more stable to use the big to wrap the small and the big to wrap the small. Even if the immortal aperture was large, as long as the gap between the two sides was not too big, the immortal aperture could be used to store Gu Immortals. Equals. Greater than over equal to for all? The net, however, will more or less suffer losses in various aspects. If the immortal aperture was placed in the outside world, it could connect to the heaven and earth chi of the outside world. It would be akin to attaching itself to the 5 regions. It would be much more stable than the immortal aperture inside the Gu Immortal's body. It could include more Gu Immortals with higher cultivation level. If the Gu Immortal entering the immortal aperture had too high a cultivation level and too many Dao marks, the immortal aperture might even explode. Just like the immemorial 9 heavens fragment world, only those with a certain cultivation level were allowed to participate in the exploration. Gu Immortals with high cultivation level could not enter. Forcefully entering would only cause the fragment world to explode. There was also a special situation, that was the immortal aperture of an immortal zombie. Everyone knew that an immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a land of death. Time was synchronized with the outside world. The internal space continued to disintegrate. It could be seen as the Dao marks in the immortal aperture scattering and returning to the Gu Immortal's body. Thus, even if an immortal zombie's dead aperture entered a Gu Immortal's body, it would be useless. It would not cause Dao marks to be consumed. At most, the immortal aperture's dead land would disintegrate, and the speed at which the immortal aperture's Dao marks would return to the body. Leader 3 Immortals had already calculated this situation. Thus Wuxia, Tai Bai Yunxing and He Lulan were all hit by his immortal killer move. Thus, no matter who entered whose immortal aperture, there would still be one person left. He sensed them. While the 3 Immortals were thinking, a guess suddenly appeared in their minds. Don't tell me someone placed their immortal aperture and hid themselves and the other 2 Gu Immortals inside? But it is easy for Gu Immortals to store their immortal aperture, but placing it requires time. It would cause the world to shake. How could they place their immortal aperture so quickly and silently? But Gu Immortals have countless methods. There are all sorts of strange things. There is always someone stronger. Maybe the other party has a method to quickly place their immortal aperture? This central continent Gu Immortal thought about it but could not come up with anything. But this did not hinder him from dealing with it. Greater than over equal to for all for all for all for all for all for all. My connection was suddenly cut off here. Rather than chasing aimlessly, why don't we stay here and investigate? We can preserve the scene and wait for our wisdom path Gu Immortals to deduce. The central continent Gu Immortal said. His suggestion made the other 2 nod their heads repeatedly. No one raised any objections. They are not leaving, it seems they want to stay here. Inside the Super Gu formation, Tai Bai Yunxing observed as he sighed. These 3 Gu Immortals are the 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals that Ancient Soul Sect sent to investigate the super collapse. Master, it is fortunate that you were able to escape. Please heal your injuries quickly. Shirnu urged. He Lulan was silent. Wuxia's expression was extremely ugly, his voice was hoarse. To think that these 3 Gu Immortals were waiting for me here. He had already decided to sacrifice himself, but to think that not long after he left, these 3 Gu Immortals from Ancient Soul Sect would find him. After an intense battle, Wuxia's group was not their match. They could only retreat to the Super Gu formation. With the concealment of the Super Gu formation, the immortal killer moves that He Lulan and the rest were temporarily ineffective. The 3 rank 7 Gu Immortals from Ancient Soul Sect were flying above the Super Gu formation. But the Super Gu formation was extraordinary. Not only could it conceal itself and not reveal any signs, it was also in a phantom state without a solid body. The 3 central continent Immortals could not detect anything. What should I do next? He Lulan thought as she looked at Wuxia with a questioning gaze. Wuxia turned his face away, his eyes flickering. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. Gritting his teeth, he said, "We're in a desperate situation. This is the only way." A moment later, jewel yellow skies v. A beam of treasure light soared into the sky. It was thick and large, and as soon as it appeared, It attracted the attention of countless people in the jewel-yellow skies. What kind of treasure can produce such a magnificent treasure light? Immortal goo. It is actually an immortal goo. Someone wants to use jewel-yellow skies to transport immortal goo? How extravagant. Countless wills. The goo immortals who were paying attention were conversing. The familiar scene in front of them reminded them of the land spirit of Langya that had passed through jewel-yellow skies not long ago. The situation of sending sword path immortal goo to Fang Yuan. But soon there was a commotion in the crowd. The guardian immortal goos will had announced. This immortal goo was to be sold, anyone could buy it, but they had to exchange goo for goo. Or if they gathered the immortal materials on the list, they could exchange them directly. The goo immortals were all shaken. Exchanging immortal goo for immortal goo was the norm in the goo immortal world. It was also the only way to exchange immortal goo. But to think that this immortal goo could be exchanged with immortal materials? This was both a pleasant surprise and a pleasant surprise. At once, the whole of jewel-yellow skies was in an uproar. Central continent, eastern sea, western desert, southern border, northern plains, goo immortals from all over the world showed great interest towards this immortal goo. Especially when they found out that the immortal materials on the list were not ridiculous. As long as they could gather them, they would definitely make a profit by exchanging for this immortal goo. Time flowed. A sudden immortal goo transaction caused a commotion. It had spread to the whole of jewel-yellow skies. More and more goo immortals learned of the situation here. They looked over with concerned gazes and came to inquire. The price was very fair. Countless goo immortals were moved. Wuxia sneered at this scene. The person selling the immortal goo was none other than himself. Immortal goo were normally not sold. Because goo refinement was difficult. Immortal goo were unique. Even 100 sets of immortal materials might not be able to refine them. But Wuxia was forced into a corner. He had no other choice. He had no choice but to sell the immortal goo. He had immortal killer moves and immortal goo recipes in his mind. They were all given to him by the demon venerable's will in the red lotus in the river of time. Because spring-autumn cicadas' will was limited, these things were carefully selected. Only then did Wuxia remember them. They were all very precious and had great value. But he could not sell these things. They were very useful for saving the demon venerable's main body. Selling them would be exposing his secrets to others. He could not sell them. These things could not be sold. His cultivation resources had been exchanged for immortal materials. They were used up when refining fixed immortal travel. Then Wuxia only had one way, that was to sell immortal goo. He had many immortal goo. Most of them were obtained from Fang Yuan. What he was selling now was the Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo that Fang Yuan once possessed. In the current goo immortal world, even though there were few Strength Path goo immortals, this immortal goo caused a huge commotion. Because the price was not high, many rank 6 goo immortals without immortal goo could afford it. As I expected, I will first sell this Iron Crown Eagle Strength goo to cause a commotion, then I will sell other immortal goo. I will be able to get a higher price. Wuxia sneered in his heart. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Fairy Myrtle, do you know about jewel-yellow skies being born in Central Continent? Granny Sha used a goo worm to transmit. Fairy Myrtle received it. Fairy Myrtle had been trying her best to deduce the location of Fang Yuan. But she did not know that Fang Yuan's soul and body had been separated. Most of her deductions were focused on Wuxia, who was closest to her. As for Fang Yuan, he was hiding in Langya Blessed Land, and they were separated by 2 regional walls. Her deductions were almost useless. After getting Granny Sha's reminder, Fairy Myrtle smiled, stopping her deductions. Selling Iron Crown Eagle Strength immortal goo in jewel-yellow skies? And using fixed immortal travel and other space path immortal goo to exchange for it? It seems that Fang Yuan has been forced into a corner by me. He has no choice but to use this method. It is a pity. If it were anyone else, jewel-yellow skies would not be able to interfere. But my celestial court is an exception. Men, open the treasury. I want to make a transaction with the heavenly spirit of jewel-yellow skies. The heavenly spirit of jewel-yellow skies was extremely arrogant. It rarely appeared. Even the celestial court did not care. When a venerable threatened it, the heavenly spirit would rather die than submit. The venerables were helpless. In the huge celestial court, it was impossible to force jewel-yellow skies to expel Wuxia. Chapter 1079. Southern Border. Shangliang Mountain. The sun hung high in the sky, its radiance dazzling. There was a sea of people on Shangliang Mountain, and it was bustling with noise. The rank 4 peak stage Gu master Shang Buli appeared on the peak, attracting everyone's attention. Even though Shang Buli was experienced at this moment, he felt a little uneasy. Because right now was Shang clan's grand ceremony, it was extremely important. There were representatives from the Tai clan, Yi clan, Wu clan, Ho clan, and other super forces of the southern border. There were also famous experts and heroes from the evil Dao and rogue cultivators. It could be said to be the gathering of the elites of southern borders Gu master world. The difference between Shang clan and other super forces was in Shang clan's martial stage policy. The battle stage of other righteous path super forces were targeted at their clans, but Shang clan's battle stage could take in demonic path and lone cultivator Gu masters. Shang clan was based on business, and their main base was Shangliang Mountain. Everything was negotiable, and it was the biggest hub of the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators. This did not only apply to the Gu master world, it also applied to the Gu immortal world. Shang clan's Gu immortals were often the middlemen of the righteous path and demonic path. Seeing Shang Buli, countless Gu masters on Shangliang Mountain realized that Shang clan's ceremony was about to begin. The entire Shangliang Mountain became silent. This made Shang Buli feel even more pressure. He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. He raised his head and chanted, "Shang clan leader enthronement ceremony begin." In the next moment, magnificent and beautiful music resounded. Countless colorful birds fluttered in the air, and golden flowers fell from the sky, creating a beautiful and splendid scene. From the inside of Shangliang Mountain, a long path of white rainbow light extended outwards. A woman, dressed in splendid attire, walked step by step on the path of white light, appearing in everyone's vision. Her black hair draped over her shoulders, and her eyebrows were like light willow smoke. Her eyes were as clear as the moon. Her skin was as white as snow, and her hair was tied up in a high bun. She was dressed in splendid attire as she slowly made her appearance. It was Shang Xinci. All of a sudden, countless Gu masters on the mountain subconsciously held their breaths. So beautiful. This is the next clan leader of Shang clan? This woman is so gentle and beautiful. She's practically a female immortal. Where did she come from? Everyone discussed animatedly, and a buzzing sound filled the air. However, these noises were all drowned out by the magnificent and resonant ceremonial music. As for the various VIP seats on the mountain peak, they were occupied by the various superpowers. The experts of the Devil Dao and itinerant cultivators were also watching Shang Xinci's appearance and secretly communicating with each other. This woman is Shang Yanfei's illegitimate daughter. He was not famous, his talent was not good, and his cultivation was weak. To think that in the end she was the one who became Shang clan leader. Fate makes fools of people. What a pity. Countless heroes died in the Battle of Yitian Mountain. All the forces in the southern border are in turmoil. Shuffle the cards again. And that battlefield remains of Yitian Mountain has already become the greatest mystery of the southern border. Step by step, Shang Xinci walked on the light path of the white rainbow. Under everyone's gazes, her clothes fluttered about as she leisurely ascended. She left Shangliang Mountain summit and headed straight for the sky. Auspicious clouds gathered in the sky. Tens of thousands of multicolored lights gathered to form a throne. Everyone raised their heads and looked up at Shang Xinci. Today's southern border Gu master world. You are the only protagonist. Shang Qingqing muttered. As a senior female immortal of Shang clan, she was the one who supported Shang Xinci, allowing her to become Shang clan leader. Shang Xinci became Shang clan leader. Shang Qingqing had already concealed herself to prevent anyone from causing trouble. She was secretly suppressing the situation. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, southern border has fallen into the most chaotic situation in the last few hundred years. Can this woman really lead Shang clan and gain a foothold or even expand our territory? Shang Tanimo asked. He had the appearance of a young man. He was dressed in a blue robe and had a thin body. Right now, he looked at Shang Xinci with deep suspicion and probing. Shang Qingqing laughed. Generations of clan leaders have gone through trials and tribulations. Furthermore, what I value the most about Shang Xinci is not her ability, but her heart and breadth of mind. These traits give her an indescribable charisma. She is truly unique in the current mortal world. Look at the mountain peak, her subordinates are tearing up. They are so loyal and passionate towards Shang Xinci. But the truth is, these subordinates of hers have complicated backgrounds, but now they are all loyal to her. Oh. Shang Tanimo heard this and was moved. Only now did he realize that Shang Qingqing did not choose this woman to be Shang clan leader just because of her character, but after careful consideration. He followed Shang Qingqing's finger and looked down. To think that Missy would become Shang clan leader one day. Sob sob sob, Missy, we have finally made it. Xiao Dai cried tears of joy. She was Shang Xanxi's trusted servant, and was inseparable from Shang Xanci in Zhang clan. She followed the caravan all the way to Shang clan city, and went through thick and thin together. She was extremely loyal. Master, if you knew this in the door of life and death, you would be very happy. Missy is completely different from Master's other children. She will definitely bring a different future to Shang clan. Servant Xiaolan's eyes were red. She was an orphan, adopted by Shang Yanfei when she was young. Because of her ability, Shang Yanfei assigned her to Shang Xinci. Now that Shang Yanfei died on Yitian Mountain, her loyalty to Shang Yanfei was completely transferred to Shang Xinci. Zhou Quan was silent. He was the clan leader of Zhou clan. He was arrogant and virtuous. After Zhou clan was destroyed, he was forced to live outside, managing a shop in Shang clan inner city for a living. Later, he was forced by Fang Yuan to become Shang Xinci's subordinate. Seeing Shang Xinci slowly sit on the cloud throne, Zhou Quan's gaze was dazed. At this moment, he suddenly thought of Fang Yuan. His lips curled into a complicated smile. Black and white demons, should I thank you? Now that Missy has become Shang clan leader, there is hope for my Zhou clan. But immediately Zhou Quan thought again, no, the matter of reviving the clan has to be put aside. Missy might be the clan leader, but her situation is not good due to internal and external troubles. How can I leave her at this time, when she needs the assistance of her subordinates the most? Zhou Quan did not get carried away by the grand scene around him. He first looked at Shang Buli and Wan Shan. When Shang Yanfei was Shang clan leader, he had 5 capable subordinates. They were called the 5 great generals of Shang clan. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, of the 5 great generals, only 2 were left. They were Shang Buli and Wan Shan. The former controlled Shang clan's slave trade, the latter was in charge of the resource development of Shang clan's mountains. Mines, medicine, hunting and so on. One was Shang, he was the representative of Shang clan. The other was Wan, he was an external elder, he represented the external Gu masters of Shang clan. With these 2 experts, Missy's situation in Shang clan is like this. Missy's situation in Shang clan was truly a powerful subordinate and weak master. If things go wrong, these 2 might work together and make her a puppet clan leader. After all, Missy's identity cannot gain the support of all Shang clansmen. She is the illegitimate daughter of the previous clan leader. The internal situation is worrying. Outside, there are many undercurrents and dangers lurking. In the Battle of Yitian Mountain, too many leaders and heroes died. Everything is being reshuffled. The ownerless resources need to be fought over again. The manpower and material resources available to the young miss were simply too little. They couldn't be compared to the other brothers and sisters. Not to mention dealing with external matters. And at this time, Lady Wei is going to leave her. Thinking of this, Zhou Quan looked angrily at the mature Gu master Wei de Xen beside him, feeling very unhappy. He was Shang Xi's chief steward. He knew a lot of information. Wei de Xen was the wife of Wei clan leader. She had the ability to train guards. She was pregnant and wanted to protect her husband's only bloodline. Thus, Fang Yuan targeted her weakness and threatened her, eventually making her submit to Shang Xinci, helping Shang Xinci to nurture a group of elite guards. At the same time, she became the leader of Shang Xinci's guards. Right now, she had already given birth to a son, successfully continuing her husband's bloodline. Because she often showed her face in public. Her news was known to her younger brother, Wei Xinjian. Not long ago, Wei Xinjian sent a letter, asking Wei de Xen to join him and work for Wu clan. Wei de Xen was moved. After all, when she submitted to Shang Xinci, it was Fang Yuan who used both soft and hard tactics, mostly threatening her. But Zhou Quan did not know that while he was worrying about the situation, Wei de Xen was also worried. Zhou Quan was once a clan leader, he could see the big picture. Wei de Xen was the same. She was the clan leader's wife, she could see more than Xiao Lan and Xiao Dai. Shang Yanfei is dead, my enmity with Shang clan has faded. Even though I was forced by He Sha to work for young Miss. But after interacting with her, I gradually understood young Miss's character. Young Miss is a good person. There are too few good people in this world after all. Little brother, big sister is sorry, I cannot go to your side to help you. You are a hidden elder in Wu clan, even though you are ostracized, at least your life is not in danger. But young Mrs. side is filled with danger. Wei de Xn sighed in her heart. No matter what, as the steward of young Miss, I need to consider everything for her. Now is the time to use people, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng, these three demonic path brothers. We must keep them here, we cannot let them go. Zhou Quan looked at the three people in the crowd as his eyes shone brightly. No matter what, as the leader of young Mrs. Guards, I need to plan for her. Shang Yin Fei is dead, Shang clan only has two capable people left. To prevent them from taking over, we need to quickly promote new people. Xiao Yin, he was a very good candidate. Not only does he have outstanding battle strength, he also worships Wei Yang. Because of the black and white twin demons, Wei Yang had a good relationship with young Miss when he was alive. Xiao Yin is also closer to her. Wei de Xn looked at Xiao Yin in the crowd as she quickly calculated. In the sky, Shang Xinci spoke for the first time. It was short but the meaning was deep, making people think deeply. This was not her idea, it was Wei de Xin and Zhou Quan's plan. After she finished speaking, the crowd erupted in cheers as Shang Xinci's figure gradually faded. But the ascension ceremony was not over yet. There would be a day and night of celebration, good food and wine, singing and dancing to celebrate peace, sweeping away the sorrow and dejection of the clan's elite sacrifice. After disappearing from the sky, Shang Xnci directly appeared in the inner city lord's residence. So tired? Without anyone's attention, she relaxed, feeling a deep exhaustion in her body and mind. But she knew now was not the time for her to rest. She started to use goo worms to call her trusted aides. Xiao Dai, Xiaolan, Wei de Xn, Zhou Quan, Xiong Tu, Xiong Hua, and Xiong Feng. Shang Xinci had things to do. Yi Fan walked on the road with bright light in his eyes. He walked with a majestic gait. Ever since he refused to retreat and protected Shang Xnci, he obtained Shang Qingqing's recognition. She gave him a great inheritance and a large number of goo worms. Yi Fan had no direction in his cultivation. After obtaining this inheritance, his future was clear. He no longer lacked goo worms, his future was bright. He could be said to be Shang Xinci's benefactor. He could freely enter the city lord's residence without anyone stopping him. To think that Lady Xinci actually became Shang clan leader? But it is not easy to be a clan leader, not to mention Shang clan's leader. How can I, Yi Fan, watch without doing anything? Thinking of Shang Xinci, Yi Fan's heart pounded. He was developing feelings for Shang Xinci, but he did not know how Shang Xinci felt about him. He knew that Shang Xinci was in the city lord's residence, thus he came uninvited. Closer, even closer. The final door was right in front of him. He would be able to see Lady Xinci soon. Yi Fan's footsteps could not help but speed up. He stood at the door, straightening his back and tidying his clothes, about to knock on the door. But he heard Shang Xinci's voice from inside. Everyone listen to me first. After becoming clan leader, I want to do something. This matter has been bothering me for a long time. I want to use Shang clan's power to cancel Brother Black Demon Fangjing's arrest warrant. Of course, there is also Sister White Demon. Yi Fan was stunned, his finger that was about to knock on the door froze in the air. Shang Xnci was discussing with her subordinates, while Shang Qingqing and the other Gu immortals were in Living Treasure Blessed Land planning for southern borders matters. Living Treasure Blessed Land was Shang clan's public blessed land. It was their headquarters. It was located in southern border at all times. It was very stable and could allow Gu immortals to enter and leave. This blessed land's door was the Living Treasure door. It liked to dig its nose randomly. After the Battle of Yition Mountain ends, southern borders Gu immortal world will be in chaos for the next few decades. Shang clan's first supreme elder spoke slowly. He looked around as he continued, there are three major matters in our clan now. First, all the region's zombie alliance have disappeared mysteriously. Southern borders zombie alliance branch is no exception. They occupy a lot of resources, our Shang clan can use them. Second, Yition Mountain is surrounded by a giant dream realm. Our righteous path forces need to unite and encircle this place. We need to research it and prevent any demonic path or lone immortals from entering. Third, Yition Mountain's unprecedented gamble ended without any results, but there is an enormous amount of cultivation resources left in jewel yellow skies. And the Gu immortal Gua Lao, who participated in this gamble and is still alive, is the only candidate to inherit this resource. We must control him in our hands. Shang clan's Gu immortals nodded. The three major matters that First Supreme Elder mentioned were also major matters in southern borders Gu immortal world. They affected countless people's hearts. I have been paying attention to jewel yellow skies, I will not hide it from everyone. Shang Qingqing had just spoken when her expression changed. She cried out, "What is going on? Jewel yellow skies actually closed." Chapter 1080. Jewel yellow skies originated from Taoist Duo Bao. This person was a Gu immortal from the medieval antiquity era. He had rank 8 cultivation level. He obtained a yellow heaven fragment and fused it into his immortal aperture's grotto heaven, creating treasure yellow heaven. Once a Gu immortal's immortal aperture devours a fragment of the immemorial 9 heavens, it would be placed in the 5 regions and could not be moved. Jewel yellow skies was the same. It had remained in the same place for over 300,000 years after it first appeared. But where was the exact location of jewel yellow skies? This was a huge mystery that nobody knew. Wisdom Path Gu immortals had tried to deduce it but did not obtain an accurate answer. The original owner of jewel yellow skies was Taoist Duo Bao. Since then there had never been a successor. Even the generations of immortal venerables and demon venerables could not find the exact location of jewel yellow skies. Jewel yellow skies has existed for so long, it has already become the #1 trading market in the 5 regions Gu immortal world. Why did it suddenly close? Shang clan's Gu immortals were uncertain. Ever since Taoist Duo Bao created jewel yellow skies, it had been open for over 300,000 years. It had unknowingly become the main support for Gu immortals' cultivation, occupying an important position in their hearts. Since a long time ago, Gu immortals were already used to the existence of jewel yellow skies. Now that jewel yellow skies suddenly closed, many Gu immortals were caught unprepared. Why do you think jewel yellow skies suddenly closed? Oh no, we want the gambling capital for the Battle of Etion Mountain. Now that it is closed, that huge gambling capital is still in jewel yellow skies. Don't tell me the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies also wants to embezzle this huge sum of money? Shang clan's first supreme elder shook his head, denying, the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies does not care about this gambling capital. If it embezzled, jewel yellow skies would not have its current reputation and status. There were no records of jewel yellow skies being greedy in history. However, there are several records of the closure of jewel yellow skies. Is that so? We would like to hear the details. Shang Qingqing hurriedly asked. Shang clan's first supreme elder said slowly. He revealed a secret. It turned out that the closure of the jewel yellow skies in history was all related to the same thing. This was a fragment of the primordial yellow heaven. The immemorial 9 heavens were red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white and black. Now only black sky and white sky remained. The yellow sky had long since shattered. Back then, Taoist Duo Bao knew that he could not transcend the tribulation and took the initiative to use his immortal aperture. After swallowing a fragment of the immemorial yellow skies, it became the jewel yellow skies. Although he was trapped in the jewel yellow skies for the rest of his life and lost his freedom, there were no disasters or tribulations after that. Jewel yellow skies had devoured the primeval yellow skies fragment. From then on, it could only devour yellow skies fragments in order to expand itself. In the historical records there were several transactions. There were various people who went to the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies. They sold the primeval yellow skies fragment world. After obtaining it, the heavenly spirit took the initiative to close the jewel yellow skies and wholeheartedly devoured the yellow skies fragment to expand itself. This time, if nothing unexpected happens, it should be the same situation. Finally, the first supreme elder of the Shang clan guessed. His guess was not wrong at all. The only thing in the world that could move the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies was probably the yellow skies fragment. The primeval 9 heavens had been shattered for a long time, and the yellow skies fragment had long gone extinct. Only those with great luck and fortuitous encounters would have a chance of obtaining it. However, the celestial court had a long history. The treasury was unimaginably rich. They could also take out the primeval yellow skies fragment, and the scale was not small. If the scale was small, the heavenly spirit of jewel yellow skies did not need to close the jewel yellow skies. They could devour it with just a portion of their strength. Right now, the closure of jewel yellow skies was definitely because the yellow skies fragment was too huge. The heavenly spirit had no choice but to devour it wholeheartedly. Jewel yellow skies had always remained neutral, aloof from worldly affairs. Its location was extremely mysterious. Even the celestial court could not do anything to it. If the celestial court forcefully requested the heavenly spirit to ostracize Wuxia, The heavenly spirit would not care about it. Moreover, the other 4 regions Gu immortals. They would not have many concerns. The 5 regional walls were still around, the celestial court's influence and control. It was only limited to central continent. But the celestial court was extremely rich. It directly sold a huge yellow skies fragment. As a result, Wuxia's plan to save himself was completely destroyed. Damn it. The celestial court actually did this. Wuxia had a ruthless expression. He clenched his fists tightly, veins popped out, he gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked. He was furious, but the celestial court was pressuring him with their power, he could not resist it. He could only let them do as they wished, he was helpless. Suddenly, Wuxia's anger attacked his heart, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, he directly fell down. Hatred and anger filled his heart. Other than that, there was also a bone-chilling coldness. The celestial court directly sold the yellow skies fragment, paying such a huge price to get rid of Wuxia. It could be seen that the other party was determined not to give up until they achieved their goal. Desperate situation. The celestial court's action was equivalent to blocking Wuxia's final path of retreat. It was too ruthless. Without jewel yellow skies, even if Wuxia wanted to sell the immortal materials, he could not do anything, they could only rot in his hands. What made him feel even more disgusted was that his immortal Gu Iron Crown Eagle strength was trapped inside. Without the immortal materials, how could he continue refining Gu? Without immortal Gu, even the cleverest housewife cannot cook a meal without rice. How could he break the current stalemate? Jewel yellow skies closed on its own, the heavenly spirit absorbed the yellow skies fragment. This was not something that could be done in a day. According to historical records, the shortest time was more than 2 months. There was no other way out. It seemed like he could only let the celestial court make deductions. Wuxia and the rest could only defend passively and stall for time. Eventually, the enemies that they could not resist would come to them. Langya blessed land. Fang Yuan's appearance had changed, he had become an immortal zombie again. He had once modified Nirvana Fire and created a Strength Path Immortal Killer move that could switch between life and death. At times, he would become a living Gu immortal, at other times he would become a dead immortal zombie. But right now he was not using this method. He had lost all of his Strength Path Immortal Gu, he could not use that Strength Path Killer move. Fang Yuan's method was simple. His soul flew out of his body and entered a Strength Path Immortal Zombie corpse. These Strength Path Immortal Zombie corpses came from Blazing Heaven Demoness. After Fang Yuan reborn, to be safe, he made sufficient preparations for his life and death immortal aperture. He obtained many Strength Path Immortal Zombie corpses from Blazing Heaven Demoness. These corpses were placed in star form blessed land. After Etion Mountain, they returned to him from land spirit of Langya. Other than these immortal zombie corpses, there were also a large number of precious immortal materials. Many quasi-rank 9 immortal materials were obtained by Fang Yuan from the Gu formation in Earth Trench. Most of the rank 7 and 8 immortal materials were obtained from Falling Heavenly River. He had benefited from immortal zombie Bo Qing's awakening and Central Continent's dominance. Fang Yuan did not have much immortal essence and immortal Yuan stone, but he did not lack Gu refinement immortal materials. It was just that these immortal materials were too high in quality, they were not suitable for the current situation. The immortal materials were not important, the important thing was wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan stared at wisdom Gu for a long time, but it did not move at all, not to mention the light of wisdom. I used other immortal zombie corpses to replace myself, but it was ineffective. I still cannot draw out the light of wisdom. Fang Yuan was not surprised at this result. Actually, he had already done a similar experiment in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Wisdom Gu had never been refined by Fang Yuan, it was only because of the winds of assimilation that it made an agreement with Fang Yuan to survive. Survival was the instinct of all living beings. But Wisdom Gu seemed to recognize Fang Yuan as a whole. Both the body and the soul were indispensable, only then could it draw out the light of wisdom. If one was missing, be it the body or the soul, they would not work. This means the most direct method is to take back my body? Fang Yuan pondered. His original body was still an immortal zombie. It did not need to be modified, it was the most suitable body to bathe in the light of wisdom. But this method, although direct, was not practical. Wuxia has already gone missing, he might have Spring-Autumn Cicada, Fixed Immortal Travel and other immortal Gu. Other than that, there is also He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing, they might be helping him. Earlier, Fang Yuan had no time to care about them because of the calamities and tribulations. Now, every time he thought of the troublesome Wuxia, Fang Yuan would feel a headache. That is why I need to refine Fang Jing into a blood deity. Fang Yuan's current body was created from sovereign immortal fetus Gu. He had no parents, there was no bloodline connection between him and all living beings in the world. But Fang Yuan still wanted to refine Fang Jing into a blood deity. Using Fang Jing to refine a blood deity could counter Fang Yuan's body. Even if he could not take back his original immortal zombie body, Fang Yuan could use this Fang Jing blood deity as a foundation and modify it. Maybe by combining it with his own soul, he could regain Wisdom Gu's recognition. Of course, this was just Fang Yuan's intuition. But intuition was not to be underestimated, especially when Fang Yuan's blood path attainment level was already at Grandmaster level. When Fang Yuan tested Wisdom Gu, Land Spirit of Langya was observing from the side. After seeing the result, he sighed faintly, feeling very regretful. Fang Yuan looked at Land Spirit of Langya. I wonder if First Supreme Elder has any method to use Wisdom Gu? Land Spirit of Langya stared at Fang Yuan, saying unhappily, there is a simple method. That is to raise your cultivation level to rank 9 and directly refine this Wisdom Gu. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I know of this method. What I want to ask is, are there any other methods? Sai, there is a method that is not a method. That is, I will feed it Lifespan Gu. If I feed it enough, I might be able to obtain Wisdom Gu's recognition. If this method succeeds, Wisdom Gu will belong to me. By then you will have to give it to me even if you don't want to. Land Spirit of Langya thought of this and chuckled. Fang Yuan's eyelids drooped. Is it really okay for you to be so direct? Chapter 1081. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing. The price of feeding Wisdom Gu was too high. It was the Land Spirit of Langya that was willing to pay the price. Fang Yuan used Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu to revive. He was now 16 years old. The average lifespan of humans in this world was 100 years. Subtracting 16 from 100, Fang Yuan had about 84 years of lifespan left. It was quite long. But even so, Fang Yuan knew that if he obtained Lifespan Gu, he would use them on himself. Even if he did not use them now, he would store them for emergencies. Lifespan Gu was only Immortal Gu. However, Lifespan Gu was the strongest currency in Gu Immortal transactions. Almost nothing could compare to it. Gu Immortal cultivation had two major obstacles: calamities and tribulations and lifespan. Even the strong Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables were restricted by these two obstacles. In fact, back then, when Giant Sun Immortal set up 88-point Jianghu Tower, the most important goal was to search for Lifespan Gu in Northern Plains to extend his lifespan. As for feeding Wisdom Gu, that was secondary. In Giant Sun Immortal's later years, Wisdom Gu was in a hungry state for a long time. It had to hibernate and could not be used. Later, when Spectral Soul Demon Venerable explored 88-point Jianghu Tower, he found Wisdom Gu inside. Unfortunately, he could not use it. He could not afford to raise it. Lifespan Gu were hard to find. He did not even have enough for himself. However, with his soul path attainment level, he had already comprehended many things. He did not need Wisdom Gu much. When Spectral Soul Demon Venerable died, a great era that belonged to him came to an end. After that, Lifespan Gu started to appear in the world again. After that, it started to flourish again. Another earth-shattering expert appeared. That was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. He wanted to extend his lifespan. In his later years he searched for Lifespan Gu, but the number of Lifespan Gu was not enough. Gradually they became rare and went extinct. After Paradise Earth died, the world went on a cycle. He recuperated, Lifespan Gu appeared again. 88-point Jianghu Tower held an imperial court contest every 10 years. They searched for Lifespan Gu in Northern Plains. Wisdom Gu was gradually fed and recovered. Until Fang Yuan destroyed Imperial Court Blessed Land. Next, under the urge of survival, Wisdom Gu and Fang Yuan arrived at Hu Immortal Blessed Land. After a series of events, he ended up in Langya Blessed Land. When I was in Three Kings Blessed Land, I used 2 Lifespan Gu in an attempt to refine Second Aperture Gu. But that could not be helped. In my previous life, I obtained a Lifespan Gu from Blazing Heaven Demoness. After rebirth, he did not have this opportunity. He did not even have a single Lifespan Gu. Blazing Heaven Demoness gave me a Lifespan Gu. She should have more than 1 Lifespan Gu in her accumulation. She eventually died in the 10 Extreme Formation. What a pity, the Lifespan Gu in her hands was also destroyed. Something's not right. Fang Yuan's thoughts wandered. Suddenly an idea came to him. Lifespan Gu are hard to find. Even the Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables coveted it and needed it. Blazing Heaven Demonist died because of Spectral Soul's scheme. All of her accumulations were destroyed. They were all taken away by Spectral Soul. Even though Spectral Soul's plan failed, the remnant forces of Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance are still there. Their wealth is still very shocking. As for the land spirit of Langya's hands, they also had quite a sizable amount of lifespan goo. Almost all of these lifespan goo came from Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had a long history, over 300,000 years. It had 2 generations of venerables. Langya Blessed Land was originally Langya Grotto Heaven. It had a huge space inside. Later it was purposely turned into a blessed land, but Refinement Cauldron was fused into the immortal Aperture world, causing Langya Blessed Land space to increase instead. It was bigger than many Grotto Heavens. A vast number of hairy men lived here, forming 3 nations. Countless living beings lived here, generation after generation. Lifespan goo originated from life. As long as there was life, it was possible for wild lifespan goo to be born. The space was huge, there were countless people. It had a long history, along with land spirit of Langya's complete control over the blessed land. Once a lifespan goo was produced, it could be harvested immediately. All these factors combined caused land spirit of Langya to accumulate more and more lifespan goo. Even though Fang Yuan did not know the exact amount, he could easily guess that it was not a small number. After all, ordinary goo immortals had lifespan goo. But land spirit of Langya did not need it. Using wisdom goo requires the goo immortal's lifespan. But raising wisdom goo requires lifespan goo. For now, it is better to let land spirit of Langya feed it. Fang Yuan did not need to probe the land spirit of Langya's scheme, he could vaguely guess it. There was no helping it, Fang Yuan did not have lifespan goo, he could not feed it. Moreover, he could not even protect himself. Goo immortal's tribulations got harder each time, the calamities and tribulations got stronger each time. Fang Yuan was worried about the next earthly calamity, he had no time to care about wisdom goo. Ever since wisdom goo was brought out, Fang Yuan had not fed it even once. Speaking of which, land spirit of Langya could be said to have helped Fang Yuan. Taking a step back, even if wisdom goo joins land spirit of Langya, it is a good thing. I can also use my current identity and borrow land spirit of Langya's methods to use wisdom goo. At most I will have to pay some sect contribution points. All goo worms were tools. All of his hard work was towards that illusory goal. For this goal, Fang Yuan had given up too much. There was nothing he could not give up. This experiment on wisdom goo ended in failure. But Fang Yuan was not disappointed. Before leaving, he asked for something from land spirit of Langya. It was an information path mortal goo. Inside it was the scene of him refining change form immortal goo. The goo refinement this time was extremely strange. The calamities and tribulations suddenly became so strong. It was a fluke that I could succeed. Fang Yuan, you have to tell me what you research. Land spirit of Langya instructed Fang Yuan before they parted. First Supreme Elder, even you did not research anything, it is even more impossible for me. I will try my best. Fang Yuan replied. He vaguely felt that the strange increase in the calamities and tribulations was related to sovereign immortal fetus goo. But he would not tell land spirit of Langya about this even if he was beaten to death. Other than researching the calamities and tribulations, Fang Yuan had another goal. He wanted to investigate Langya sect and see if there were any traitors. All along, Fang Yuan had this knot in his heart. Shadow sect had planted 2 traitors in Langya Blessed Land. They were both hairy man goo immortals. When Shadow sect attacked Langya Blessed Land, these 2 hairy man goo immortals played a crucial role. But other than these 2, are there any other traitors in Langya sect? The answer to this question was very important to Fang Yuan. After all, he had already joined Langya sect. For a long time in the future, he would need to rely on land spirit of Langya to help him pass tribulations and cultivate. He had just started his investigation. He did not have the time or energy before. After flying for some time, Fang Yuan's residence was already in sight. This was a tall and majestic city. Pure white city walls stood tall and majestic. The tall towers had flags flying in the wind. This was a cloud city. On Cloud Cover Continent there were 12 cloud cities. Each city was a mortal goo house. When activated at the same time, they could form the 12-wave cloud confusion formation. It could cover the whole of Cloud Cover Continent. These 12 cloud cities had been upgraded from the former 12 cloud pavilions. The current land spirit of Langya liked extravagance, he was completely different from the previous one. This cloud city in Fang Yuan's vision was allocated to him by the land spirit of Langya. It was his residence. The rest of the hairy man Gu immortals, including the land spirit of Langya himself, each occupied a cloud city. There were very few residents in the city, but in the future there would be more and more. Because the land spirit of Langya's plan was to start a war between the three continents and choose outstanding hairy man Gu masters, moving them to Cloud Cover Continent and nurturing them. Fang Yuan flew to the sky of the Cloud City and slowly descended. Several hairy man Gu masters came out to welcome him. They were elites among the hairy man Gu masters. They were chosen by the land spirit of Langya and were arranged to stay by Fang Yuan's side. On one hand, it was to take care of the miscellaneous matters in Fang Yuan's life, on the other hand, it was to let Fang Yuan guide their cultivation. Fang Yuan naturally did not care about these hairy men. But the leading hairy man Gu master respectfully reported to Fang Yuan that the sixth city lord had come to visit Fang Yuan. He had already been sitting in the guest hall of the city for a long time. The sixth city lord was Gu Immortal's sixth heir. He was guarding the sixth cloud city. Why is he here? Fang Yuan was puzzled. He came to the guest hall and saw this Gu Immortal sixth heir. I am sixth heir, greetings to the second city lord. I am here to ask for guidance on battle. Gu Immortal's sixth heir greeted as he spoke of his purpose. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, but his gaze became extremely cold. It turned out that although sixth heir said this, he secretly transmitted to Fang Yuan, it was a different story. Fang Yuan, I am representing Lord Wuxia to make a transaction with you. Wuxia. Shadow sect. Sixth heir was the traitor. In an instant, many thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind like lightning. Sure. We are all from the same sect. I can't ask for guidance, we can spar. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had a passionate expression. He dismissed his attendants and asked sixth heir to sit down. He walked to the main seat and sat down. These few steps were not far. But in Fang Yuan's mind, there were many thoughts. Sixth heir is the traitor. Is he the only traitor in Langya Blessed Land? He is representing Wuxia to make a transaction with me. What does he want to do? What is the situation with Wuxia? Why is he suddenly making a transaction with me? Is he sincere? Or is it a trap for me? Or is it a probe from the land spirit of Langya? After all, I joined Langya sect because of the Information Path Alliance agreement. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan sat down. Chapter 1082. Sixth heir looked at Fang Yuan and laughed. He was not afraid at all. Plus or minus, if he wanted to interrogate him, Fang Yuan would have already made his move the moment sixth heir transmitted. But Fang Yuan did not do so. He sat down before uttering empty threats. As for the reason, sixth heir knew it well. He said, I am in charge of supervising the 12 cloud cities. Before you came, I had already set up an immortal Gu formation here. Not only can it disguise itself and not be discovered by the land spirit of Langya, it can also suppress the alliance agreement. You can give it a try. Fang Yuan had already joined Langya sect. He was bound by the alliance agreement. He could not do as he pleased. Especially when he talked to sixth heir, a traitor of Langya sect. It was a violation of the alliance agreement. But hearing sixth heir's words, Fang Yuan tried it out as expected. He did not suffer any backlash from breaking the alliance agreement. Fang Yuan's gaze was deep. He said after a while, it seems you are really a traitor of Langya sect. What deal do you want with me? Sixth heir relaxed a little. He was afraid that Fang Yuan would capture him without asking any questions. Now it seemed that he had passed the first round. But he could not be careless. Fang Yuan was shameless and despicable. He was crafty and had no bottom line. And he had taken the risk to come here and expose his identity. He was still in danger. But there was no helping it. Wuxia was at his wit's end. He could only use this method. Making a deal with Fang Yuan was like asking a tiger for its skin. It was too dangerous. Only after the deal was made would there be evidence he could turn around and bite him at any time. Drag him down with him. At that time, sixth heir would be completely safe. But how could he ensure that he could achieve his goal? He would not lose too many benefits. Sixth heir felt troubled because he was in a weak position. Wuxia and I have deep enmity. Now he suddenly came to me, even exposing himself as a traitor. He needs my help. Interesting. I want to see what he has up his sleeves. Fang Yuan had many thoughts in his mind. To tell you the truth, Lord Wuxia's side is already at the end of the line, and he's in imminent danger. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to appear and trade with you, sixth heir suddenly said. Oh. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows and sized him up again. Sixth heir was so honest, Fang Yuan was inwardly surprised. There was no such thing as before the trade negotiations. Expose your own shortcomings first? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed as he immediately realized that Sixth Hair was deliberately doing the opposite. Even if Sixth Hair didn't say it, Fang Yuan could guess it. Now that he said it, it seemed like he wanted to cut off all means of retreat and put himself in a hopeless situation. Looks like I've been with the land spirit of Langya for a long time, so I've let down my guard. Although he's a hairy man, he's a traitor of the Shadow Sect. How can he be as easy to bully as the land spirit? Fang Yuan raised his guard. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan said. He said slowly, Wuxia has my body and the accumulation of goo worms, he also has the help of He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing, how could he have fallen to such a state? I don't believe it. Sixth Hair shook his head. Fang Yuan, there's no need for you to continue probing. You planted it deliberately. The self-destruction of the goo worms caught Lord Wuxia off guard. He tried his best to preserve only 30% of the goo worms. As soon as he said that, Fang Yuan was finally convinced that the Sixth Hair in front of him was really a spy from the Shadow Sect and Langya Sect. Fang Yuan's mind raced. Just now he had also lied to Sixth Hair. This allowed Fang Yuan to immediately obtain a lot of valuable information. I didn't expect Wuxia to really control black and white. He Lulan was a formidable person. She was not easy to control, but with the death of her aunts, the difficulty of controlling her was much lower. She has the great strength, true martial physique. If used well, she would be a great pawn. And Tai Bai Yunxing is a good person. Even though he is indecisive, he has two-time path immortal goo that can help him a lot. But they were both controlled by Wuxia. What a pity. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Fate was truly mysterious. After the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he and Wuxia had swapped positions. He obtained sovereign immortal fetus goo, while Wuxia inherited most of his accumulations. He could use He Lulan to control Tai Bai Yunxing. Wuxia was one of spectral souls, split souls. He had extraordinary methods to control these two. Wuxia obtained my immortal goo and the help of black and white. This time he took the initiative to make a deal with me. I will make him pay a terrible price. Fang Yuan swore internally. But next, after Sixth Hair exposed his weakness, he changed the topic. Before the deal, let me express my sincerity. Take it as me giving you a piece of information for free. This information is extremely precious. It concerns your future cultivation, Fang Yuan, or more accurately, it concerns your life and death. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, saying with an unfriendly expression, whether information is precious or not depends on your bragging. I want to know the content and evaluate it myself. Fang Yuan, do you know what providence is? Sixth Hair asked. Providence? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Sixth Hair observed his expression and nodded, saying, you have indeed forgotten a lot, Fang Yuan. What do you mean? Fang Yuan frowned slightly. Sixth Hair said, you once relied on Providence's guidance to swap souls with Lord Wuxia, disguising yourself as a pure dream reality seeker physique body and snatching sovereign immortal fetus goo. But you do not know that this 11th extreme physique was developed by Old Man Inkstone. It has a huge flaw. Any soul that enters the pure dream reality seeker physique body will fall into deep sleep and lose all their memories. Later, even though Old Man Inkstone tried to fix the flaw, he could only eliminate the flaw of deep sleep. The soul in the pure dream reality seeker physique body would still lose its memories. The longer time passes, the more they will forget. Precisely because of this, Lord Wuxia lost his memories and could only remember the immortal killer move lead soul into dream. Saying so, Sixth Hair took out an information path mortal goo. He rubbed the goo worm with his finger, sighing internally. This goo worm did not have much value to him. But to Fang Yuan it was extremely valuable. If not for the situation, why would he give this goo worm to Fang Yuan? In Wuxia's original plan, he wanted to use this flaw of Fang Yuan's to deal with Fang Yuan. But to think that there would be a moment where they would take the initiative to fix this flaw of Fang Yuan's. This letter goo records the entire battle of Yitian Mountain. Take a look. Sixth Hair said as he tossed the goo worm to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan received it and inspected it. There was no problem. He activated the goo worm and the scenes of Yitian Mountain appeared in his mind. He found that he was missing many crucial memories. No wonder I felt something amiss but could not find anything. So I lost my memories. This was true amnesia. If one lost their memories completely, they would not be able to sense it if they were alone. If they felt like they had forgotten something, it was not complete, they could still recall it. However, the information path mortal goo gave Fang Yuan a feeling of déjà vu. but he could not eliminate the possibility that the other party was lying. After inspecting it 3 times, Fang Yuan had a calm expression. His gaze was deep as he said, "I seem to have lost my memories, but how do I know if what is recorded here is real or fake?" Sixth Hair gritted his teeth. He knew that this was the difficult part of this transaction. Fang Yuan and Wuxia had deep hatred towards each other. They were mortal enemies who could not live under the same sky. They could not be trusted. How to express their sincerity and make the other party trust them was the most difficult part. If this problem was solved, then this transaction would be easy to complete. Sixth Hair's thoughts moved rapidly. Thoughts flashed in his mind. He was considering his words. He had to be careful. Fang Yuan could kill without batting an eyelid. If he said the wrong thing he might die, but Wuxia had the heavy responsibility of saving his main body. He could not afford to fail. After a long while, Sixth Hair spoke. "Fang Yuan, you have spring-autumn cicada, you have been reborn, everyone knows this. But the truth is, you have even more secrets that outsiders like us know about. Providence is vast and omnipresent. It covers the 5 regions and 9 heavens, past, present, and future. The heavenly Tao takes away surpluses to replenish deficiencies. Human Tao takes away surpluses to replenish deficiencies. The two are opposites, they contradict each other. Thus, all the past venerables, all the legends, are targets of Providence's suppression. Calamities and tribulations, lifespan Gu, they are Providence's 2 trump cards. Fang Yuan, you have undergone 2 tribulations. Once was the earthly calamity, once was the immortal Gu's tribulation. The power of the 2 calamities and tribulations is beyond common sense. It is because you used sovereign immortal fetus Gu to revive. Your new body and immortal aperture have endless potential. Once you grow up, you will definitely surpass the past venerables. Thus, Providence is very wary of you. It is trying to restrict you and kill you in advance." Fang Yuan's heart shook. Ever since the tribulation he had been thinking about this question. But now, Sixth Hair suddenly provided him with an answer. "Providence?" Fang Yuan muttered, pondering over this word. Sixth Hair sighed deeply, continuing, "My main body, spectral soul, created Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance, and refined the sovereign immortal fetus. I planned for 100,000 years, but I failed in the end. This was also the work of Providence. Not only were there grand tribulations and myriad tribulations, there were also people who surrounded me. The celestial court led by Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was one of them. And you, Fang Yuan, were the hidden killer of the human tribulation." "What do you mean?" Fang Yuan squinted, bright light flashed in his eyes. His interest was piqued. He could acutely sense that Sixth Hair's following words would bring about an earth-shattering change to him. Sixth Hair hesitated. He knew. Once he said what he was going to say, the huge flaw of Fang Yuan not knowing about Providence would be completely fixed. In fact, it might even cause Fang Yuan's unstoppable rise in power. Fang Yuan was currently like a python trapped in a quagmire. This python's eyes were covered by a black cloth. It did not know what was going on. It could only roll around in the quagmire. But if he told this to Fang Yuan, it would be the same as removing the black cloth covering the python's eyes. The python's eyes would brighten. It would see the vast world. It would see the quagmire that trapped it. It was very shallow and small. With a clear direction and understanding of its situation, this python would raise its head towards the sky. It would summon the wind and rain. It would become a dragon and roam the world. Chapter 1083. Sixth Hair did not want to tell this secret to Fang Yuan, but he had no other choice. Wuxia's situation forced him to do it. Breathing in deeply, Sixth Hair said slowly, "Fang Yuan, you were able to snatch sovereign immortal fetus Gu at the most crucial moment. It was not just because of your own strength, but because you received guidance from Providence, right? In fact, the reason why you obtained spring-autumn cicada's revival was also because of Providence's scheme. It arranged for you to return to the past and stop my shadow sect from achieving greatness." Fang Yuan heard this and was greatly shaken. The first half was fine, but the crucial part was the latter half. Even with his years of mental fortitude, he could not control himself at this moment. Boom. Right at this moment, there was a loud sound in the outside world. What is going on? In just a short moment, Fang Yuan stabilized his emotions. He sat up straight and activated his Gu worm. His eyes shined with bright light. His gaze pierced through the clouds and looked at the vast sky. There was an indescribable sound of thunder. There were also flashes of lightning. A bolt from the blue. Sixth Hair sneered, but he felt desolate. "Fang Yuan, You have just undergone tribulation, there is still a lot of providence left in Lengya blessed land. My words earlier exposed Providence's scheme, it caused the heavenly Tao to be furious. But any blessed land or grotto heaven is a small world different from the 5 regions. Providence cannot control this place. Now that the tribulation is over, no matter how furious Providence is, it is useless. Fang Yuan did not deny it, he looked at Sixth Hair expressionlessly. Continue. Sixth Hair was hesitant at first, but now that he had said it, he felt much better. His words became smoother as he continued. Fang Yuan, your spring-autumn cicada also contains providence. This has already been proven by Lord Wuxia. This is the best proof, Fang Yuan, that every time you revive, there is Providence's influence. Spring-autumn cicada is the sacrifice of the Gu immortal's entire body, only a portion of the Gu immortal's will is left. This will was carried by the spring-autumn cicada and entered the river of time, going against the flow and returning to his past body. To achieve the effect of rebirth. Fang Yuan, you should have used it several times, so you should be very clear about it. Fang Yuan was still expressionless, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Sixth Hair continued, the spring and autumn cicada contains the power of providence. Fang Yuan, every time you activate the spring and autumn cicada, the power of providence will increase. This is the perfect time for providence to exert its influence on you. Because at that time, all that was left of you was a remnant will. Without the assistance of a physical body, his attention would be focused on the river of time, and he wouldn't be able to foresee any internal schemes. After you've been reborn, you naturally have to scheme. He thought about how to use the advantages of his rebirth to better cultivate. It was precisely because of this that he fell into Providence's trap. The things that you experienced before your rebirth, the opportunities that you knew, are really only as much as what you know now. Those so-called opportunities are just bait that Providence deliberately left behind, letting you, a chess piece, walk on Providence's chess path step by step, and finally arrive at Etion Mountain, ruining our Shadow Sect's grand plan. According to our speculations, the future before your rebirth. Our Shadow Sect's plan should have already been realized. But Providence doesn't want my main body to ascend to the position of Venerable again. The reason why Sword Immortal Bo Qing failed back then was because his essence was one of the main body's split souls. Moreover, the main body obtained the sovereign immortal fetus and was reborn. After growing up, he would definitely surpass the previous venerables. In the future, I'm afraid that Providence will no longer be able to eradicate the main body. Because of this, Providence thought of ways to arrange a scheme to send you back and borrow your hand. To change the past and reshape the future. Fang Yuan said, wait, I don't understand, why did Providence only choose me? Because you're an otherworldly demon. Only otherworldly demons can change the past. As long as it was not an otherworldly demon, even a venerable would be powerless. Red Lotus Demon Venerable worked hard his entire life, but he could only destroy Fate Gu, he could not destroy it. Not to mention any harm to Providence. Of course, you're not the only otherworldly devil. Maybe you were in that period. Regardless of whether it's in terms of vision or circumstances, he's most suited to be a chess piece, Sixth Hair replied. Fang Yuan remained silent. It was a brand new and shocking perspective. Sixth Hair's words made Fang Yuan realize that there seemed to be a huge conspiracy around him. Bertrand, he thought back to the 500 years of his previous life. He had been a vagrant for hundreds of years. Could Providence suppress him? Was it the will of the heavens that he wanted to refine the blood god? The process of obtaining spring-autumn cicada's immortal Gu recipe was indeed quite easy. Not long after he refined the spring and autumn cicada, he was immediately surrounded by the forces of the 10 great ancient sections. Sixth Hair observed Fang Yuan's expression and saw that Fang Yuan was moved, but did not show any clear expression. He cursed internally and said, your spring-autumn cicada is only rank 6, there is a high chance of failure. Why does it succeed every time it revives? That's not true, it failed the last time. Fang Yuan said, but suddenly he was stunned. This point was precisely the irrefutable proof of heaven's will. His amnesia was not related to this. He remembered that the last time he used spring-autumn cicada to revive, it was because he was hit by Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack, he could not dodge it and had to choose to revive. But before that, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was also smashed into smithereens by Heaven Overseeing Tower. According to Sixth Hair's explanation, it could be said that the great strength true martial immortal zombie was destroyed, the 10 extreme lifeless formation was damaged, it could not refine Gu. Shadow Sect's plan failed, the only variable was He Lulan, but she was not at Etion Mountain at that time. Thus, Providence no longer needed the pawn Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's activation of Spring-Autumn Cicada failed. Instead, Shadow Sect did not want to admit their failure. Providence gave up on Fang Yuan, but Shadow Sect used the power of the Red Lotus True Inheritance to help Fang Yuan revive and change the past, allowing Shadow Sect's plan to take another step forward. What? You don't know about my last activation failure? Fang Yuan looked at Sixth Hair. Sixth Hair blinked, his palms were covered in cold sweat. Of course he did not know about this. Firstly, he was a split soul, he did not even participate in the Battle of Etion Mountain, he was confined in Langya Blessed Land. Secondly, he only had Wuxia left, most of the information he obtained came from Wuxia. But he knew about Wuxia's activation of Spring-Autumn Cicada. Originally, Wuxia had been schemed against by Fang Yuan, he had no way to turn the situation around, but because of Spring-Autumn Cicada, he managed to turn the situation around and reach this point. Sixth Hair was considering whether he should tell this secret to Fang Yuan. The more he thought about it, the more nervous he became. He was not sure how Fang Yuan would react if he told Fang Yuan about this. But at this moment, Fang Yuan waved his hand and said, "It's nothing, continue." Sixth Hair heaved a sigh of relief, took the opportunity to organize his emotions and continued, "Providence's arrangement of you as a pawn, Fang Yuan, is really brilliant. We all subconsciously thought that the otherworldly demons would not have anything to do with Providence. Thus, even my main body was deceived. Actually, as early as after the inheritance of the three kings, one of the main body's split souls, Elder Inkstone, discovered that you have the Spring-Autumn Cicada and are a person who has been reborn. But firstly, you had already gone to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Secondly, Shadow Sect's 100,000-year plan was right in front of them. They did not want to complicate matters, so they plotted against you in secret. Thus, Elder Inkstone concealed your deductions and instead lured the Central Continent Gu Immortal Feng Jioga's group to Luopa Valley. In that battle, even though the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie escaped, he fell into Old Ancestor Shuehu's hands. The Celestial Court and Northern Plains people were all secretly influenced by Providence, they were a part of my main body's human tribulation. Fang Yuan, after you regained your life you went from southern border to northern plains, you encountered many accidents, right? These were all part of Providence's arrangements to eliminate you. Similarly, Lord Wuxia is in a desperate situation now. Part of the reason is because he inherited your body, he attracted many strong enemies for you and blocked the calamity for you. Fang Yuan, your name is on the Demon Judgment Board, you are wanted by the 10 great ancient sects and are even being pursued by the Celestial Court. Lord Wuxia's present is your future. Do you think you can hide in the other 4 regions and not go to Central Continent? When my main body refined Gu, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could chase after me. The 5 regional walls are not an obstacle to some Gu Immortals. The reason why Gu Immortals do not attack is mainly because of calamities and tribulations. Once they attack, the outcome is hard to predict. If the tribulation is affected, they will be the ones suffering the calamity. Furthermore, the immortal apertures of the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals belong to the Celestial Court Grotto Heavens. There are no calamities or tribulations there. Outside, they only use phantom apertures, they also have hibernation methods to extend their lifespan. Fang Yuan, let me ask you, if I did not tell you today, would you have known about Providence's existence? The schemes that you have? You and I have deep hatred, that is true, but there is also a deep connection between us. Lord Wuxia is in danger. If he falls into the hands of the Celestial Court, your relationship with him as well as your current information will be leaked. The Celestial Court will definitely send people to kill you. Because the Celestial Court is a group of lackeys that protect Providence. Earlier, Feng Jioga and the other Central Continent Gu Immortals entered Northern Plains to investigate. Later, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's group attacked Northern Plains and destroyed it. Fang Yuan, you and Lord Wuxia are bound together. If Lord Wuxia dies, your good days will also come to an end. Sixth Hair's eloquence was unrestrained, he spoke with fervor and assurance. Moreover, he had a clear hierarchy of reasons and evidence. He understood the other party's emotions and moved them with reason. Fang Yuan was moved, he blurted out, "You are right, this is true insight. I think we can make a deal." Sixth Hair was overjoyed, he thought, this matter is a success. At this moment, his eyes were brimming with tears. Recently he had been under a lot of pressure. Because of him, Fang Yuan was able to pass the tribulation and refine change form Immortal Gu instead. No matter what he did or what his motive was, the result was clear. He had sinned. His heart was filled with guilt and regret. Thus he had to make amends for his sins. This time he exposed his identity and took a huge risk to persuade Fang Yuan. It was Wuxia's intention, and it was also what he, Sixth Hair, was willing to do. Now it seemed that everything was worth it. Fang Yuan was Wuxia's only way out. Sixth Hair used his own strength to pave this path of survival for Wuxia. Chapter 1084. Then how do we transact? What do you need? Fang Yuan asked with a pleasant expression. I want to see. Fang Yuan, we know you have a lot of immortal materials. The immortal materials you picked up from Earth Trench have problems, they are filled with providence. We do not need them. But in Falling Heavenly River, you obtained a lot of immortal materials, you can use them for this transaction. This is the list, take a look. Sixth Hair tossed out an information path mortal goo. Fang Yuan received it and checked that there were no mistakes. His mind entered and nodded as he browsed. After a while, Fang Yuan said to Sixth Hair, I have most of these immortal materials, but as a member of Langya sect, can't you get them from Langya sect's treasury? Sixth Hair smiled bitterly. Times are different now, the new land spirit of Langya is different. In Langya sect contribution points are the biggest rule. If I want to get the treasury, I will need to use my sect contribution points. But my contribution points are far from meeting Lord Wuxia's minimum requirements. You are right. Fang Yuan nodded, asking, I can pay for these immortal materials, but how are you going to deliver them to Wuxia? Jewel Yellow Skies is already closed. Wuxia selling immortal goo caused such a huge commotion, Fang Yuan naturally knew about it. Sixth Hair said, without Jewel Yellow Skies, it is indeed troublesome, but there is a way to deliver them to Lord Wuxia. Zombie Alliance is a subordinate of Shadow Sect. Before the Battle of Etion Mountain, because old ancestor Shui who stole the immortal zombie body, Zombie Alliance ordered the other branches to set up super goo formations to connect the 5 regions. In the future, even if someone attacks the branches, they can use these super goo formations to transport the immortal zombie body to Zombie Alliance. I thought this was just an excuse to frame all the immortal zombies, to think it was true? Fang Yuan was slightly surprised. Sixth Hair smiled bitterly, this is true. Sacrificing Zombie Alliance to refine sovereign immortal fetus goo was not our Shadow Sect's plan. During the Battle of Etion Mountain he had no choice but to do so. In fact, there were more benefits in keeping the Zombie Alliance. I will not sacrifice them. Fang Yuan nodded. He suddenly thought of his previous life 500 years ago. At that time, the 5 Regions Zombie Alliance still existed until the 5 Regions Chaotic War and before Fang Yuan was reborn. They still played an extremely important role in the general trend of the world. But it was different now. You must watch the 5 Regions Zombie Alliance had become an empty shell. Most of the immortal zombies were used as immortal materials and refined in the 10 Extreme Lifeless formation. Now the 5 regions were in turmoil because of this. After all, when the 5 Regions Zombie Alliance was still around, they controlled a lot of resources. These resources were ownerless. This caused the goo immortal experts and super forces of various regions to compete with each other, creating a bloodbath. Looks like the Shadow Sect really succeeded in my previous life. The existence of the Zombie Alliance proved this point. Also, the Celestial Court attacked Langya Blessed Land, Feng Joga died in Langya Blessed Land, this is also suspicious. The Shadow Sect planted traitors in the Celestial Court, who knows, Spectral Soul might have revived and controlled the Celestial Court for his own use. Fang Yuan's thoughts scattered for a while. He immediately felt that many of the things in his memories had other possibilities. There was more to it than meets the eye. The waters of this world are really too deep. Legends are emerging one after another. Countless experts are competing and scheming against each other, they are like the stars in the night sky, dazzling and dazzling. Even though I am a top-notch person, I am nothing compared to these geniuses. Hee, this is the reason why it is so interesting. Isn't that so? Ah. Fang Yuan thought of this and his mood became better. On his face, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. Sixth Hair was somewhat baffled. He thought, what is he smiling at? Also, why is there a bad feeling lingering around the bottom of my heart? Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, he looked at Sixth Hair with a bright gaze, the smile on his face became even more obvious. Then what can I get by paying the immortal materials? Immortal goo. Sixth Hair answered calmly. Interesting, very interesting. Very interesting. Fang Yuan rubbed his palms and laughed lightly. What else could Wuxia sell immortal goo? It was definitely Fang Yuan's own immortal goo. Selling Fang Yuan's own immortal goo to Fang Yuan, Wuxia's plan was extremely meticulous. But even Fang Yuan himself felt that Wuxia's idea was quite brilliant. Let's ask, who else in this world wanted to obtain these immortal goo more than Fang Yuan? In this world, who wanted to obtain these immortal goo more than Fang Yuji? To other goo immortals, these immortal goo were unfamiliar, they needed to be familiar with them. But Fang Yuan himself was very familiar with these goo, he had mature methods to use them. But Fang Yuan himself was very familiar with these goo, he had mature methods to use them. The value of these immortal goo in Fang Yuan's heart was often higher than that of others. Moreover, many immortal goo needed suitable goo immortals to be sold. For example, strength path immortal goo were not very interested in other paths. Because the paths were not compatible, not only would the Dao marks clash, the effect would be reduced, it was also not good for raising them. Unless they were supplementary goo worms for immortal killer moves. But such situations were very rare. One could say Fang Yuan was the most suitable buyer. Not only did he need these immortal goo, more importantly, he had the capital to buy them. As for how to exchange for the immortal goo, it would be the super goo formations of Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan continued to smile. How many immortal goo do I have left? Not only do I want to buy them, I am also interested in He Lolan's self-strength immortal goo and Tai by Yunxing's man as before and landscape as before. I want to include these 3 immortal goo in the transaction. Sixth Hair thought about it and nodded. I can make the decision on this, I can agree to it. With Wuxia's control over Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan, he could definitely make them hand over the immortal goo. The most important thing now was to get out of danger and escape. Other matters could be put aside for now. Fang Yuan continued, money and goods, you bring me the immortal goo, I will give you the immortal materials. At this time, Sixth Hair showed a difficult expression. To tell you the truth, Fang Yuan, you will need some time to see the immortal goo. You are definitely aware of the situation in the 5 regions. All the Zombie Alliance divisions are being coveted. If Northern Plains Dark Flow Giant City had not sunk into Earth Trench, it would have been visited countless times already. The Super Goo formation is set up in Dark Flow Giant City. I will need some time to get the immortal goo. But before that, I hope you can provide some immortal materials in advance. Because these immortal materials need to be used to refine goo, the earlier the better. I don't know how long Lord Wuxia can last. Fang Yuan heard this. He laughed coldly in his heart. Sixth Hair's words are a mix of truth and falsehood. Earlier he said that Wuxia was in imminent danger, and now he says that he can still hold on for a while. On the surface, Fang Yuan kept a straight face. He flatly refused. No, that's impossible. I need to pay the immortal materials first. If you don't sell me your immortal goo, wouldn't I be a fool? Don't worry, Fang Yuan. I have already prepared an information path immortal killer move. Bind both sides and not allow either side to go back on their word. Sixth Hair said sincerely. Fang Yuan chuckled and waved his hand and said, don't mention whatever information path means to me, I don't believe in that. Since you were able to subdue He Lulan, you must have removed the information path alliance pact from her, right? As for me, I'm not an information path expert. Wouldn't I be a fool to form an alliance with you guys? This. Sixth Hair fell silent. He understood Fang Yuan's thoughts. If it were him, he would not form an alliance pact with Shadow Sect either. How about this? Sixth Hair quickly thought of a good idea. I will use the information to exchange for some immortal materials. How about that? These information and secrets are extremely valuable to you, Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, don't you want to know the limits of Providence? Our Shadow Sect's precious experience in dealing with Providence? And the information on otherworldly demons and even Langya Blessed Land, don't you want to know? Fang Yuan's heart palpitated with eagerness. Providence. After understanding Providence's scheme, how could Fang Yuan not pay attention to Providence? And in this world, who had more authority than Shadow Sect in dealing with Providence? If not for Shadow Sect taking the initiative to trade, Fang Yuan would still be kept in the dark for a long time. As for otherworldly demons, Fang Yuan had always been curious about them. Why did they transmigrate to this place? Who were the other otherworldly demons? Did they come from the same place as him? Why could otherworldly demons change the past? And the information on Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land had existed for over 300,000 years. What else was hidden in it? To Fang Yuan, who borrowed the power of the land spirit of Langya, and also wanted Langya Blessed Land, this was extremely important information. Undeniably, this information was extremely valuable. It was a huge help to Fang Yuan. At this moment, the hall became quiet. Both sides were silent. Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. Sixth Hair waited for Fang Yuan to agree. He was very confident that Fang Yuan would definitely agree. It was all because the temptation of this information was too great for him. Of course, if not for the situation, Sixth Hair would rather die than let Fang Yuan know these secrets. Fang Yuan spoke but changed the topic. I still have something I don't understand. Since there is a supergoo formation, why did Wuxia and the rest not use the supergoo formation to escape? Sixth Hair explained honestly, the supergoo formation can only transport immortal materials. Immortal zombie bodies can also be considered immortal materials, but they must not contain an immortal aperture. It is too difficult for goo immortals to teleport across regions. There are a few methods that cannot be replicated. Fixed immortal travel is one example, but immortal goo are unique. Not everyone can enter an immortal aperture. Stargate goo is another example, but it has greater limitations. Shadow Sect knew about Stargate goo. Fang Yuan had used it many times, and even gave the goo recipe to the land spirit of Langya. It was not strange for Shadow Sect to know about it. Be it fixed immortal travel or Stargate goo, they had high requirements for the goo immortal being transported. The goo immortal had to have very few Dao marks to be transported. Especially Stargate goo, it was only immortal goo, even though it borrowed the power of Black Heaven. Only bottom-tier rank 6 goo immortals or rank 6 goo immortals who had passed several calamities and tribulations could use it. Of course, the things in the goo immortal's immortal aperture were not counted because they were in another world. Thus, back then when Fang Yuan stored rank 9 wisdom goo in his dead aperture, he could use Stargate goo to move between regions. Using low-level goo immortals or immortal zombies as boats, using fixed immortal travel and Stargate goo to transport them across regions? This method was very feasible. But it could not be popularized. There was only one fixed immortal travel, and the Stargate goo was only in the hands of a few people. Moreover, rank 8 goo immortals had too many high-rank immortal materials and immortal goo. It was a huge burden on their immortal aperture. A living immortal aperture would burst, a dead immortal aperture would collapse. It could not be transported many times. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan placed all the high-rank immortal materials he obtained in Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Star Form Blessed Land. Blessed lands that were located in the outside world were very stable. Rank 8 goo immortals had their own method to travel between regions. It was through White Heaven and Black Heaven. Like earlier, when Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord led a group of people to attack southern border and spoil Shadow Sect's plan, they traveled in White Heaven. Chapter 1085. There had never been a good method to transport goo immortals across regions. I want you to take me to read a book. W less than W. 1 because goo immortals had little need in this aspect. When goo masters become immortals because of the different heaven and earth chi of the 5 regions, they would become goo immortals of each region. For example, Northern Plains goo immortals, Central Continents goo immortals and so on. Goo immortals had a strong sense of region. Foreign goo immortals were easily ostracized. Towards the end of the Battle of Tian Mountain, He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing were chased by southern border goo immortals. This could be seen. In this regard, East Ocean was relatively open-minded. The concept of region was not important. The most important thing was that the goo immortal's immortal aperture would land in the outside world once in a while and absorb the heaven and earth chi to stabilize itself. At this time, there were strict requirements for the chi of heaven and earth. If Northern Plains goo immortals placed their immortal apertures in Central Continent's world and absorbed Central Continent's heaven and earth chi, it would be detrimental. The third reason was the calamity. Goo immortals faced calamities and tribulations constantly. Who would have the time to run around? What was he doing in the outer realms? Unless it was an extremely important matter like a great immortal opportunity with a clear clue, or an important mission like Feng Jioga's exploration of Northern Plains. There was one thing that needed to be distinguished. Goo immortals traveling across regions had little demand, but immortal goo and immortal materials were different. The demand in this area was still very high. However, jewel yellow skies had already greatly satisfied these needs. All sorts of reasons led to very few people researching the transportation of goo immortals across regions. In history, there were no outstanding research achievements. The super goo formations that Zombie Alliance set up in the various divisions were only used to transport immortal materials. Who would want to research something that was not very useful and thankless? Goo immortals also faced great pressure to survive. Although it had the word, immortal, in it, it wasn't exactly carefree and easy. Managing the immortal aperture, raising immortal goo, and dealing with heavenly tribulations were enough to make almost all goo immortals exhausted. Thus, from ancient times until now, the transportation of goo immortals across regions was very primitive, it developed very slowly. The 10 great ancient sects of central continent sent goo immortals to northern plains to investigate, but they had to forcefully barge through the regional walls of 2 regions. 400 to 500 years later, there would be no need to research the transportation of goo immortals across regions. Because the 5 regional walls were slowly disappearing. The entire 5 regions would become one. This was a story to be told later, so let's not talk about it for now. In the hall, Fang Yuan suddenly let out a burst of hearty laughter. After probing for so long, he finally had a comprehensive understanding of this transaction. To have a clearer understanding of the book I want to read. Fang Yuan, what are you laughing at? Sixth Hair had a bad feeling about this. Because I'm happy. Even though the super goo formation could only transport immortal materials, it was enough. As for intelligence, he would put it aside for now. The condition I want is my original physical body. Give him to me first, Fang Yuan said quickly. Sixth Hair's expression changed. He knew about wisdom goo. If Fang Yuan regained his fleshly body, he would be able to fuse it with his soul. By activating the light of wisdom, he would be able to borrow a trace of wisdom goo's power. What did that mean? He was like a tiger that had grown wings and soared to the sky in one go. In the past, Fang Yuan had a flaw, he did not have lifespan goo to feed wisdom goo. But now, Land Spirit of Langya had a large number of lifespan goo, he was handing them over. Fang Yuan already knew about providence, if he had wisdom goo's help, how could he resist it? He would be like an eagle flying in the sky or a dragon swimming in the sea. And with the sovereign immortal aperture. Oh my God! Sixth Hair sighed in his heart. Just these few factors alone were enough to shake heaven and earth. Shocking the world. If they were used together, the power that would erupt would be unimaginable. How could they let the others live? This won't do. Sixth Hair quickly shook his head. Without a physical body, how can Lord Wuxia escape from this predicament? He has a physical body. Fang Yuan laughed. I have plenty of strength path immortal zombies here. We can trade 1 for 1. I guarantee you won't lose out. In fact, the strength path immortal zombies will have more Dao marks than my physical body. You will be making a profit. Make a profit, my ass. Sixth Hair scolded Fang Yuan for being shameless. His expression turned ugly as he stared at Fang Yuan and sneered. I won't beat around the bush, Fang Yuan. How can I not know what you are planning? Oh, it seems you already know about wisdom goo. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin. I can sell immortal goo and information, but the physical body cannot. Sixth Hair rejected sternly, his tone was as tough as steel. But who knew that Fang Yuan's expression changed faster than him? Then there is no room for discussion. I won't be sending you off. Fang Yuan stood up and waved his hand, chasing Sixth Hair away. Sixth Hair was dumbfounded. He was stunned on the spot, not moving at all. Why do you want to read this book, W? Seeing that he was not moving, Fang Yuan sneered inwardly. He flicked his sleeves and left. He was about to enter the back hall. Sixth Hair came to his senses. He said, Fang Yuan, wait. You agreed? Fang Yuan did not turn around, he only turned his head. I won't sell the physical body, but we can discuss the rest. Sixth Hair insisted. Fang Yuan snorted, he quickly turned around and was about to leave Sixth Hair's sight through the side door. Sixth Hair quickly followed. A transaction requires both parties to be willing. Fang Yuan, why are you forcing me? If I am harmed, you will be harmed as well. Fang Yuan stopped, but this time he did not even turn around. He directly faced Sixth Hair with the back of his head. It was very rude. Sixth Hair only heard Fang Yuan say, you are right. But so what if I am harmed? At most I will just die. Sixth Hair walked a few steps, catching up to Fang Yuan. He urged, Fang Yuan, why are you saying this? Who would believe you if you are deceiving yourself? Are you willing to die? With our shadow sect outside, how much hostility and attacks would we attract? Without us, how long can you live freely? Do you think you can deal with providence? Even my main body had planned for 100,000 years, but it failed. Right now, we are facing a great enemy. Why are you doing this? Noisy. A sword wave suddenly appeared around Fang Yuan. Rank 7 sword wave immortal goo. Sixth Hair was forced back. He quickly said, careful, careful. Don't touch the immortal goo, you will destroy my arrangements. If the land spirit of Langya finds out, neither of us will have a good ending. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, taking a step forward. The physical body is my condition. If it cannot be met, there is no point in talking. I will give you 3 days, go back and discuss with your lord Wuxia. Sixth Hare stomped his feet. 3 days? Fang Yuan, you know that Lord Wuxia is in danger, we need to make full use of every second. Fang Yuan moved further away, his voice could be heard. It is good that you are aware of this. Agree quickly. After the transaction, you will need some time to refine goo with immortal materials, right? Sixth Hare had a ruthless expression, he gritted his teeth. He pointed at Fang Yuan, killing intent surging. Fang Yuan, don't push your luck. So what if I push my luck? I was not the one who died first. With Langya blessed land I can still live freely for some time. But what about you? Without Wuxia, the demon venerable's main body is trapped in a super dream realm. Hehe, the great spectral soul demon venerable actually died earlier than me? Ah. Fang Yuan laughed, he passed through the door, his figure vanishing from Sixth Hare's sight. Sixth Hare's eyes were wide open, they were bloodshot. Fang Yuan's shamelessness dealt a heavy blow to him. However, in less than half a day, Sixth Hare found Fang Yuan again. Lord Wuxia agreed. Sixth Hare stared at Fang Yuan, he wanted to skin him alive. A bright light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes for a moment. Sixth Hare agreed so quickly, looking at it from another perspective. Wuxia's situation was not optimistic. This was a good and bad thing. Fang Yuan wanted to obtain the greatest benefits from this transaction, but he also wanted Wuxia to stay outside and attract the firepower for him. Letting the Celestial Court and Shadow Sect's remnant forces fight each other was a good idea for Fang Yuan. Let's exchange immortal zombie bodies first, 1 for 1, then we can talk about the next transaction. After Fang Yuan said that, he added, if I see you doing anything to my body, I will not be able to kill you. Don't blame me for falling out. You know, I am someone who has been reborn, some of my methods come from the future. That is impossible. The transaction will be completed in one go. Sixth Hare was not easy to fool. But Fang Yuan was harder to deal with than him. A moment later, Sixth Hare was defeated. He raised 3 fingers and gritted his teeth. Alright, the first transaction is the immortal zombie body. But there are only 2 more transactions. This transaction can only be divided into 3 transactions, and will end in 3 transactions. 3 days later in Langya blessed land, both sides completed the transaction. Alright, next is the immortal goo. I want all of my immortal goo. Including self-strength, man as before, landscape as before, and so on. Fang Yuan said. Sixth Hare had a strange gaze. So many immortal goo, do Fang Yuan have enough immortal materials to buy them? Fang Yuan smiled, of course I have enough. A few minutes later. This is your of course I have enough? You actually casually changed the price we agreed on? The immortal materials you paid can't even buy 30% of the immortal goo. Sixth Hare shouted in anger. The price we agreed on can naturally be discussed. What do you mean casually changing it? I'm not casually changing it, I am very sincere. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Sincere your ass. Sixth Hare scolded. Fang Yuan's expression turned stiff. So you don't want to trade? Saying so, he flicked his sleeves and left. Sixth Hare was even more furious. You are leaving just because we can't come to an agreement? You are doing this again? I don't care, I won't be the one to die first anyway. Fang Yuan shrugged, knowing that Sixth Hare was going to die. Sixth Hare's expression froze, he felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He felt that he was really stupid, why did he expose his weakness? However, with Fang Yuan's ability, even if he did not say it, he would be able to sense it. The second transaction was a long tug-of-war. Fang Yuan's asking price was too ruthless, Shadow Sect was not one to be trampled on. In just a few days, after dozens of difficult negotiations, both sides finally came to an agreement. Fang Yuan gave in slightly but still obtained a great victory. Sixth Hare's face was filled with defeat, his tall and straight body was now hunched. Fortunately, there is still one last time, the third transaction. What? We agreed on 3 transactions, why did you extend it to 10? Fang Yuan, you shameless bastard, you animal with no bottom line. Don't you have any sense of the big picture? Die, at most we will all die together. Sixth Hare shouted until his throat was hoarse, blood was flowing out of his nostrils. But Fang Yuan only said one sentence and retorted, I won't be the one to die first anyway. If Wuxia dies, the demon venerable's main body will probably die as well. After all, such a huge dream realm consumes the soul very quickly. Very quickly, quickly, Fang Yuan's words lingered in Sixth Hair's mind. Then he fainted on the spot. Chapter 1086. A pool of soul water was dark and gloomy, there were countless ripples on its surface. Wuxia's eyes were wide open, ghost fire burned in his eyes as he observed the surface of the soul water. In his vision there was a scene that others could not see. Sixth Hair's figure appeared in the soul water, he was half kneeling on the ground, his face was filled with regret and shame. Lord, I have committed a grave sin. During Fang Yuan's tribulation, if I had not used it, I said this is not your fault. Speaking of which, I used my trump card to increase my luck, allowing Fang Yuan to take advantage of me. Wuxia's voice was transmitted to Sixth Hair's mind. This was the method that Sixth Hair and Wuxia used to communicate. It was a soul path power, but it had the effect of information path. It was extremely powerful. Both sides were in Central Continent and Northern Plains, separated by 2 regional walls, as well as Langya Blessed Land. Not only could they communicate in real time, they could also block the senses of land spirit of Langya. Right now, Wuxia was no longer in Fang Yuan's appearance. He had already changed to another strength path immortal zombie body. But because this body was old, its immortal aperture was already destroyed, Wuxia only obtained a pure physical body. It was not like the previous Fang Yuan body, which had an aperture and an immortal aperture. This way it was not convenient for Wuxia to use goo. Be it immortal goo or mortal goo, they could only live in his skin, blood, flesh, bones and other parts. Not only would their aura leak, enemies could easily detect them, it was also very unsafe. When the physical body was attacked, goo worms would also suffer. Goo worms were very fragile. Wuxia's transaction with Fang Yuan could be said to be a huge loss, but right now his expression was calm. Instead he encouraged Sixth Hair, you did a good job this time. Throughout the transaction you showed weakness to Fang Yuan very good. Especially the fainting at the end, if not for your efforts, I would not have obtained the immortal material I wanted. Sixth Hair sighed, I purposely fainted to probe Fang Yuan, but unfortunately Fang Yuan did not attack me. Since he knows our background he will naturally be very cautious. Moreover, we have already transacted many times. Both sides have something on us and he's also afraid that we'll report him to the land spirit of Langya, Wuxia said. This time he was in a hopeless situation. After thinking it over, he realized that Fang Yuan was the only way out. There was no other way. Before he decided to trade with Fang Yuan, he had already prepared himself mentally. The list of immortal materials that he gave to Fang Yuan was exaggerated in content, and the number was expanded, hiding the immortal materials that he truly wanted. Anyway, he had achieved his goal. He struggled in a hopeless situation and found a slim chance of survival. As long as he could overcome this obstacle, he would have a bright future ahead of him. Forget about the other immortal goo, the crucial thing is that not only did Fang Yuan regain his body, he even obtained the spring-autumn cicada. Isn't his current foundation too great? Sixth Hair was still very worried. Wuxia snorted coldly, even if Fang Yuan got his body, would he dare to use it? The spring and autumn cicada did not have to worry about it either. It had already been sealed and was about to starve to death. Even if Fang Yuan got rid of this problem, spring and autumn cicada itself has a chance of failure. It also contains providence, he will not be able to use it for a long time. Furthermore, the attention of the celestial court's goo immortals will also be drawn there. Sixth Hair's expression shook, the worry on his face lessened by a lot. He nodded repeatedly, Lord is right. Wuxia heaved a long sigh. Next, you still need to monitor Fang Yuan. You have already been exposed, but Fang Yuan will not touch you. If he cannot be restrained, then so be it, it doesn't matter. He obtained so many immortal goo this time, it is definitely a huge burden. Moreover, the calamities and tribulations have taken away his main focus. I will let him develop. When I gather my strength and save my main body, I will settle the score with him. He had learned from his mistakes, he had experienced many things. Wuxia was maturing rapidly. He learned to give and take, and even more he learned to endure. He was after all one of Spectral Soul's split souls, he had the huge aptitude to become an expert. Torture and setbacks were wealth in life, he was maturing rapidly. Northern Plains, Langya Blessed Land. It had been some time since the transaction with Wuxia ended. Fang Yuan looked at the immortal zombie body in front of him. He heaved a sigh. I don't dare to use it. Fang Yuan rubbed his chin, feeling troubled. After obtaining it, he had used almost all the methods he could currently use to inspect this immortal zombie body thoroughly, but he did not find any problems. But what was Wuxia's origin? What was the origin of Shadow Sect? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He was the creator of Soul Path, one of the few Gu Venerables. He had once ruled the world and ruled over all living beings. Could Wuxia, one of his split souls, possess some sort of soul Dao technique and set up this body as a sinister trap? It was highly possible. Fang Yuan and Wuxia's transaction was not restricted by information path from start to finish, because they did not trust each other. And Fang Yuan's information path methods were definitely inferior to the other parties. If he used information path methods to restrict himself, the other party might secretly undo it. This was even more disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. Thus, he could not guarantee the safety of this body. Fang Yuan wanted this body mainly to obtain Wisdom Gu's recognition and draw the light of wisdom. Thus, he wanted to send his soul into this immortal zombie body. This was very dangerous. Shadow Sect was most proficient in matters involving the soul. Although Fang Yuan did not find any problems, maybe Wuxia did not do anything, it was more likely that this immortal zombie body was hiding a huge problem, but Fang Yuan did not have the ability to discover it. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was the ancestor of Soul Path. Fang Yuan was simply displaying his slight skill in front of an expert by using Soul Path in front of him. It seems that I need to inspect this body again. I cannot be too careless. If I am not careful, I might fall into Shadow Sect's trap. Fang Yuan warned himself. Only when he was absolutely sure of his safety would Fang Yuan use this body. Or if he had no other choice, Fang Yuan would choose to take the risk. Although I cannot use Wisdom Gu, regaining this body in Spring-Autumn Cicada is already an excellent result. Spring-Autumn Cicada had always been Fang Yuan's greatest trump card since rebirth. Now that Fang Yuan wanted a body as his vital Gu, it was fixed in the first aperture. It naturally came along. During the negotiation, when Fang Yuan had just mentioned asking for Spring-Autumn Cicada, he was firmly denied by Sixth Hair. He refused to admit that Wuxia had Spring-Autumn Cicada. Because they were not restricted by information path, no matter what he said, Fang Yuan could not tell the truth. Lying casually had no consequences. But Fang Yuan was even more unreasonable. He said, "Impossible. If you really don't have it, then refine it. I don't care about anything else. You must return my Spring-Autumn Cicada." Fang Yuan played with it without any bottom line. His attitude was extremely firm. Even when Sixth Hair swore and swore with all his might, Fang Yuan's attitude did not change. After a lot of trouble, Fang Yuan regained his body in Spring-Autumn Cicada. But there was a problem with Spring-Autumn Cicada. It was sealed by the Celestial Quartz Gu Immortals using a strange method. It was isolated from the River of Time and was currently in a starving state. Moreover, Fang Yuan also knew that Spring-Autumn Cicada had providence. This was the greatest internal threat. The immortal zombie body and Spring-Autumn Cicada both had hidden dangers that could not be used. But even so, Fang Yuan was very happy. Even if I can't use it, as long as it is in my hands, it will be a huge victory. Especially Spring-Autumn Cicada, it is a great killing weapon. After getting Spring-Autumn Cicada and the body, Fang Yuan asked for fixed immortal travel the second time. But how could Sixth Hair take it out? No matter how forcefully Fang Yuan forced it, it was useless. Moreover, he had guessed that fixed immortal travel was probably destroyed. If he had fixed immortal travel, he could have already used it to escape. Why would he take the initiative to come here and be extorted by Fang Yuan? Of course, Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair had already made a deal. As long as they made the deal, they would be betraying Langya sect. Sixth Hair had Fang Yuan's weakness, and the land spirit was pure and stubborn. If this was exposed, no matter how Fang Yuan tried to explain, it would be useless. Thus, Fang Yuan gave up on fixed immortal travel. Although he did not get fixed immortal travel, Fang Yuan still obtained a large number of immortal Gu from this transaction. A large number. Among them were Halolan Strength Chi Immortal Gu, Self Strength Immortal Gu, and Flying Bear Strength Immortal Gu. There were also Tai Bai Yunqing's Man as before and Landscape as before. Fang Yuan's own Pulling Mountain Immortal Gu, Pulling Water Immortal Gu, Star Eyes Immortal Gu, and Calamity Beckoning Immortal Gu. Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu and Connect Luck Immortal Gu were put into Jewel Yellow Skies and sold. This time, when Jewel Yellow Skies closed, these two Immortal Gu were trapped in Jewel Yellow Skies. As for each Strength Immortal Gu, Cleanse Soul, Immortal Goo, Fixed Immortal Travel, Star Shoot, Star Mark, and Starlight, they were all destroyed by Fang Yuan's special will. Wuxia could not save them in time. Of course, the above situation might not be the truth. Fang Yuan and Sixth Hair's transaction was not restricted by information path. Both sides had probed each other's bottom line. Maybe Wuxia had secretly kept some immortal goo. But Fang Yuan had already tried his best, he could not make Wuxia spit them out. After all, every time Fang Yuan made a transaction he would be betraying Langya sect once, his dominance would decrease by a little. As for Shadow sect, they would obtain a portion of the immortal materials, their weakness would decrease by a little. Of course, from start to finish Fang Yuan had the upper hand. After all, Wuxia's situation was not good. But Fang Yuan did not want Wuxia to die so quickly. If he died, as long as he left behind some clues to the Celestial Court's Goo Immortals, Fang Yuan would be in deep trouble. It was good to have him attracting the firepower. Celestial Court and Shadow Sect could weaken each other. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan watched from the sidelines. Even though Fang Yuan knew that Shadow Sect would definitely try to kill him after he obtained Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. But this was also the reason why Shadow Sect protected him secretly. Ma Hongyun's example was right in front of him. Fang Yuan knew that he was the Ma Hongyun in Shadow Sect's eyes. Shadow Sect definitely wanted to refine Sovereign Immortal Fetus Goo. It was just that the current situation did not allow them to do so. Since Wuxia took the initiative to make a transaction with Fang Yuan, it meant that he was truly at his wit's end. Fang Yuan had to give him some hope. If he really forced him into a corner and made him give up in despair, Fang Yuan would also be in trouble, he might even be finished. Chapter 1087. A few days later, Langya blessed land. Two figures tore through the sky and landed suddenly. This place is very barren, it is suitable for us to spar. The first figure looked around and said leisurely. What Brother Fang said is absolutely correct. The second figure was a hairy man Goo Immortal. He was called 12th Hair, he spoke in a friendly manner and had a cheerful expression. Compared to the other hairy man Goo Immortals in Langya sect, 12th Hair was somewhat special. Because he cultivated refinement path as well as enslavement path. He cultivated refinement path and enslavement path together. Goo Immortals dual cultivating was not easy, because almost all Goo Immortals only had one immortal aperture. When they undergo immortal ascension, they would use a Goo worm to detonate their immortal aperture, and their main path would be fixed at that moment. After that, when they undergo tribulations, the Dao marks gained would mostly be of their main path. But in this world there were many Goo Immortals who dual cultivated rank 6 or 7. They cultivated one path while cultivating another path. Such Goo Immortals often had fortuitous encounters and had immortal Goo that were suitable for dual cultivation. For example, Fang Yuan's Eat Strength Immortal Goo could devour Strength Path immortal materials to gain Strength Path Dao marks. Goo Immortals of other paths could cultivate Strength Path after obtaining it. 12th Hair was no exception. When he was refining Goo in his early years because of an accident, he obtained a new incomplete Goo from failure. After his immortal ascension, he raised this Goo to rank 6 and named it Immortal Slave. This Goo could add enslavement path Dao marks to his body. This way he was quite special among all the hairy man Goo Immortals. The previous land spirit of Langya had taken care of him. Even though refinement path and enslavement path had little relation to each other, he encouraged 12th Hair to continue cultivating them. Because 12th Hair had enslavement path Dao marks, it would be very helpful in refining enslavement path immortal Goo in the future. The current land spirit of Langya looked at him in a new light. But what was important was his battle strength. 12th Hair had enslavement path cultivation, this was a good foundation. The land spirit of Langya gave him beast enslavement immortal Goo, intending to nurture him into an enslavement path battle strength expert among the hairy man Goo Immortals. A new ruler brought his own subordinates, but 12th Hair was even more popular, he was the favorite of the current land spirit of Langya. Fang Yuan said to these hairy men. It wasn't clear at first. However, after the secret trade with Wuxia, he had obtained quite a lot of information regarding Langya blessed land. Although this information was not very valuable, it was still very valuable to Fang Yuan. However, it was of great help to him, allowing him to have a comprehensive understanding of the Langya sect. Fang Yuan and 12th Hair both landed on the ground. The ground of Cloud Cover Continent was formed from condensed cloud soil and was pure white. When Zhang Xian stepped on it, it felt somewhat soft. It felt quite different from ordinary soil. Brother 12th please? Fang Yuan gestured with his hand. Haha Brother Fang, then I won't stand on ceremony. Come out Chestnut Yak. 12th Hair laughed loudly. He did a somersault in the air and then knelt on the ground. He slammed his palms on the ground. This posture was like performing a juggling act before suddenly kneeling down and kowtowing to Fang Yuan. Gu immortals paid attention to their demeanor. Human Gu immortals would definitely think of ways to avoid such a shameful thing. But hairy Mangu immortals were different. These hairy Mangu immortals had been nurtured by the previous land spirit of Langya. They were all very pure and had extremely low battle strength. Fang Yuan had already gotten used to this. 12th Hair knelt down towards Fang Yuan with an excited expression. Suddenly he froze. He raised his head looking at Fang Yuan. I'm sorry I failed. No problem. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. Immortal killer moves, failure is unavoidable. Try again. Yes. 12th Hair nodded, he somersaulted again and with a loud sound both his knees and hands touched the ground. There was no movement. After a few breaths of time, 12th Hair stuck out his tongue licking his lips. Oh my, I failed again. Let me try again. He somersaulted. Slap. He knelt down towards Fang Yuan. After a few breaths of time there was no movement. Let me try again. I don't believe it. 12th Hair was ruthless. He somersaulted. Slap. He knelt down towards Fang Yuan. After a few breaths of time there was no movement. I'm sorry, please wait a while. 12th Hair greeted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled warmly. I can understand. Take a look. 12th Hair nodded gratefully and tried again. He somersaulted. Slap. He knelt down towards Fang Yuan. After a few breaths of time there was no movement. After more than 10 attempts 12th Hair did not succeed even once. Fang Yuan had yet to make a move, but 12th Hair had already vomited several mouthfuls of blood. Blood was also flowing out of his ears and his face was turning paler. If the activation of an immortal killer move failed, the Gu immortal would suffer a backlash. Even Fang Yuan could not watch it anymore. He reminded, I have observed it many times Brother 12th, your somersaulting seems to be useless against immortal killer moves, why don't you give it up? Somersaulting? 12th Hair scratched his head, showing an innocent expression. This is a movement I meticulously designed. Don't you think somersaulting first will make me look imposing? Fang Yuan's expression was almost black lines. He could not help but think, your action of proactively kneeling to the enemy is indeed very imposing. However, 12th Hair was an obedient child who knew his mistakes. Since Brother Fang thinks it is inappropriate, I will change it. Thereupon 12th Hair no longer somersaulted. Instead he knelt down towards Fang Yuan. After a few breaths of time, he stood up and spat out a mouthful of blood, saying unwillingly, let me try again. After a few attempts, a blue gem light suddenly shone from 12th Hair's hands. The light quickly spread, and the ground was dyed into a blue lake. The lake water gushed out, and a bull-shaped desolate beast stepped on a huge wave, charging towards Fang Yuan. Swoosh! The blue lake water washed to the shore, and the giant bull stepped on solid ground, raising its head and roaring. The formless sound wave squeezed the air and created a whirlwind out of nowhere. The giant bull's entire body was greenish-black. Its head was heavy and big and its mouth was square and thick. A pair of horns stabbed diagonally into the sky from both sides, and the distance between them was very large. The cow's chest was very wide, and its abdomen was also very large, but it gradually became slimmer at the back of the waist. His body was big at the front and small at the back. The bottom of the body and the forelegs. They were all covered with a thick layer of long hair, almost reaching the ground. The tail behind his buttocks was thick and big like a brown broom. Without a doubt, this giant bull was majestic and mighty, and the effect of its entrance was excellent. It was domineering and awe-inspiring, forming a sharp contrast with 12th Hair's previous performance. It's just Fang Yuan didn't care at all. Although the chestnut yak was a desolate beast, it was famous for its low combat strength. This was the main impression that many Gu immortals had towards it. However, the taste of beef was unique. Could be eaten raw just like eating chestnuts. This was also the origin of its name. Of course, among the desolate beasts, the chestnut yak's battle strength was not the weakest. The publicly recognized weakest desolate beast, which Fang Yuan was currently raising, was the desolate beast-level dragonfish. You finally used it. 12th Hair was overjoyed. He pointed at Fang Yuan and shouted, Chestnut yak charge. The chestnut yak raised its head and roared again. But it did not move. 12th Hare's face was filled with awkwardness as if he was holding back his anger. He ordered again, "Charge, charge, charge, you stupid bull." The chestnut yak then began to charge. The distance between it and Fang Yuan was very short, and after a few steps, it arrived in front of Fang Yuan. A strong wind blew towards them. The chestnut yak's body was huge. When it charged, it was like 4 buses stacked on top of each other. It was quite powerful. Fang Yuan laughed lightly. In his immortal aperture, change form immortal goo flew up first. Next, all kinds of mortal supplementary goo worms also flew up, revolving around change form immortal goo. Immortal transformation path killer move, flying bear transformation. Light suddenly blossomed. The intense light forced 12th Hare to close his eyes. 12th Hare quickly activated his investigative goo. His eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of transparent crystal as he opened them again. The light had not faded yet. But 12th Hare could clearly see the scene in the battlefield. Bam! The chestnut yak also collided with a giant beast. This giant beast's body was even bigger than it. The chestnut yak's charge was in vain. At this time the light faded, revealing the giant beast's true appearance. This was a giant bear. Its body was thick and fat. Its body was covered in short and thick white fur as white as snow. It had 4 sharp claws, a short tail, and its body was curled up like a huge snow-white pom-pom. It actually looked a little cute. This was the desolate beast flying bear that Fang Yuan had transformed into. The chestnut yak saw this flying bear and immediately stared with its eyes wide open. Its aura instantly fell to rock bottom. It gave a miserable cry and actually turned around to run away. 12th Hare saw this and angrily scolded, "You cowardly yak, you are still a desolate beast, damn it, come at me." He activated his enslavement path method. The chestnut yak ran for a long distance before it was enslaved by 12th Hare again. It turned around and charged towards Fang Yuan's flying bear transformation. The chestnut yak was a herbivorous desolate beast. It had a gentle nature. This chestnut yak was raised by the previous land spirit of Langya. His goal was to use its meat as an immortal material for goo refinement. And because of the Shadow Sect's sudden attack, the other desolate beasts in Langya blessed land had all died. Thus 12th Hare first used this chestnut yak to practice. Fang Yuan did not move until the yak was in front of him. He exerted strength in his limbs and moved. Whoosh! The flying bear's huge body did not slow down its speed. It easily dodged. The chestnut yak and the flying bear brushed past each other. The flying bear opened its mouth and roared, suddenly turning around and leaping up. Looking down from above, the flying bear stretched out its right claw and slammed down on the chestnut yak's back. Bam! There was an intense vibration. White cloud soil was sent flying everywhere. The chestnut yak was heavily injured. It was slammed into the ground by the flying bear's attack. The originally flat ground had turned into a huge crater. In the blink of an eye, the chestnut yak was completely defeated. It laid motionlessly in the crater, its eyes revealing a terrified expression. Its body was trembling. Chapter 1088. The chestnut yak was slapped into the pit by Fang Yuan and didn't dare to climb out again. 12th Hare tried his best, but he couldn't get the chestnut yak to get up and fight again. Not desolate beasts, not goo immortals. Fang Yuan shook his head inwardly, dispelling the immortal killer move. In the blink of an eye, the giant flying bear turned into a ball of light. From the light, Fang Yuan's figure slowly descended until he landed on the ground. This time I've lost again. Brother Fang is really amazing. 12th Hare tried hard for a long time, but to no avail. He could only cup his fists and admit defeat to Fang Yuan. He had sparred with Fang Yuan several times. At first, after he lost, he still refused to admit defeat and was a little stubborn. But after so many times he was already numb to it. Losing was normal, but winning was abnormal. Brother 12th, you need to practice this immortal killer move more. As for this chestnut yak, it's weak and timid. It's best to change to another desolate beast as soon as possible. Fang Yuan casually gave some advice. 12th Hare nodded and sighed. Isn't it because Jewel Yellow Skies is closed? When it reopens, I will immediately go there and buy a dire beast that can fight. This yak had been raised to the point where it had lost its wild nature. I had wanted to throw it away a long time ago. However, I have to bear the cost of purchasing the desolate beasts myself. This was the rule after the establishment of the sect. Sai, my beast enslavement immortal goo is not mine. I still need to pay the sect a fee. Let's not talk anymore, let's not talk anymore, I need to rush back to refine Gu and try to sell more immortal yuan stone. Then I won't see you out. Fang Yuan nodded. 12th Hare put away the chestnut yak and left in a hurry. Alright, 20 contribution points. I got it again. Fang Yuan looked at 12th Hare's departing figure, feeling a slight joy in his heart. These days, not only was he sparring with 12th Hare, he was also sparring with other hairy man Gu immortals. They all had similar interactions. It turned out that Fang Yuan and 6th Hare made a secret deal. Although the deal was over, 6th Hare repeatedly took the initiative to go to Yunqing guarded by Fang Yuan, which was a small flaw. Even though Fang Yuan joined Langya sect and became an external supreme elder, there had always been a barrier between him and the hairy man Gu immortals. After all, the current human race was very powerful. Hairy men were a branch of the variant humans. They had been persecuted by the human race in history. Fang Yuan was one of them. But the hairy man Gu immortals kept their distance from him. Why did 6th Hare suddenly take the initiative to visit Fang Yuan? This aroused many doubts. To make up for this flaw, after the transaction, 6th Hare intentionally or unintentionally revealed to the other hairy man Gu immortals that he was looking for Fang Yuan to raise his battle strength. Because of the Shadow Sect's attack in this tribulation, he felt that he had a huge weakness in terms of battle strength. He wanted to make up for it, so he sought out the human Gu immortal Fang Yuan for guidance. In order to increase the degree of credibility, 6th Hare even took the initiative to spar with the other hairy man Gu immortals, defeating them one by one. 6th Hare was a traitor of Langya sect. He was one of Spectral Soul's split souls. He had deep battle attainment. If he displayed just a bit of his true strength, he could easily defeat everyone. This matter caused a huge commotion in the hairy man Gu immortal circle. Even the land spirit of Langya had heard of it. He affirmed 6th Hare's actions in front of everyone. He even encouraged the other hairy man Gu immortals. He also sought guidance from Fang Yuan. After all, hairy man Gu immortals had very low battle strength. This had always been the sore point of the land spirit of Langya. After 6th Hare, other hairy man Gu immortals came to spar with him. After thinking about it, Fang Yuan understood 6th Hare's intention. He warmly welcomed the other hairy man Gu immortals. Because to Fang Yuan, there were only benefits and no harm. Firstly, he needed to rely on Langya sect for a long time. His cultivation would be smoother and his tribulation would be safer. Thus, it was necessary to have a good relationship with these hairy man Gu immortals. Secondly, like 6th Hare, Fang Yuan also needed to cooperate and make up for the flaws in this transaction. Finally, Fang Yuan needed Langya sect's sect contribution points. From now on, he needed to ask the land spirit of Langya for help and borrow Langya sect's strength. He could not negotiate with the land spirit of Langya every time. Earlier, he could transact with the land spirit of Langya because the land spirit of Langya wanted his Luopa Valley, Danghun Mountain, and Wisdom Gu. From now on, if he wanted Langya sect to work for him, he would need to use sect contribution points. This was Langya sect's rule. Even the land spirit of Langya obeyed it. The land spirit of Langya had issued sect missions earlier. One of them was to guide hairy man Gu immortals and raise their battle strength. Even the land spirit of Langya was not suitable for this mission. Fang Yuan was the only suitable candidate. These last few days, Fang Yuan guided many hairy man Gu immortals. The response was very enthusiastic. Even if the subsequent hairy man Gu immortals did not get good results, they did not blame Fang Yuan. They found their own reasons. On one hand, 6th Hare had set an example. On the other hand, Fang Yuan knew about these hairy men and used his exquisite communication skills to interact with them passionately. This caused the hairy man Gu immortals' impression of Fang Yuan to change greatly. As for why Fang Yuan knew about these hairy man Gu immortals, that was because he had obtained a lot of information about Langya Blessed Land from Shadow Sect during the transactions. Fang Yuan calculated, this way my sect contribution points are over 140. This is really a good deal. Every time he guided them, Fang Yuan would get 20 sect contribution points. Previously, when Fang Yuan lent out Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, he only got 200 to 300 contribution points. These 140 sect contribution points can be exchanged for a portion of the flowing light fruits. With this thought, Fang Yuan rushed towards the first cloud city. When he arrived at the first cloud city, he saw the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya sized up Fang Yuan, praising, as expected of change form immortal Gu. When you transform into a hairy man Gu immortal, there are almost no flaws unless I use investigative immortal Gu. When Fang Yuan arrived, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Along the way he activated change form immortal goo and turned into a hairy man goo immortal. His motive was obvious, he wanted to get close to the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya had the ideology of hairy democracy. When he saw Fang Yuan, he smiled and praised change form immortal goo. In fact, his impression of Fang Yuan became even more pleasing to the eye, he felt much better. Fang Yuan, however, sighed with a tone of pity. This transformation is not complete. Although I have change form immortal goo, I lack eternal goo. If I had eternal goo, I would be able to completely transform into a hairy man and truly integrate into Langya sect, becoming a member of the hairy men. Lord First Supreme Elder, you might not know, but these last days I have interacted with the other hairy man goo immortals and had a deep feeling about it. Us human goo immortals are all crafty and guarded against each other. But hairy men are honest, united and warm. This is a true home. I'm already starting to feel nostalgic about this place. The land spirit of Langya heard this and laughed heartily, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder. Oh Fang Yuan, it is good that you have such awareness. If he knew that Fang Yuan had transacted with Shadow Sect a few days ago and did not report the traitor of Langya Sect, he would definitely skin Fang Yuan alive. But unfortunately the land spirit of Langya did not know about this. I have seen your performance these last days. You guided those children and caused their battle strength to rise by a lot, especially sixth hair. Not bad, not bad. These last days I have heard good things about you from other hairy man goo immortals. What matter do you have for coming here? The land spirit of Langya asked. I want to use some sect contribution points to exchange for some flowing light fruits. Fang Yuan answered. This is a small matter. As long as you have enough contribution points, there will be no problem in exchanging for flowing light fruits. The land spirit of Langya waved his hand generously. Fang Yuan pretended to be hesitant. I have some insignificant opinions about Langya sect's development. I wonder if I should say them? Go ahead, I am listening. The land spirit of Langya squinted his eyes and smiled. Fang Yuan said, these last days I have sparred with many hairy man goo immortals and gained some insights. The battle strength of hairy man goo immortals needs to be raised urgently, but how to raise it is a problem. Because almost everyone cultivates refinement path. Although refinement path has offensive methods, they are not as strong as other paths. The land spirit of Langya nodded. Fang Yuan's words had touched the bottom of his heart. He could not help but sigh. This is what I am worried about. Fang Yuan continued, actually, there is a good way to raise battle strength rapidly, that is transformation path. Transformation path? That's right. Fang Yuan paused for a moment before continuing. Looking at all the goo cultivation paths, the path that can raise battle strength rapidly is naturally blood path. But blood path is extremely harmful, it is a huge threat to others. In the cultivation world, its reputation is completely ruined, everyone wants to beat it up. Moreover, if we cultivate blood path to a higher level, we will need to enter the Celestial Court's Demon Judgment Board, that will expose us. Thus, blood path is not a good choice. You are right. The land spirit of Langya nodded in agreement. Actually, he himself was quite wary of blood path. If hairy man goo immortals cultivated blood path, he would be worried that it would cause conflicts and hidden dangers within Langya sect. Fang Yuan continued to speak. Other than blood path, the path that can raise battle strength the fastest is transformation path. The threshold for transformation path is very low, immortal killer moves do not need planning, any transformation is an immortal killer move. Ordinary immortal killer moves need at least several years of planning. And Langya sect has a large number of immortal goo recipes, among which are transformation path immortal goo recipes. They have many immortal goo recipes but few immortal killer moves. Hairy man goo immortals mainly cultivate refinement path while also cultivating transformation path. They can make use of their strengths and avoid their weaknesses. Hairy man goo immortals are simple and honest, raising their battle strength is not something that can be done in a day. If they transform into desolate beasts, they have thick skin and flesh. Even if they make a few mistakes in battle, it is not a problem, they can turn the situation around and fight again. They are not like other paths like fire path and water path, where the human body is extremely fragile and has no defensive methods. It is very dangerous on the battlefield. Transformation path immortal goo recipes are easy to deduce, immortal materials are easy to obtain, thus immortal goo are also easy to refine. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference. as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.